Utility invested from the defense, but I don't think anyone's playing behind that mirror window at the moment. Joker's really the last left above, and it's a last-ditched effort to push back the inevitable attack. Nate was dropped in this round, so that's a great start for Roffle. Nate really the massive player for Order in this matchup. Everyone else going negative and struggling to get their name on the board. Nate with a banger. Campo meanwhile looking to progress this control aboves, but he's used all of his E1Ds, so maybe Joker could pose a threat above.
Minute left in the round. Joker, can he find? Oh, surely he gets that one. I mean, that was as easy as it's probably been all night for Joker, because it hasn't been easy. Bounce just giving him prime opportunity. 4 versus 4. Immediately goes back to the advantage of Rofflcopter, and Joker's caught here at long desk, and he gets punished double from Campo, who's kind of just battling with Bouncing to be the top fragger for Rofflcopter. 40 seconds left, and Order, I think, at this point have probably seen enough and are more than happy to move on to the gauntlet, where they seemingly will play Rofflcopter again. Of course, that all to be confirmed later on. Ippy Style and Jack Dad now in a 2 versus 4 as they await Rofflcopter's final attack. Potential final attack here on Concealer. Hot shot going for the plant. Gets off it, changes his position. No more C4s available. That was the final 2. Another kill for Campo. 3 in the round, 14 overall. What a performance. There's nothing Jack Dad can do from down below. Unfortunately, it's going to be a 7-2 win to Rofflcopter. Guys, 7-2. Order will take the last spot in the playoffs as Rofflcopter leapfrog above them.
Jack Daddy in a last-ditched effort pushes from benches, but there's a player at Spiral. The second he steps wide, he'll be sprayed down. Does cop a little bit of damage. That's a lost cause at this point. Just wants to go even, and he does. Now Jack Dad just needs to stay alive. He's going to keep hunting for kills, and there we go. He gets taken down. It's huge from Ruffle. It's a 7-2. Their biggest win in OCN comes in the final play day. And my God, are these playoffs going to be spicy?
Well, just a quick glimpse of what the playoffs might be able to have for us. Rofflcopter are through to their first OCN playoffs in their first season, guys, as well. 1 for 1. They have taken down Order emphatically on Conceal at 7-2. It wasn't even close. The scoreline is just about right. It was that much of a stomping, and it was that one-sided. Look at that little Rofflcopter there on your screen.
I'm running out of time. I'm running out of feeling so. I'm running out of time.
This could be huge. Manning is the fighter.
It's Oceanic National Playoffs day number 1. We've been waiting all season to get to the gauntlet, and now it has arrived. We are, of course, into the busy end of the season where it all comes down to one. Who's going to walk away out of the season champions? We have got a special virtual desk here today. Of course, we've got a special guest in Vinny, and then there's Guz.
Wow, thanks for the introduction. What a way to open up the playoffs. Hopefully, Vinny's a little bit more excited than you are. Glad to have you here, and yeah, this weekend should be a lot of fun.
Yeah, I'm incredibly excited for this. I'm a little bit disappointed, obviously. I wish I was on the other side and I was playing today and tomorrow, but you know, the perk of not playing is that I get to kick back and watch some good Siege.
It's our bonus as well to have you on and get your insight as we go through the 2 days here for the gauntlet. Let's look at those standings. You might want to look away though, Vinny, of course, for where your boys finished up 7th. Oh, that's just not it. Anyway, let's turn our attention to the top 6. I'll go to you first, Vinny, and I'll get your thoughts on how the season played out, not from a wild card perspective, but from a top 6 perspective and how things finished.
I think in the top 6, it's definitely kind of what was expected. The Knights and the Chiefs seem to be the strongest team going into the season. And the other teams that ended up rounding out the bracket ended up playing some really good Siege throughout the season. It wasn't always super consistent, but it was definitely some good Siege.
Yeah, good recovery there, Vinny. You've already been thrown under the Zenox bus about 30 seconds into the broadcast, so good little induction for you. But yeah, I would echo that statement. I think for the most part, outside of unfortunately Wildcard with their issues, the standings probably playing out pretty similar to what we expected heading in. I will say though, Team Bliss is one that really stood out as making a statement this season. Finishing 3rd is a really good accomplishment for them. And on the flip side, Order finishing 5th, probably not fully reflective of how good that team is.
Yeah, and I think you hit the nail on the head there, Guz, with that one on Order. They're a team that can very much run the gauntlet. Let's go and have a look at that graphic and see sort of what awaits them for not just today, but also for tomorrow, if they can, of course, get through day number 1. Order will have to run the gauntlet, and or Roffle will have to run the gauntlet if they are to win the playoffs. And it's an interesting format that we've got here, guys. Of course, the first time that we've had it for OCN. It should be a lot of fun, but it really does also put emphasis on the teams that finish first and second. They, of course, wait for the matches tomorrow.
Yeah, really exciting format. As you said, the first time we've seen it in OCN, and it does position teams, unfortunately, like Order, who finished in 5th. If they want to go all the way, they're going to have to play 4 best-of-3s in a row, which is going to be a really big effort for them. But on the flip side, teams like the Knights, for example, that finished first in the regular season, they get to sit back, watch these teams go at it, and by the time they have their opponent ready and waiting, they should be well prepped and refreshed to take that game on.
Vinny?
And yeah, I'll echo that. It's not just a show of skill this weekend, it's a show of stamina. They could potentially be playing 12 maps over 2 days, which is a tall task for any team.
Yeah, it will be very difficult, and I think it also means that for next stage, teams are going to want to make sure they're not in that 5th position, for example, that they do actually get a higher seeding, and I think that's a good thing. It puts emphasis on winning your matches in the regular season. I mean, Order themselves actually had the opportunity, guys, to not be in that 5th position. Had they won their final game of the season, I think they would have been almost as high as 1st or something ridiculous like that. So they had an opportunity, let it slip, and now they're going to pay the punishment for it, guys.
Yeah, and the funny thing is, right, the team that they versed in that match is the team they versed first up in the playoffs in Roffle. So a cheeky little matchup, a rematch, if you would, to kick things off. And Order, I mean, they've said themselves, right, Specker in the interview, that they're apparently the best team in the region. Well, now's the time to prove that.
Yeah,
yes.
And I'd say they're a little bit disappointed in the way this season's played out. You could say they've underperformed slightly. They seem to have all the pieces of the puzzle. It just hasn't really come together this season so far.
For Rofflcopter, they, of course, came into this season with, well, no real expectations, Vinny. There wasn't a lot that was put on them to perform or even make playoffs, and yet they're here, I guess, in a way, not as experienced, especially as their opponents today. For Rofflcopter, what do you expect from them in this gauntlet run?
I see them playing obviously some very good Siege. They're a team that, as you said, didn't have much expectations coming into this season, but they're a team that put a lot of pressure on themselves to perform. They had a shaky kind of season, but in this format, especially in the BO3, I think they'll really thrive.
Yeah, Roffle, heading into this season, they've already established themselves as one of the best teams in this sort of new era of Oceanic Siege. They outperformed the likes of Rhythm and LFO, who are some of the newer teams in the league. And like Vinny said, they've been playing some really solid Siege. When they are switched on, they can take it up to most teams. Their meta at the moment really suiting their playstyle. Late round executes, they're super strong. All of those players can frag out when required. And if they play that smooth Siege like we have seen throughout the season, Order could find it tricky to shut them down.
I think for Rofflcopter, yeah, they get a good opportunity here. Of course, they beat Order not too long ago. They have the chance to, of course, run the gauntlet, because I think they are a team that's capable of beating, say, teams like Bliss. Maybe not so much teams like Chiefs, though, Vinny. Is that sort of maybe the pass mark? If they can get past the Order, then beat Bliss, that you'd be okay with, say, a 3rd finish in the gauntlet?
Yeah, I'd say Chiefs is the most informed team right now, so they're definitely the pass mark. And if you can get through Chiefs and get through Knights, then you can beat any team in this region for sure.
Yeah. I don't really have much to add to that. I think Vinny's summed it up really well. I'm the token analyst here. I'm not the expert. Let's remember that. Yeah, Roffle. I don't know, but I guess could we group Order in the same sort of category as the Chiefs? Like, I feel like on paper they literally are up there, but their results just haven't been reflective of that so far.
Not recently, at least. I think you give them points or credits in the bank maybe for previous results, but in the last couple of weeks or so, they have fallen off. They've lost Ipistar. Let's go and have a look at their lineup, of course, coming into the gauntlet, and it's really hard to predict. Nico comes in. How much of an impact is that for you, Vinny? Seeing Nico in, Ipistar out, are they stronger? Are they weaker? Or are they about the same?
Yeah, so I was a former teammate of Nico, and I know how much impact he can have during the round, especially in the server. He's been coaching up until now. I'm sure he's done a terrific job out of the server, but when he's in there, he's a really scary addition. And you know, they will struggle, I think, a little bit with the loss of the frag power of Ipistar, but a player like Nico definitely has the ability to frag out. I'm kind of interested to see how he fits into the lineup with Cutie still there. I'd say Nico kind of has that same role on the vertical historically, and I'm interested to see where they put him.
Yeah, Nico, he has the X factor. He always seems to show up when required, whether it be an impact play or a good overall map, whatever the team needs, he will bring to the table. I'm not sure whether or not he'll jump into the server today and be switched on. It's been a while since he's played in an official. Difficult to know how much he's been scrimming as he has been in that coach role, and Nate's been substituting, so maybe his playtime has been a little bit limited. But if there's any player you want to jump in a situation like that, it's Nico. And yes, they might lose some of that frag power, but they can make up for that with some creative plays, and Order, they could still be just as dangerous as they were previously.
It does feel like coming into this matchup, especially for Order, you know, as you mentioned, guys, how much playtime have they had with Nico? But then on the flip side, for Rofflcopter, you know, preparing for the playoffs, well, in this case, they have known for a little while that Ipistar wasn't going to be playing, but previously when you're preparing against Order, you're playing against Order, it was Ipistar. He's out, Nico comes in. It changes the dynamics for both of the teams, and it's about who can adjust better, which is the more versatile team when it comes down to it, and that's what we're going to find out in this matchup to come. And hopefully for Order, they can be a little bit more versatile than maybe they have been through the regular season. They've been quite up and down, inconsistent. Have they taken that title away, Vinny, from the Chiefs? Are they now the inconsistent team that we think of?
Yeah, I'd say so. I think Chiefs have done a good job with the addition of Fisher Guy to become a bit more consistent, but you know, Order, as I said before, have all the pieces. They definitely have the ability. I think you know, I'd say they put pressure on themselves to win, and it just hasn't quite fallen into place at this stage. I see them to make a big return next stage for sure.
Yeah, every single player on this team has LAN experience. They have been around for a long time. Outside of maybe Joker, who hasn't played a LAN, unless he... No, would he have? I don't know. He might have in Six Masters, but either way, this team, incredible amounts of experience, and it's really just about linking that together. And like they've said themselves, sometimes they get into their own heads, and it's not necessarily the opponent that beats them, it's more so that they beat themselves.
Let's go and have a look at the map vetoes for this matchup. Of course, best of 3, things do change a little bit. Ban, then it's pick, and then of course we get down to a decider. So Order have elected to send it over to Cafe. Consulate, once again, for Rofflcopter. It wasn't very long ago that we saw this matchup where it was extraordinarily one-sided, Vinny. Are you surprised that Order have allowed the Consulate to get through?
A little bit. It's definitely, if you're going off recent matches, they got basically slammed on Consulate. So obviously their thought process is that we can go back. I think the Chalet ban makes more sense. They've insta-banned it every time, so maybe they thought they're more likely to come back on Consulate and have a better map than if they would have let Chalet through. I think Cafe is the big surprise here. Going off Dev's perfectly crafted notes, which I'm now exposed to, they've banned it the last 25 times, so they've obviously been hiding something on there and happy to let it through.
Yeah, that's exactly right. 25 bans in the last couple of years from Order. They have literally not played this map very much, and when they have, it's been a loss to them. So it's been an L in that column. There was a phase a while ago where they were a strong team. They sort of fell out of fashion on Cafe, and yeah, they've just not wanted to touch it at all with a 10-foot pole. So the fact that they're bringing it out here in the first match of the playoffs, something must have been cooking in the background. I don't know why you would take this risk. If it doesn't pay off, it could be a little bit embarrassing. If they don't win Cafe, honestly, there's a very real chance that Roffle can take this 2-0 off the back of their Consulate form.
I love this little graphic head-to-head on the map. It's a bit of a shame, though, that in terms of times played, it's 0 and 1. So there's not a lot of information that you can necessarily take from this, especially for Cafe individually. But I guess the one thing I do want to ask, though, moving forward in this matchup is which map, if you had to pick, Vinny, is going to decide this series, because it is a best of 3. Like, who needs to win at which map? Is this Cafe map super important? Like, if Order lose this Cafe, do they lose again on console and it's a quick 2-0?
Yeah, I think series-wise, the first map is going to be huge. I think, you know, Order haven't shown it for a long time. If they don't come out with something new and fresh, I think Ruffle will mop the floor with them, and then console will be much the same. In terms of over the weekend, I think Ruffle will need to make a lot of 2-0 performances as well to make sure that their stamina is up and they don't burn out too quick.
Yeah, and even looking past Cafe, if it does go to the third map in Oregon, it's not like that's painting a much brighter picture at all for Order, right? Ruffle have played it twice in the regular season. They beat Rhythm and they beat the Knights, which is a pretty good performance as well. On the flip side, Order have been losing to Rhythm, Giants, Bliss. So it's not like the third map is by any means locked in for Order. So I think Ruffle have played the map veto really well. And Order, honestly, they have their backs against the wall a little bit just based off what we know heading into this match.
What was once a good map, I reckon, of course, for Order now is a bit of an anomaly. We're not entirely sure. Do we see this third map, though, Vinny? Do you expect this to go to all 3 maps?
Well, in my prediction, I actually put Order off the bat. That was before the vetoes. Now I'm not quite sure. I think we will see a third map. I think Ruffle have a tendency to come out of the gates a bit slow. And I think Order will capitalize on that and will probably take the first map, and then I think Ruffle will take the rest of the series.
Yeah, I'm just going to straight up say it now. Ruffle 2-0. I don't know what, unless Order have done something absolutely wild on Cafe and it's somehow an amazing map for them now. I honestly just don't see it, right? Because Consulate was a shocker for them in the last play day. Keep in mind that match actually counted for something. Like, Order were going hard in that match. Don't get that wrong. So if Cafe is disastrous for them, I don't think it's going to get any better for Order.
Well, as you can see on your screens down below is the Snowball expert panel prediction, including Vincere as well, who's helped me and Ducky out by selecting Order. The majority of the quote expert panel has elected to go for Rofflcopter. Not overly surprising though, Vinny, and I think that also is reward for Rofflcopter having a good season and of course having beaten Order recently. But surely Order are going to bite back. Surely they're going to respond here.
I mean, it's another tough ask because they've got a new player in Nico. He hasn't played with the team. I doubt he's been practicing much with the team as well. So it's kind of a new, new team that we're looking at. Even though the team is mostly the same, that kind of dynamic is very different. With one player difference for sure.
Yeah. When I did my predictions, I honestly thought that Ruffle was going to be the underdog from the experts, just due to the prestige of the Order organization, the bucket load of experience that all the players on Order have. But I mean, we all seem pretty confident in Ruffle, and the map veto for me has only validated that. I would have said that even if I had have like Vinny predicted Order before the veto, honestly I would have probably flip-flopped after the veto. Ruffle, I think, are in a really good position.
They certainly are in a really good position. Heading into the best of 3, though, anything can happen, especially in OCN, especially when it comes to playoffs. Both teams will begin their journey of running the gauntlet here and now in this first best of 3. And to introduce you to the playoffs, of course, it is going to be Dev and Manic.
That may well have been the nicest throw you have ever given me, Xenox. Can we just take a quick moment? Vinny, what a phenomenal job on the desk for the very first time. Mate, you absolutely nailed that. So, we can move on from that, because guess what, Vinny, unfortunately, Wildcard are out. You're still in, technically. But one team that is well in the race right now is most definitely Rofflcopter, Dev.
It certainly is, and I think that guys hit the nail on the head there. Like, you feel like Order should be the favored team, and predicting Ruffle should be a kind of upset, but it actually has gotten to the point now where we are actually so convinced of Rofflcopter that they have taken the popular vote among us quote-unquote experts, and Order are the ones with something to prove.
They certainly are. They've got it all to prove. They had the opportunity to knock out Ruffle in that final play day to propel themselves to the top position of OCN. They failed to do so, and now they must play once more. It is time to head to Cafe to decide the very first map of our best of 3 here in the playoffs for Oceanic Nationals.
And what is super exciting about Cafe being picked is something that Vinny highlighted in the pre-show, which is the fact that this is a map that Order do not like. They have banned it for so long, and you have to go all the way back to August last year, the last time Order played Cafe, and at that time it was actually one of their favorite maps, and then they lost it a couple times and they removed it from their map pool. Ever since then, they ban it every single playday. And then coming out of the gate here, Rob, like they pick it in this best of three. A massive surprise, no doubt, to Rofflcopter, who would have looked at Order and been like, well, there's no way you're going to pick Cafe. Maybe this is the chance that Order can have something, bring something new to the table, a bit surprising, and show off some of the stuff that they've been working on in scrims.
That's the thing, right? There's so many possibilities here. You look at what the storylines that are coming in for Order. Ippy Style out, who's been phenomenal all season long. Nico in, who is just a nutty player and someone that could really cause some ruckus, especially on a map like Cafe. But, all history points to Order with a very peculiar little pick. Now, don't forget as well, OJ, you better not be doing that. You better not be sticking that, because I tell you what,
I feel like surely the Blackbeard here is, it's just a tilt. It's just trying to tilt the other team. Like, hello, by the way, don't peek because we are going to have a shield in front of our face. But no, it's the Nomad pick coming through, which is a really good one. Obviously, Nomad suppresses a lot of that aggression. For example, let's say it's this top floor objective. You take control of Piano and you put an air jab on the Piano door at Pixel, and then the defender just cannot retake Piano. They have a hard stop. Otherwise, they're obviously going to go flying and be an easy kill. So I really like that pick there from OJ. Suppressing that aggression that we actually know Order are quite a big fan of.
That they are. They can be a little bit hard to keep tabs on at the best of times. So I think this match will highlight that in particular. Now the Snap Fitness community vote, ladies and gentlemen, have Order out in front by just a small margin, 10%. I mean, no shocks there, Dev, if we were looking at the names, you'd say?
Yeah, I think that in terms of the size of the communities behind these organizations, Order is obviously one of the largest esports clubs in Australia, and Rofflcopter is, Rofflcopter. So makes sense. But of course, there is that extra layer to it, and Order not quite in the hot form that they've been looking for. They actually ended up second last in APAC South League alongside Wildcard. And of course, didn't do too hot here in OCN, losing already to Rofflcopter. So obviously, once you look into it, we do feel like Rofflcopter is the favored team here. But we know Order has the potential to win this, right? Like, they've always been a top 3 team in OCE.
Yep, and there's never been a doubt in that conversation, in all honesty. They have always been the story of the bridesmaids, Chiefs. We've always put Chiefs and Order in similar positions here, but Campo putting himself in a great position. How does Nico win that out? Well, welcome to the server, and I'm sure Order will not be happy with that start. Roffle will not be happy with that start, I should say. But Nico, that's a great way to get comfortable early on.
Oh. Certainly is a warm welcome. He's been sitting on the bench for quite some time. Of course, his most recent playing experience was on that Melon Cat roster, the former Noble guys, which disbanded just before this season of OCN and APAC South. And since then, he joined Order. Being in that coaching role is not something he's familiar with, but it's nice to see him back in the server. And of course, there is a reply there halfway through the round. Rofflcopter start to swing things around. My God. And Order start to fall apart.
Well, that looked like an attempted run out, if I'm not mistaken, there by Order, and Rofflcopter have been able to execute that perfectly. So now, this is not the story I thought we'd be telling, especially after that opening pick going the way of Nico. Specker looking for the contact. And once more, it is Rofflcopter going to work. A 1v3. They well and truly know his position as he goes flying back through the soft wall, and Dev, just not achievable here in the first round, surely.
Very hard retake for a number of reasons. Firstly, Joker's running the FO12 shotgun. A great weapon in close ranges, but as soon as Rofflcopter are taking these long angles, for example, right here, Joker's just going to lose his head. Absolutely no chance. So difficult to retake upstairs on Cafe as a defender once you've lost control of that top floor. You've just got to funnel through those staircases. And a good opening round here for Roffle.
Yeah, you'd be very happy with that. 3 players left alive, and I think it's more so how they were able to really flip the coin there. You know, we were singing the praises of Nico winning that fight out onto Campo, who was pushing in quite aggressively. And, I mean, all those kills came off camera just then. Like, every single one of them. So we have absolutely no idea on where they've come from, but you know full well that Roffle, that's the start they would have been hoping for. That's the start they were looking for, and a statement, in my eyes, has definitely been made.
Certainly has, especially losing that opening pick to bounce back, and effectively they put it in a 4v1 with a whole minute left on the clock. So a great response there from Rofflcopter. A shout out to Marshall, who's on obs today as well. I'd like to give a shout out to our observers. So if he misses a kill, you know who to blame on Twitter.
Wow. Xenox.
I love you, Marshall.
Xenox, is that you? My word, you have well and truly just taken that bloody bus license right out of his hands. So let's very quickly bring that note back. Marshall, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry my co-caster has done this to you. We are on the first floor in Kitchen, and of course, as per usual, we are seeing Order with a little bit more of an aggressive play style. I feel like you don't really have an opportunity to not roam, at least for the first 20 seconds. To ensure that Rofflcopter do their due diligence, and it looks like they may be doubling down on that with that.
Oh, there's a rush!
Oh my God, Dev, go for it!
Oh, they just go straight into the bomb site, and they catch Order off guard. Somehow, though, Order start to recompose here, Rob, and now there's no diffuser for Rofflcopter.
You know what? I think the highlight for me there is the fact that Order haven't reinforced that. Oh my God, that fireplace hatch, and that allowed them to kind of catch them pushing through freezer there. What on earth is this round? Honestly, if you were looking at this right now, you would definitely think the Rofflcopter are the defenders. In fact, no, you've been completely debated. Now, where that diffuser is, if that's out by the tables, I think that's going to be in a very awkward position, but they managed to pick it up. And they can go back through freezer. They have plenty of time, Dev. This is really dangerous for Order.
It certainly is. Now that Bouncing's back on site with the diffuser in hand. Nico, Cutie, and Specker to retake separated. They're going to have to win these ones, and Specker starts it strong. OJ goes down. Specker finds another one. 3K, and Specker with the quad. And the retake for Order is perfect.
Where did that come from, Specker? What have I just seen? Those were so clean. Oh, that's not a good sign for Rofflcopter. I mean, look, granted, I love the call from Rofflcopter. That caught me unaware, and I'm sure it caught Order somewhat unprepared. The fact that they were able to retake that in a 3v3 scenario, I mean, you can well and truly hold your heads high from Specker's point of view. So they caught him reinforcing.
Yeah, Jackdad didn't finish his side prep. He was still reinforcing the freezer wall. And, you know, Rofflcopter took advantage of that in the best way possible. Very clearly, you know, during the preparation phase, Roffle had droned out that wall, seen that it was soft, and seen that all these reinforcements and roamers were going upstairs. And so Rofflcopter said, hey, you know, we got Boydie running Buck. We can make mincemeat of that wall without a couple of seconds. And funnily enough, it did happen to be the exact moment Jackdad was reinforcing it. So not only did Boydie get the wall, but he got Jackdad as well.
Well, wow, we're gonna start really well here. We are kick-starting with a bang. There we go, Dev. The words came out of my mouth eventually, but I am well and truly invested because, you know, Order, yeah, we've known them to be a little bit more sporadic, a little bit more of an aggressive team. Rofflcopter, though, if there's one team that can match that, it is most certainly them. They have really shown to be quite a versatile, aggressive, dangerous team at the best of times. And I think no matter what we're seeing from Order on this defensive half, Rofflcopter will completely change it up when we do swap sides. For now, though, we can definitely set our sights onto the third floor as Rofflcopter will I mean, if I were them, I wouldn't even be thinking about that last round. That was a gnarly attempt.
Well, it's the thing I love about watching these two teams. They're both incredibly aggressive and incredibly proactive teams. If they see an opportunity, they just get a gun for it straight away without any hesitation whatsoever. And of course, both teams filled to the brim with incredibly mechanically talented players. So we are going to see a lot of multi-kills like we just saw from Specker. And sometimes it is nice shots like that that really change the round. But of course, opening it up here, Rofflcopter for a very similar kind of roam clear. Now, Nico started this strong last time with the first pick. Let's see if Roffl can clear the roam.
Looks like they may be given an opportunity here. Bouncing, it's always awkward. Do you step on the barbed wire? Do you go to hit it? That's going to initiate a little bit more of an aggressive play from Jack Daddy. Just baiting out the shots, but what so far? Oh, my word. Boydie, where have you died from? Jack Daddy's still holding the line. This is not the greatest start from Roffl, but that's what we needed to see. Concussed as well, still finds the kill, and it's a 1-for-1 trade.
Nico's still alive though, as Bouncin starts to move up these stairs. There's a good crossfire established. I believe that's Specker in reading as well to support. And it's going to be hard for Bouncin. There you go. Great shot potential here for Speck. We've already seen him so good with that Roni. Nice angle, bit of an off position. Cutie might even have a vertical angle from above White Stairs. So this is very difficult now for Bouncin as Joker elsewhere off screen managed to find a kill with the FO12. I believe that was in shop. And here we go, Bouncin being live droned in. He knows he's about to walk into the crossfire and needs to land the shots. He gets the first one. No. Specker cannot refrag.
No way. How has he gotten away with murder there? That is absolutely ridiculous. And now Specker may well be caught out and forced to rotate back around red, but they're just, I mean, Specker is just going to have to play and wait for the right time to finally come back up those stairs. Now with that information, that'll be Joker rotating into Cigar in behind the shield dev. Two players on the other side and they're just waiting for their time.
Oh, this is a 2K for Joker. No two ways about it. Hot shot. How do you win that? You're not meant to win those. And now Rofflcopter, their remaining players flood the site. And this 2v2, Campo knows he needs to find this kill. Plant starting to go down. There's one for Campo. And that's the diffuser on the ground. Specker might clutch this again. But the knife. LOL.
No way. That is absolutely outrageous. This is the start we wanted to OCN Dev. Our prayers have been heard and they have been answered. What are we seeing right now? It all kick-started with Joker. You thought that should have been the hold, the shotgun in an amazing position like that. There was no chance to get rid of that deployable shield. He gets aggressive, gets caught. But like Specker to even be in the realm of a 2v1 in that spot, I mean, my word, this has just started us off on the right note.
This is exactly the kind of high-octane siege that we were hoping for out of these teams. You know, we've already said the play styles lean into it, the players are leaning into it, they've warmed up, and straight out of the gate, they're bringing everything that they've got.
I still can't believe I saw a knife kill.
Yeah. I think Specker pointed out in the chat, it was knife versus fist. Of course, Aruni's got that bionic arm. Yeah. And so she doesn't knife, she just gives a good punch right in the face. But in this case, the knife does ring true and win out.
I think there's some kind of joke about bringing a spoon to a knife fight.
Bringing a bionic arm to a knife fight, I guess.
We'll leave it on that. So, looks like reading will be the preference here for order. Not very often we see the mining defense. So, I mean, that's no real shock horror there. I guess the big alarming point for us right now is generally that top floor that we see more so success on the defensive side has not been won yet by order. Both attempts they've had in the first round and the third round have been to little to no avail. So,
yeah, at least that second time defending Bar Cocktail was close, a 1v1. But this time around, of course, Order, as you say, going to reading. I like the setup, though. It's like going to bar cocktail. They can defend cocktail, but of course, after they feel the pressure, they just drop down and defend downstairs. Really good setup. Quite aggressive here. Nico's dropped down. He's got some good vertical angles. I love the Syria gates as well, especially for the cocktail setup upstairs. Lots of reinforcements, and the Syria gate plus ADS is supporting the shield position that the Joker had set up. I believe that's the Wamai of Cutie playing it at the moment upstairs. Didn't quite catch exactly which one it was. But here you go, this nice shield set up. Cutie's just on his cameras. And this is definitely going to take a lot from Roffle to clear. Like, you look at all that. There's Wamai magnets, plus there's 3 ADSs, plus the Aruni gate. Like, surely there's no way you just util burn through that.
Oh, I mean, when you look at the side of Roffle, they do have the opportunity to. They have, what's that, 6, 8, 10. Don't ever do live math, but it is 10 projectiles before the drones. It's, yeah, they've actually got a lot for this specific round, which I feel like we haven't seen a lot. Well, we haven't seen it needed a lot of this season, which will definitely make things a little bit more interesting, Dev.
But they might not even go for it. Like, you look at where Rofflcopter is starting to set up, and they've taken control of mining. They've taken Piano, but they're not actually looking to mount a push. And Hotshot with Diffuser goes to Pillars. I really like the amount of ground that Roffle is covering, but the problem is just not taking that top floor does leave them really vulnerable in that end game to that vertical play.
Who's that on the red stairs? Who's that coming up behind them? Someone looking to play a little bit more cheeky. It's Nico. He now has control of T2 red stairs. It looks like, I don't think Rofflcopter are aware of it. Dev, this could dismantle Rofflcopter in one quick swift move. He's going to be able to find the first kill. Is there any more information? He'll back away. The one and done enables a little bit more chaos with 30 seconds left. Bounce and tries to re-aggress. Nico with a massive flank plays dividends, and that will run away for Order, my word.
What a round from Nico. We've talked about him being that creative, that cheeky player who pulls off things that you just don't see every day, and that's exactly what he did there. It takes a lot of guts to go for a flank like that, and we didn't see whether Rofflcopter had set up flank watch drones or air jabs. Of course, they brought the Nomad for that purpose. But for whatever reason, it was either not deployed or Nico somehow managed to bypass it or take it out, which is a massive. And to his credit, not only did he find that first pick onto the ace, which in itself is massive because it's the diffuser down and also the only hard breach gone from Rofflcopter, but then Nico falling back managed to find another pick on the player attempting to refrag, and then upstairs he caught the final one as well. So a massive round, and it just goes to show, like, this man was wasted on the bench.
Yes, and maybe coming to fruition with Style now leaving. I just assume, I didn't get to read the tweet longer in full. I saw the tweet longer come in, and it was blah blah blah, I'm back, blah blah blah, you know, something along those lines. And I just assume that it means that Nico may well be stepping into the full-time position once more. So if that is the case, I do really feel fear, I should say, for the opponents of Order. I mean, you know, Vinny was talking about it on the desk, the fact that he's played with Nico before, and he is just an unbelievable player, not just in terms of his mechanics and his game knowledge, but he's just someone that can completely turn the tides of a match. So far, it's living up to its expectations. We are going back down to that kitchen defense once more, and Order opting for another third floor roam.
Yeah, I like this. It's the same strategy that, of course, Rofflcopter rushed last time. Now, Order won this defense on the back of the 3v3 retake, which is really just thanks to Specker landing 3 really nice shots. But I think, for all intents and purposes, like, strategically, Rofflcopter won that round because of the rush. Obviously not some kind of thing you can do twice. So they will try and take the map, which is very difficult when you're going up against the Mute and the Mozzie. It's just going to be so difficult to get information. I mean, you look at the first point of contact for the attack, which will be Cigar Shop. There's already a Mute Jammer there, so I have to invest some time and utility to clear that. Jack Daddy's actually got a vertical angle, I believe, looking to Piano, so it does make it quite difficult now for Rofflcopter. Oh, no, sorry, Jack Daddy was all the way down in Bakery. Never mind that, but still, regardless, it's quite a difficult position for Rofflcopter to try and clear that entire map and then have enough time.
Well, time is of the essence. So certainly one thing that we're going to need to keep an eye on throughout the entirety of this matchup. Right now, Rofflcopter have cleared that top floor with that minute 30. Give and take, they definitely need to get a move on to that second floor, because I think if we see there, how many players do we have on the second floor right now, Marshall? Still quite a few, so this is really dangerous, and they're actually going to be hard holding, so this is going to be incredibly difficult when push comes to shove if they don't get a move on.
And look at that, Order just retreats all the way back down. Specker really felt the heat there, firstly to the vertical play, and then to players such as Hotshot making their entries, but Nico, Specker, and Jackdad all retreated back to site. Leaving just 50 seconds now for Rofflcopter to finish clearing off the second floor, which they still haven't done, right? But then they've got to go and start actually getting to work on this vertical play. Hello, that's a C4. That's a hunk of damage done to these players on the attacking side. And this is really where things become difficult, Rob. You look at Rofflcopter's position, they haven't found an advantage in terms of the man count. In fact, they are now in a deficit. And they're just lacking information and, most importantly, time.
Yeah, Cutie's going to be playing close to Freezer as well, which is going to make that drop incredibly difficult. Nade's not going to find absolutely anything. 15 seconds, my goodness. They have no time to make this work. Surely Cutie can sit and hold. It's OJ to find one pick. They try to line him up. Somehow Rofflcopter have forced their ways in. And Campo, he can hold!
Winnable.
Taking down one, and he's gonna get up the defuse.
Oh my God!
Looking. How is that happening, Jack Daddy? So close. My God, they look what? Dev.
Oh my God! Hotshot throwing the Salmo instead of switching to his pistol. Brother, that could have been the sickest play you have ever seen from Hotshot. They had no idea he planted dishes. They must have thought he was over at a coffee at the back or like planting bomb. They did not check the angle. If he had a full magazine there on the AK-12, that would have been a round for Rofflcopter. But that's essentially another contest between these two teams that ends up in a 1v1. He ran out and he throws the Selma.
He threw a Selma!
I think that we actually have the caster reaction cams going along from production as well. So I need to really be careful with what kind of a facial expression I'm making during these rounds.
Okay. Can we just admit that the first 5 rounds of Siege that we have seen in the Oceanic National playoffs are some of the most mental rounds we've seen all season long. These are coming down to, like you said, Dev, 1-on-1s, 2-on-2s. I am living for the action that we have here on Cafe in our very first best of 3 in our gauntlet format. Mind you, for those just joining us that weren't here in the pre-show, it is the gauntlet. You literally Order, if they want to take out the OCN title for stage 1, they have to defeat 4 teams back to back to back. And I mean, I guess it's the same for Rofflcopter, right? That's no different. But it's just, you know, the stamina is going to be such a big thing that we talk about.
Yeah, and it's not just the fact that they have to go through and be, you know, firstly, it'll be whoever wins this game, of course, then playing against the winner plays Bliss, the winner of that then plays Chiefs, the winner of that then plays Knights. So for one of these teams to take home the championship, like you're saying, it's a marathon to run. But what's more, that's also, oh my God, Jackdad, that is some parkour right there.
Parkour!
But also on top of that, here we go. This is the cheekiest thing I have ever seen. I bet you Nico showed them this. 100% this was Nico's doing right here.
Oh, man. That's gnarly.
He can see the reading door. That is just disgusting.
And, like, I mean, unless he's droned out like that, there's not really... Surely you could not foresee that as you're making a push in. But, okay, very quickly. 2 minutes have been wasted here, Dev. 2 minutes, I say a minute, have been wasted. And Joker's still holding
perfect
in that cigar. And as you said, there goes the shield. But Cutie's here to support as well. They need to be very cautious.
That was just so good. For the first time, Rofflcopter actually looked to address the hard hold that Order are doing. And it works out perfectly. I mean, it took half the round, but you get a pick and you clear out that util. Has used up a lot of the util though that Rofflcopter has. Like no more smokes from Hotshot, no more flashes from OJ, and no more nades from Campo. Does make you a bit concerned, but there's still plenty, I think, here to get the job done.
Comes down to how hard Order can hold right now. They are setting themselves up for a very decent first half of Cafe, all things considered. We were sitting on the desk asking questions from them, and they've slowly but surely answered them bit by bit. Needed to be a little bit more convincing, and right now, with Joker down, no pressure on that Cigar side. Rofflcopter have the pick of the lot, but time will wither away very quickly.
Surely it's possible for Rofflcopter to go for a bins plant here. I think taking Cocktail is going to be the hardest thing. Those entrenched defenders will just be impossible to take out. Nice breaching charge from Bouncin, gives him a bit more mobility around that corner. And plant's starting to go down. Bouncin needs to cover this. The player at Cocktail loses the fight out to Bouncin. Jack Daddy has absolutely no way of doing it. That was a perfect plant. Now the retake must be on.
Oh, Nico!
Oh my God!
How does he find both kills there? Has he just made this doable for Order? Mind you, last round of the half. Nico now taking point, taking charge. But Rofflcopter, they're sitting pretty. They're so deep right now. This is near impossible with Campo up there. Order are going to have to hit some gnarly shots. Nico may just have to stick this. Campo's got it covered every day of the week, surely. Just like that. Rofflcopter have been able to find the very last round and a half, and we even it out 3-3. Well, it's pretty much starting afresh here in the second half with both teams equaling out on 3 round wins. The big note for me, Dev, Order's top floor defense, their cocktail defense, not one attempt was successful out of all 3 times.
Not sure whether that's a credit to Rofflcopter's attacks for that bar cocktail or perhaps just a weakness of Order's own defenses of that site. I feel like if Order were aware that their defenses of bar cocktail weren't very strong, then they wouldn't have picked it like 3 times, you know? Like they wouldn't have gone to it first. They would have gone and went to kitchen first, maybe reading, but no, they were insistent on trying to defend bar cocktail as much as possible. But as it stands, that's a good half there from Rofflcopter. I think that for a minute we were thinking Order could run away 4-2. And at that point, I would be pretty confident in their chances here. But keeping in mind, right, this is Order's map pick and a map that we haven't seen them play in a very, very long time. August was the last time Order played this, and since then it's been their insta-ban.
Yeah.
Which means that, you know, clearly they saved this map for a rainy day. This has been in their scrim program for quite some time, but they didn't bring it out until just now. And for that reason, you know, we gave Order the benefit of the doubt and thought, okay, well, they're probably going to win this map. Despite that, our expert panel still favored Rofflcopter to win the series.
Look, it's a very... okay, it's hard to call, but with the way Rofflcopter have played in that first half, they've set themselves up really nicely as we head to the defense. Now, mind you, we play Consulate after this, Dev. Consulate, the map that we saw Rofflcopter absolutely rip Order apart on the last playday. What do you... Why is that a thing? Please run away.
Okay.
But in all honesty, this is the really concerning thing for Order right now. Their campaign could be done and dusted if they are unable to convert this map.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. Like, not only do Order like have the favor from us on this map, considering that this has been hidden from them for a long time, but like they need to win this map because map 2 is Consular, as you said. Rofflcopter defeated Order 7-2 during the season on that very map, so we don't hold much hope for Order. Should it come to that second map, and Order's hope really to win this series is to win this map, lose Consulate, and then go and win the Decider.
Trust Nico. Oh man, trust Nico to hit a gnarly shot like that. Unfortunately, it doesn't connect on the head, rather just the shoulder. Really nice nade from Cutie. Order have been known for their C4s and explosive devices. Speaking of explosive, I believe that, oh my, what on earth? Hello?
What? They just walked straight into the meat grinder, I think, and that long line of sight straight into the 416 Cutie in a 1v3. There's no way this is going to happen. Bouncing looking for his fourth. Doesn't quite land it yet, but Cutie's just about dead man walking. Campo finishes him off, and Rofflcopter take the lead for the first time.
Now, this is the massively concerning thing for Order. That defense looked rock solid on the third floor for Rofflcopter. Granted, we can definitely talk about Bouncing's unbelievable 3K there. I still think, though, it's dangerous times ahead. The roster that we've had so much hope for so long. And also, I don't think that we shouldn't be too quick. Okay, very quickly, let's just talk about this. Mute, Vigil, Mozzie, they are going to be an absolute menace in burning that time. You'll just watch it slowly chip away. I know Order are pretty aggressive. I know they're happy to not necessarily dry peak, but they are definitely happy to be taking their ones. But even then, there is so much that Rofflcopter have going for them in this instance.
They certainly do at that. I really like the pick here of the Echo as well. It was 6 picked onto instead of the Qaid, and I do wonder, oh, it's actually reinforcing this. Typically when you go for a heavy roam setup, you leave that hatch soft and then retreat through it once you've satisfied that you've wasted enough time, which is what we saw Order doing. It's actually kind of strange to me here that Rofflcopter is reinforcing that hatch and then still doing seemingly a hard roam hold. It means that should Order just focus on the site, it's actually more difficult for Rofflcopter to then get back to the objective to support their anchors.
I think Vigil was just spotted out. I didn't actually get to see whether Boydie was using his cheeky masking or not. I'm pretty sure he was spotted, so...
Either you get spotted, you know, and they know there's a Vigil because they see you, or you use your ability and they know there's a Vigil because they see the fuzz, so...
Very true.
There's no way Order won't know what the play is here. Like, they'll know that this is a heavy roam. It's just about figuring out the best way to address that.
I've definitely lost the plot. Just ignore me altogether. This is why you're the color, and you bring all the hype.
That's it. I really like the Echo pick here. I feel like the strat overall from Roffle is to delay time. Like, you've got the roam, which of course is going to delay time. Eventually, Boydie and Campo will die, right? But then, even when that happens, Order will go in and the hatch won't be open. They'll still have to hard breach that. And then eventually, when they do go to execute, OJ will have the Echo as well to then deny plant. So it seems like every piece, every ingredient in this defense is put together to try and waste Order's time.
I'm reloading.
Just as we potentially foreshadowed, Order not wasting too much time in taking that top floor control. They were able to push back Campo decently early there. Now they just need to be careful of that early contact on the tier 2 white stairs. Campo continues to fold back, whereas the rest of Rofflcopter, as far as I'm concerned, have they given up that second floor right now? Looks like potentially they've got 1 or 2 players just sitting and holding for a while longer. Boydie, the longer he can hold up here, the more time he can waste, the more dangerous this gets.
Honestly, I think Boydie just plays to die on this roam at this point.
Yeah.
No need to get back to site here. Eventually he will die, and Order will then start to try and convert the execute, but I think that pre-execute will take too long. Boydie might even find a pick. Like, if he finds a pick, he's more than done his job. Oh, he takes out the Yana device and is refragged on the back of it, but Jack Dad is so low HP and Order have 50 seconds to get to work here. Hatch still reinforced, so there is so much work for Order to do.
I mean, they've only got the Selma charges to open that, so they won't have everything that they're going to need. Nico, once again, there is something about him on the buck that just terrifies everyone.
Especially because the DMR. I mean,
Yep.
who else but Nico runs that DMR? He loves it so much.
And especially for a site like this, Dev, where there's so much potential to open up lines of sight, to slow things down. You could really do some damage. There we go. Everything's starting to open up now. Just as I say that, Campo, he may well be the savior here, but Cutie's quick to respond. They still have red stairs control. Order, they're just running out of time. We still have the chance to hold this. 2 seconds left in the round. OJ just needs to stay alive, and just like that, Rofflcopter have won 2 on the trot.
I feel like Rofflcopter will be very happy with how that defense worked out. You could see from the get-go they were trying to waste Order's time, and even though their roamer didn't find a kill, there was only 50 seconds left by the time Order was actually getting to work. They didn't find any picks through that vertical play because they were so lacking on time, and it does take quite a while to actually find picks through the vertical. You have to kind of apply some horizontal pressure as well and get those defenders to move around to finally find picks. Order couldn't do that, and while there were some good entries from players like Cutie, it just was not enough, especially considering OJ didn't feel the need to move whatsoever from Bakery. In the late round, he's got 2 Yokais up. Even in a 1v2, like, Order can start trying to get that plant down, and OJ will just roll up one of those Yokais and win the round on time by denying that defuse plant. So really great stuff from Rofflcopter, and at this point, they're starting to run away with the game.
And this is what all the analysts, all the casters have been worried about. The second we saw Cafe picked, you know, we were theorizing what was really the idea, the intent behind going to this map after, what, 25 straight bans, I think you've said, Dev, from your God tier match tracker. So this was really, there were so many questions coming into this. Ipustyle gone, Nico in, all of it just kind of coming together into a questionable pick, and now Rofflcopter are taking them to town. Now, it's only the first 2 rounds of the second half, but so far, I think we've seen such a strong case on the 3rd floor and 1st floor defense that regardless of whether they win reading or not, I think Rofflcopter have just put themselves in the best possible position.
Yeah, if you do the simple maths and you assume that Rofflcopter won't win reading, but they will go back and win cocktail. Oh no, the frost mat, bro! And of course it's Specker who just walks into it, didn't even vault through the window. That is a facepalm if I've ever seen one, but they do finally kill Frost herself. That's bouncing. At least that's something.
Yeah, now, I'm sorry, I can't stop laughing at that.
I just love that it was Specker. Of course it was.
Of all people, and like you said, it wasn't even the vault into the window. And now they're going to be cautious on where the rest of these frost mats, oh my goodness, are placed. I believe there was one on the 3rd floor, just on the other side of one of the bars. So I don't know whether Order are going to walk into that necessarily, because they are starting to put the pressure into Fireplace, which is very rarely seen to be the side of...
C4.
Yeah, whereabouts? Not good enough.
Just did not work. Yeah, OJ didn't quite have the up-to-date information there by the time he ripped the C4. It didn't work. And here comes the execute from Order, planting right on the boundary, but OJ can surely floor bang this. Hotshot comes through and denies that plant with a C4, no doubt guided by OJ's information from below. This vertical play has worked wonders for Rofflcopter.
There is not a single player on that 2nd floor for Rofflcopter right now. As Hotshot makes his way back up, he'll be found. Boydie, though, found himself in a good position. And now, with OJ creeping in behind, how much information do Order have on this? There's not a sight to be seen, but Nico once more is stepping up for Order. And with 45 seconds, my word, Order just have so much time in the bank. Boydie's going to get caught on the rotate through the hatch, and that's a much more convincing round, and one that we have needed to see from this roster.
I was definitely worried there for Order. Their desire to just push straight through Train and into fireplace for their execute, it's fairly risky. It's something we talked about in the first half, right? Like, if you're not going to take top floor, you're always not biting off a lot of the map and then vulnerable to flanks. And while Rofflcopter did find the first couple kills there, denying the defuse plant, Order just had a great job at recomposing. They're like, all right, well, one of our players died, but that's fine. We'll just go walk over, grab that diffuser back up. We still have so much time left on the clock that can keep burning down. We just grab that diffuser, move somewhere else, and they're 1 C4 down now, so they have to retake. They have to take those risks, and Order held out really well to prevent that retake.
It's one thing I think that we haven't really seen a lot of, at least we haven't highlighted a lot of in the current meta with the way things are working. You know, we're not so heavily into the projectile denials. Of course, we still bring them, but it's not as much of a highlighted point as you can see. Jaeger and Light both being brought this time. It just doesn't seem to be as much of an issue, meaning that, you know, you can actually, as an attacker, do that, Dev. You know, you can push into fireplace and fake the plant, look for the C4s, try to bait out the time, because there's not as much utility in your way when you get there. And I feel like it's been highlighted in the gunplay especially, but certainly in that round, I think it was the perfect example, just showing us what you can do if you leave yourself enough time.
Yeah, and you know, we can talk about utility all day, but I think the #1 most important thing in Rainbow Six is teammates and working well with your teammates. And I think both of these teams have demonstrated that so far. For example, even though OJ, who was playing the Pulse last round, missed his own C4, he then helped Hotshot get a C4 kill. And then even though Order were a couple players down, they denied that retake because they communicated effectively to make sure that they were covering every possible avenue that Rofflcopter could have made a retake from. So teammates and team play always wins over everything else.
So what you're saying is teamwork makes the dream work.
It certainly does.
Alrighty, Jack Daddy at the moment. He's pushed quite aggressively here, and OJ just giving him a little bit of a tickler, a little bit of a response, but that's what we needed to see. Down goes OJ, and with it, the only C4 on the side of Rofflcopter. And I don't mind that from Rofflcopter. They've really tried to go all in there and find the trade. Eventually, Bouncing's one to at least gain something from that encounter.
No, I think that the ever-present aggression from Rofflcopter, never letting Order just take some map control for free, I think that's a good play. What are these smokes for, though? Surely this isn't an execute. In fact, it is. Dropped down from Skylight. Going all the way deep. Joker solo HP. The pre-fire from Nico. He gets a triple. Finally, there is some kind of a response, but Bouncing has it all to do.
There's one player you don't want to be seeing in this position, and it is Bouncing. He's been incredibly sharp. And as he makes his way back in, it seems like there's a bit of intel. Joker goes down. He swings wide. He's caught by the Cigar player, and it makes it all too easy for Nico to close out. What a call that was, Dev. Throw the smokes, yeet over the Skylight, and send it onto site. Once again, highlighting what on God's earth has Nico been doing in his time off, because he is looking as sharp as he ever has.
He certainly has, and we got to see a couple of those kills come through. I love the fact that Order are executing so early. Like you can see on the clock right now, 1 minute 20 on the round when these smokes start coming through. Nico, a lot of strong pre-fires through the smoke, expecting that aggression from Rofflcopter, and it counted that perfectly. Oh, and you know what? Talk about smoke. Here comes the 6-pick onto the Warden from Campo.
Okay. I am so intrigued right now. I have really been enjoying seeing how many smokes have been utilized more so as a misdirection play rather than just burning through ADSs and Wamai magnets as of late. We saw it a lot with 7th Heaven in APAC South. I can only make that reference because, of course, we cast them, so it was easy to spot that out. But it really has been showing us a lot more frequently what you can do with that util. And now you're going to see not only is the Warden brought, but also the Maestro. They're going to have so much information. And that in that exact encounter, you don't panic then. if you have that intel, if you have a player like Campo on the Warden that can see through the smokes, the flashes, it's nowhere near as big of a concern, as big as a rush to try and find a trade or some information. So
yeah, and it's not the only operator pick that we've seen switched up here for Rofflcopter, and in fact it is the Maestro replacing Goyo, and once again that is actually also leaning into the counter smoke play. Of course, those Evil Eyes can see through smokes perfectly, so I really like the fact that Rofflcopter is starting to pivot now. They're seeing the strategies that Order are trying to leverage based on those smokes from Ace, and they just immediately have a response for it. Now my question is, can Order now take advantage of the fact that Rofflcopter are bringing 2 less shields than they were previously, and perhaps try and take, for example, piano control and freezer control on the back of that?
So, questions have been asked, and whether or not Order answer is a completely different thing altogether. And it looks like, I mean, I would love to see them, you know, have that early intel of the operator change that Rofflcopter have brought and completely adapt. I'm no 5-head, so I'm not even going to give you a way that they could adapt.
No,
but that's
bro.
not it, Nico. That's not the way you want to adapt. That's his last nade gone as well. Fortunately, Cutie still has 2 left, but there's 2 Maestro cams. So, I mean, there's 2 Evil Eyes. Can't mess it up. And Nico goes down, who has just been instrumental for Order.
I love the way that Rofflcopter changed things up, right? Since they were bringing the Warden now, they decided they don't need smoke anymore. So they get the mute instead of the smoke, and they use that C4 so effectively. So he goes downstairs and gets a vertical kill. That's just really great mid-game adaptations from Rofflcopter. Like, they're completely just revamping and rejigging their strategy on the fly to perfectly counter what Order are bringing. But fortunately for Order, they're bringing the heat straight on back, and they've got a 4v3 man advantage now, and still a lot of info coming from these Yana Geminis.
And they'll do great work. There's only 1 more opportunity, I think, maybe 2 for that Gemini to have full effect after it's been shot. So see Cutie start to reassess and readjust. Hot shot with the perfect timing. Here's the footsteps. What an incredible trade from Joker, but it's just met with consistent trades, Dev. What on earth have we just seen with Cutie left? 1 versus 2. The Diffuser will soon be in hand, and there's only 20 seconds left.
A lot of work to be done, but Cutie has been a player we've spoken about consistently this season. Diffuser in hand, walking through the Banshee. 2 players to find. He doesn't check the angle and cocktail bar, but he has a feeling, and he lands the shot. Now it's a 1v1. 4 seconds left on the clock, and he starts that defuse plant. Boyd, he starts to make his move. He has a C4. He could use it, but he doesn't need to. Rofflcopter take match point in another tantalizing 1v1 clutch.
Well, if that's not a way to find match point in a game that has truly given us everything, I don't know what is. Mind you, ladies and gentlemen, this is 1 map of our best of 3. That's right. Playoffs brings us all of the action. It's not one and done. It is fully loaded. And right now, Rofflcopter have put themselves in the best position, not only for this map, but for the series, because we head to their map pick next. We head to Consulate. You couldn't ask for anything more than being on match point on Order's pick, regardless of how well they've played. Rofflcopter have answered that call, and my oh my, it's going to come down to the full regulation to decide, is it OT? Or is Rofflcopter walking away with map number 1?
I can't help but feel like Rofflcopter has everything they need to get the job done here. But coming into this game from Order's perspective, right, obviously you lose Itby Style, who has been statistically one of the best players in not just OCN, but APAC South as a whole. And going head-to-head with some of the best there, people like Hysterics you're competing with for that title. And I remember in his final game, Itby Style was gunning for his 2.0 KD to be retained, and unfortunately he couldn't achieve that goal. But you know who has a greater than 2.0 KD right now? It is Nico, the man stepping in 14-6. And I mean, say what you want about maybe how his impact is on the team and how the team is functioning with him on. But individually, this has just been such a beautiful return to competitive Siege for Nico.
Certainly has been. And I think it just goes to highlight the, you know, the unfortunate side of the Maloncat team disbanding is, you know,
So
a
much
player
talent.
like that. Yeah, there was just so much raw talent, Dev. You know, you look at that old lineup and you just think, damn, what could have been had they have stuck together. But they have all gone on to, I'm not going to say bigger and better things, but bigger and better things in a small way, shape, or form. And oh no, that is not what the doctor ordered for Rofflcopter in the last round here, Dev.
Now, unfortunately, that is the Echo as well, which we saw last time Rofflcopter defended this site. It ended up being OJ as the Echo in a 1v2. And of course, having those Yokai drones, he was able to not overpeak and he just won the round on time. This is about as good as it gets for Order. Like, if there's any player you want to die, honestly, it probably is OJ. And now Campo's gone down as well. Rofflcopter know that they need to play aggressive to retain this advantage. But Boydie, he's found one pick, still at a man deficit. He needs to find at least one more here to bring Rofflcopter back into it.
I want to talk about the storyline that we're reading for Nico right now. Well, Boydie has just been phenomenal in his first season of Tier 1 Siege, and my goodness, he's just found himself a double kill in the round. Is he going to get away? Oh, he's gotten away with murder. Boydie back in a VIP into the safe arms of that first floor. And now Order have to get to work without Nico.
And more importantly, without the vertical potential that Nico's Sledgehammer brings, of course, Jack Dad and Specker can get to work with the breaching charges, but sometimes it's just not enough. And in very similar fashion to last time this round was defended, Rob, there's just not much time left for Order to try and find these vertical kills. And boy, he's got another. Rob, could this be the 4v5 match point they've been waiting for?
4v5, Campo went down. It was a 3v5 at one point, Dev. It's Boydie that's brought it back. He's given both Bouncin and Hotshot an opportunity here. The issue being, it is Joker, it is Jack Daddy, who are still in their way. No C4 in the pocket as of yet. Bouncin holds the long line as now they start to enter the site. They have not spotted Hotshot. In fact, they've got absolutely no idea. This is going to be massive. Hotshot might be able to deny this for free. No, he's caught out by Joker, but he's going to push aggressively. No way. Rofflcopter win it on time. And not only is that round done and dusted, but guess what? So is the map. Cafe goes to the hands of Rofflcopter. It's 1-0 in the series.
Doesn't matter if they're 4 versus 5. Rofflcopter can get the job done. What an amazing showing from this up-and-coming roster. It may just be map 1, but they are on track to run the gauntlet here, Rob. This is quite an exciting prospect.
Well, I'm not going to say that I have a 5-head, but I have a 5-head. Rofflcopter have looked good all season long. I'm kidding. I think most people predicted them on the predictions, Dev, so there's no way I can even sell that story. They looked really good in that map, regardless of what Order's history is like on it, the replacement. Nico definitely filled the shoes of Ippy style. Sure, the play style may have completely changed for Order. It may have changed the way that they progress in the round, but there is no doubting what Rofflcopter have achieved here. Now we go to their map.
And it's Consulate as well, which is the map that these teams played in OCN. Rofflcopter took that convincing 7-2. If Order can bring out their ace in the hole, this cafe that they've been hiding for the better part of 9 months, and they still can't even take Rofflcopter to overtime, this really does beg the question, is Rofflcopter just the better team? And are they going to get this done in 2 maps? Honestly, I would say they can.
Well, guess what? You're a caster. We've got some people standing by who might be able to better answer that. It's, of course, the capable hands of Vinny and the other blokes.
I mean, at that point, I can't even really blame you because you're 100% right, Manic, aren't you? It is, of course, Vinny and the other blokes here back again from the desk. And, well, I'll get to you first, Vinny, since you're the lead man here on our virtual desk. Rofflcopter, they get the win on Order's map pick, and it's not looking good for Order.
I mean, what a first map from the boys. If that's an indication of the kind of siege we're going to be watching this weekend, then I'm very excited to be here. And, yeah, they just seem to be the better team. Both in structure and kind of, you know, the pacing of the rounds throughout the rounds. I think Nico did a really good job to kind of keep Order in it for a few of them. He's shown exactly what I was talking about earlier. He's just such an impactful player, and he's almost like intimidating to be in the server with. So he's done a really good job. And yeah, I think Roffl did really well to close out this map.
Yeah, it was a crazy start to this map. I mean, the replays are showing it, right? The first few rounds, absolutely insane. A lot of those narrowing down to 1 versus 1 scenarios, and Nico was really the player of the hour. Despite Order not winning, he was just absolutely popping off, and I would say probably keeping Order in it for the most part. He was getting a lot of opening picks, top fragging for them, a couple of clutch players as well, which was really awesome to see. But unfortunately, Order didn't take the map. It was their pick. They haven't played in such a long time, or expecting big things, but they just didn't quite deliver.
No, they certainly did, and Nico did, right? So Nico, we give a big giant tick to for his performance in this matchup, at least from an individual standpoint, but it's a team game at the end of the day, and Order as a team unable to deliver. They go down 1-0 in the series. Disaster. They now have to go to Consulate, which of course was only a couple of days ago that they played Rofflcopter, losing 7-2 on Consulate, and I would have to say, Vinny, the expectation is that may be a repeat. Maybe not necessarily a 7-2, but Rofflcopter definitely going to Consulate as favorites.
I mean, I'm really hoping that Order have looked over Consulate in that break between their last match, because if it's anything like the previous one, then this is going to be a very quick match, and I think it's going to be a very quick series.
Yeah, I think the important thing to note about that is, though, that Order obviously had really important matches to worry about as well over in APAC South. So they probably didn't have the ideal amount of prep time as maybe the likes of Roffl did have heading into this one to tidy up any of their mistakes. So this is looking like a Roffl 2-0. I'm going to hold on to my prediction with 2 firm hands. I really don't see it changing. I mean, look at the stats, right? Despite no one having a Nico-esque performance and going absolutely huge, it was pretty consistent outside of maybe OJ, who found it a little bit rough, and that's what you want.
Yeah, and look, in the end, for Rofflcopter, they get the job done. The other 4, besides OJ, standing up. Unfortunately for Order, they did leave their run a little too late. Rofflcopter got off to a pretty decent lead, and from there, they were able to capitalize. What's intriguing to me, though, is, you know, you look at the statistics like the cost as well, Guz, and Order don't actually look that bad. Statistically, that don't look like they actually just lost, especially if you compare the 2 teams' costs. Is that at least some sort of semblance of good sign maybe going into Consulate that this is not going to be, you know, a quick 2-0?
I mean, the cost stat is impressive, but the stat that really stands out to me is the entry. Not a single player from Roffl went positive on the entry, and that would just indicate that Order aren't converting on the early round advantages that they are gathering. So maybe lacking a bit of structure and communication in the late round, and Vinny was discussing it with us, that maybe they're just lacking a decent IGL late round, and it is costing them in some of those scenarios.
Yeah, I can only echo that point. The entry stat is kind of important in that it gets you that opening into the round, but yeah, as you said, they don't have that ability to convert the rounds, and I think the entry stat more than anything shows just the individual skill of the Order players, but that kind of lack of coherent teamwork at the moment.
Yeah, and look, they're going to have to improve on going into Consulate, not just based off this series, but of course, based on the previous map. They're going to have to flip the script if Order are going to send it to Oregon. Of course, the beauty of a best of 3 is they do get one more chance. Of course, for Rofflcopter, though, as we head to the break, they do lead, and they are now on series point. They're on after. When we come back, we head over to Consulate.
Miserable. Won't you stick around just for some be visible? But you don't know, you don't care. Leave me to suffer, erase all the doubt. Pouring Jack in my mouth, in a love with enough of the pain and the drugs to be present for now. All I'm right now, I don't wanna wake up messed up, 'cause I can't spend another day like this. Another type of caked up breakup, where I've been finding any way to my fix. But I know I need you now, 'cause I don't wanna be around. No, I don't wanna wake up messed up. There's gotta be another way past this. Yeah. Let's talk. Look, ayo, we rose from the dust to the sun. They claiming that we the one, never one-on-one. Teamwork till we done. Sent on a mission, we got ambition. Never scared, we won't run. Never one and done. Some sit back and some like the hunt. I pick my teammates up when they fall. And if I ball, we all ball. Crashing balls, crossovers and all. Just call us the balls. Don't fear nothing, call us galore. Serving them all. We outside, we barely indoors because we gave it everything when we had nothing. Gave it everything when we had nothing. Holding on by a thread, couldn't grab nothing. Seems we moved on to a better place. Shine, shine away from the shade. But now that we're here, ain't no going back. This is the moment to go. This is the moment to shine. This is the moment to show. Show me the rocks you could climb. This is the moment to feel the path like you legally blind. I can promise this is ours, 'cause we built for this, kill for this. Pushing buttons, do it quick. Push it off and do assist. Oh, y'all think we new to this? Pound for pound, break it down. Watch what we gon' do with this. Teamwork got us fluent with. Make y'all look like sewages. Gave it everything when we had nothing. Gave it everything when we had nothing. Holding on by a thread, couldn't grab nothing.
This could be huge. Manages to find them.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, from the break for OCN playoffs. We are one map already through the gauntlet, and maybe one more map is all Order has for their season. If they can't win here on Consulate, it would be a very quick end to their gauntlet run. For Rofflcopter, though, they came out firing on Order's map pick, and now, guys, we will be heading over to Consulate, where, of course, it's the map pick of Rofflcopter.
Yeah, things are definitely not looking any brighter here for Order. Roffle have a perfect record on Consulate from the history that we have dating back to LPL. So by no means a pushover map for them. And like we said a couple of times now, the last time these two played, Roffle won 7-2, which does not paint a very bright picture for Order.
No, they're definitely under the struggle bus right now. They need to definitely pull out something different for Consulate. Like you said, Roffle are very strong on that map, and they tend to prey on the weaker teams on that map. So very interested to see how they come out here.
Well, we haven't seen much of Consulate this season in OCN. Neither has these two teams. They both played it once, of course. It was against each other, and it wasn't very long ago. 100% win rate to 0% win rate. It doesn't spell good news for Order, although fortunately, guys, it's only one match, all right? Especially in a best of one at the end of a season. Order did have, at least something on the line. Of course, had they been able to win this particular match, they would have had a much higher seeding. They wouldn't have had to start the gauntlet all the way at the very beginning. Ultimately, though, they fell short by a long way, and Rofflcopter looked really good doing so.
Yeah, Consulate is a map that really, in the current meta, facilitates aggressive play, and some would say the ranked play style where, especially on defense, you're trying to prevent the attack from even just getting in the building, and on the vice versa on the attack, you're playing super aggressive late round and playing that trade meta. So it does favor Roffle. Historically, you would have said maybe Order, right? Because it's not like they're pushovers, especially mechanically. But for whatever reason, it didn't quite click for them in that last matchup, and they haven't had a long time to switch things up. Remember, they played Consulate, I think it would have been on the Monday, right? They had 2 APAC games to play before today. So they really haven't had a lot to work with, and it's probably going to show.
Yeah, I think you're right about Consulate being kind of that ranked kind of playstyle at the moment in the current meta. You kind of want to make sure the attackers don't get so much control in the building, because, once they're established, it's very hard to retake map control or even retake site. But at the same time, Order at the moment don't look like the structured Order we're kind of used to, or at least they're less structured now with Nico. And as Nico showed, he has such a big impact on the round. So I could definitely see a different Order today than it was last time they faced off on this map.
We're not going to keep everyone waiting for too much longer. Of course, one map into the series. We're going to be heading back in now onto Consulate to see whether or not Rofflcopter can move forward in the gauntlet.
Just making sure I'm unmuted. Yeah, we're good to go. Let's go, Dev, straight away. We're into it. Bang, Consulate time. And we are excited as ever. A tantalizing prospect for Rofflcopter to take down the Giants in Order 2-0, and it is a very real prospect now.
In fact, I would be more surprised if Order win this map in this series than if Rofflcopter just clean sweep this map. It seems really, really likely here that Rofflcopter is going to flourish on their map pick of Consulate. They've already won it during the season. I see no reason why playoffs should be any different.
No, there is a very real possibility that Order do not even see a map win in the OCN playoffs. It's the gauntlet format. It is do or die for them. And Rofflcopter start on attack on Consulate.
Of course, that does leave us with the operator bans, and having a look at this, Order always ban out the Nomad here on this map. Rofflcopter pretty split between the Capitão and the Thatcher with their traditions, but actually Order's going to mix things up. They're going to leave the Nomad in. I wonder now, is Rofflcopter going to ban the Nomad? Because Nomad is just such a powerful operator on this map, and just in general for suppressing flanks and defender aggression, and it is in, Rob. Order always ban Nomad on this map, and even just like you take Consulate out of the equation, just look at the grand scheme of things, it's actually their second most banned operator at just over 20%, which is really, really big. So the fact that this means that attackers are going to have that in their arsenal to suppress the aggression from the defenders, I think this is likely to be a more attacker-sided game, and assuming that these attacking sides do their due diligence, it really should be fairly difficult for the defenders to engage that aggression.
Okay. Final two operators, Valk and Maestro to go. Very interested on your points, allowing, aggression from both sides. Maybe, just maybe, Order may find themselves in hot pursuit of a third and final map, which, if we do need to go there, will be Oregon. We head down to the basement to start off the proceedings for Order. And we are seeing 2 wall denials plus that mirror. And Jack Daddy just quickly swapping on out. And we'll be bringing the Jaeger to finish on up. As we head into it, Dev, I want your expectations here.
I feel like just by all rights, this should be a fairly convincing Rofflcopter game. It's so hard to foresee anything different. Now, if we go back and later on, I'll go and have a look at the previous time these guys played to kind of analyze that for comparison. But just in terms of this round, of course, like the Nomad, like I said, was not in last time these guys played on Consulate. And it is now, so it just means that aggression is going to be much less potent. Looking into the rest of the situation, of course, Rofflcopter also bring the line, which further suppresses that defender aggression. And Order have, funnily enough, chosen not really to lean into that aggro playstyle. They're really heavily bunkering down here in public bathroom. They've got a lot of wall denial, as you already alluded to. The mute jam is also good info denial. And that paired with the Kayyid and the mirror window up in private, or public rather, is just going to mean it's going to take a lot of work from Rofflcopter to then take vertical and start to go for a garage execute. So we'll see how effective Rofflcopter can be on this roam clear and in eventually getting that vertical control. And I do feel like that is going to be the meat and potatoes of this round.
A bomb has been located.
A lot of expectations coming into this season. Order haven't really hit the mark. Even though they were so close to finishing first in the league, they now have an opportunity to really show us what they're worth. But by all rights, Rofflcopter have done an incredible job, all things considered, coming from what was the promotion relegation playoffs of last year. Have really shown that they deserve to be here, and slowly but surely they will be dwindling away the utility of Order without really exposing themselves too much here. So
yeah, the goal here for starters for Rofflcopter is to clear off that electric claw so they can breach the wall. Now, one thing that I'm not a big fan of here is the fact that Ruffle only have the ace. For a garage text, you really want that thermite ideally. It's just the only way to get a completely, open wall. But Hotshot does use... Oh, no, there's a tiny little bit missing here in the breach. That's actually so unfortunate. See that tiny little line there? That is going to be so frustrating. It means you're going to have to crouch through that instead of being able to sprint through, which, don't undervalue how much that can impact when the attackers go in for that execute.
Well, especially if they keep that top floor control as well. I mean, it looks like they're going to slowly but surely contest this. Bouncing, making his way in from yellow, just face checking Jack Daddy there. There's still one up on the tier 2, making his way down. Nico, surely Nico doesn't find the opening kill of the game again. Trust in the hands of God, because he has been putting on a clinic.
God.
What the hell is going on?
Nico's just doing Nico things, still unpunished. Finally, Hotshot finishes him off, but this may well be all over Red Rover for Rofflcopter. And there you go, another great spray from Jack Dad. He's been doing God's work on the Jaeger and just wide swings it again. Order starts strong here and make a statement against Rofflcopter.
Oh, well, I guess it wouldn't be an OCN game if something wild didn't happen within the first 3 minutes. And once more, Nico has sprung to action for Order. And they can now move on to wherever their next defense would favor. Does, of course, lean into that lobby hold. Oryx being shown by Jack Daddy for now, whether it holds or not. Maybe another thing altogether. The only player. No, it's actually going to be the Mozzie that swapped out for the Jaeger. So all things considered right now, Order preparing themselves as you know, they've already got the defensive win on the Consulate, which they, I believe, were eluded from last time, if I am correct in remembering that. It may have been a while ago in my small brain, but that's okay. I'll confirm that in a second.
Don't expect much more from you, dude.
Get off it. Get off it.
To lean into this though, the big thing is the fact that Order were actually unable to win a defense at all when they played Rofflcopter on this map during the season, and that was only 5 days ago, right? So, pretty big deal here for Order to already start strong. Now, it was on the back of an aggressive 2K from Nico, and from that point forward, Roffl didn't really have much else going for them. But at the very least, like, it's a good confidence booster here for Order.
And it's not really a team you want to be giving confidence to. Jack Daddy, I am sure, is going to be as elusive as ever. Movement on this man's will be hard to track, provided he is able to do so. And Rofflcopter don't shut him down early. And I would say the longer that he continues to be a movie sprinty boy, it's just going to keep Rofflcopter on their toes forevermore. Oh, that's new. Cutie, my goodness. Order are absolutely cheering right now, Dev. This is an incredible start to Consulate so far.
It's really great because, I mean, if you're Order right now, you could be kind of dejected. You could be thinking, oh, damn, you know, we picked Cafe as a bit of an off pick and really were hoping that it would go through. And Consulate, we know we got destroyed by Rofflcopter just the other day. So you could be pretty dejected if you're in Order's shoes right now, but they are just taking so much confidence and they're taking so many chances here, which is great. I think it's the perfect way to knock Rofflcopter off of their perch. And clearly it's paying dividends for them so far. Opening pick once again. Ooh, was that an impact to deny the Selma? If not, I think that there is at least some kind of a breach there on the meeting wall, which does give Rofflcopter an opening to clearing it out. And there you go. As a result, Joker just actually retreats and abandons the position.
And right as you say that, OJ's actually been able to catch one. Jack Daddy goes back out for another swing and he wins the fight. There's no one close enough to trade it. He has been Nomad jabbed out a little bit longer, but he's still alive. And Nico just making matters worse here for Rofflcopter. My, oh my, how the tables have turned here in the playoffs. Roffl, who looked so dominant, so strong in their first outing on Consulate, are starting to wither away here on the attack.
No mad, no worries for Jack Dad. Oh, how does bounce and still not find that pick? And now pressured from multiple angles. He's in a 1v4. They're getting hungry for it. 30 seconds. If there's anyone who could make this possible, it would be Bouncing. But I mean, come on, like this. It's just too tall an order, even for one of the most talented young players in Oceanic Rainbow Six. Becker closes it, and Order, Rob, believe it or not, have just found as many rounds on Consulate now as they did in Rofflcopter during the regular season.
Insane to think it may continue to spiral here. And if Order can confirm the three-piece, all three defenses, it will be horrific signs for Rofflcopter. Archives and Tellers, which just sees so much varied success in the ANZ region, is where we are going for this defense. And actually, if I'm not mistaken, this is what the map ended on last time these two teams played off. So I think that Order may have a fresh set of eyes on this one, to say the very least.
Yeah, it's Teller's Archives, a site that we don't see every team take, but it's nice when we do see it. Now, unfortunately, whoever was casting that Rofflcopter Order game, that was Xenox and Guz, right? Yeah, Rob?
Yeah, it
Pretty
must
sure
have
it
been.
was.
Yeah,
Like,
if it was the last
so-
play day, yeah, it was.
so the match track is not properly filled out. So
That makes perfect sense.
exactly. In every casting, team, there is like one casting pair that puts in the work, obviously us, and then there's others that just kind of freeload. And
Yeah.
obviously that's Xenox for you through and through.
That's what's happened. The wheels on the bus go round and round, round and round, round and round.
So unfortunately, I can't tell you whether Order played this, but yeah, from memory, I think they did pick this last time around. In the final round, of course, lost it as well to Rofflcopter. I hate to flip-flop so early, right? But just the fact that Order looks completely different to they did last time against Rofflcopter on this map is just such a promising sign, Rob. Like, they didn't find a single defense when they played Roffle during the season. Now they've found 2 in a row. The fact that they've done that on the back of losing their map pick shows that they're clearly not negatively affected by the potential, mental stress that may have placed on them. That's really promising as well. So I think that they could run away with this.
Well, all accounts say yes right now. This is the first time Order haven't had the opening pick. However, what stands between Order or Rofflcopter and their first round win may well be Nico once more, sitting on 4 kills. And look at this from Bouncing, spearheading his way through. Admin just needs to be cautious now as they start to slowly but surely clear out this top floor. They need to do so with the utmost caution.
What's great here for Roffle is that with that angle that you just saw Bouncing looking at, it's so hard for a retake to occur here up those stairs, as obviously Bouncing can watch it. Low HP though, he could even lose the fight here, especially considering Cutie was there on Spiral. Oh, and he just took so much damage from his own breaching rounds. Bouncing's lucky to be alive.
The issue with lucky to be alive and unfortunate to be dead is one crosshair that you still have to deal with. And okay, there you go. My point is null and void. A very quick trade from OJ though. It does bring them back into the advantage, but is that still the bulletproof cam on Nico?
Yes, he has one in his pocket. As you do. Just saving it
yeah.
for a rainy day. I mean, knowing Nico, he probably actually has something.
He has a strat.
He's like, oh yeah, mid gunfight, I'm gonna pull it out, and it's gonna block the bullet that would have taken me down. No, Nico's
Like Captain American shield or something.
Exactly. Oh, but look at this. Here it comes from Rofflcopter. The sledgehammer straight into the bomb site. Vulnerable to those C4s. I like that opening the hatch. There's still some pressure on in the late round, but it is very late round.
That is. 11th hour, in fact, and that's the pick that they'll be looking for. Hot shot may be able to get this confirmed.
Perfect.
How is Nico swung again and found a double kill? He's gonna find another. It's only onto Campo in a 1v1. My God, Nico is playing out of his goddamn mind right now, Dev.
A hair's breadth away that was from being an order round, and if Nico had found that last kill as well onto Campo, that would have been like a 1v4 clutch, right? Actually, no, that would have been a 1v. That would have been a 5k from Nico. I'm pretty sure. No, Cutie found one. That was, regardless of my caster mass, that would have been insane, and a valiant effort from the man. If only he put his bulletproof camera down, though. I mean, that was clearly what went wrong for him. But jokes aside, a bit of a scary late round there from Rofflcopter, considering Nico was able to sweep through and disrupt the plant on the bomb site, but you're just so thankful that Campo was able to swing through in the end.
I mean, in a 4v2, I don't know whether you just try to do that, but it should never have gotten to that position. It really does. It really does scare me for what Nico may be able to achieve in the playoffs. You know, coming in as what would be considered to be a quote-unquote unknown entity, mainly because he hasn't played this season. I mean, he's one of those players you can never keep tabs on in a regular season, let alone when he hasn't shown up the entire season. You know, it's just questionable to see what he's going to be able to achieve on this roster, even if it is just for this small amount of time. Regardless, he may well give them the leg up that they're looking for. But it is excellent to see Rofflcopter taking that round what was so convincingly in everything but the execute.
Yeah, it was a good start from Roffle, but of course, yeah, Nico was the sole player that completely disrupted that. So he's once again really showing up on the scoreboard. He's actually having such an insane, I don't want to say debut. What's the word when someone returns? Like, I guess a return to form.
Yeah, we'll find a word for it.
Yeah, it's not his maiden voyage, but it is his first voyage in quite some time. He ended up with a 2.0 KD on map 1, and he's 3.0 at the moment with 6 and 2. Obviously, that'll diminish, you presume, over the course of this map. But still a valiant effort. As for Rofflcopter here, they're going to have to put in a valiant effort to win this bomb site garage cafeteria, because Order's defense in the first round of this game was just so solid, and here it is once again. Starting strong, though, there is a good trade.
Goodness me. Trades seem to be the factor in this. At least for the series, it has always... I feel like no kill has really gone completely unanswered, Dev. Every time we've seen someone fall, there's been a trade within the next couple of seconds. So I am most definitely enjoying how this is playing out. For now, though, it does seem like there's a little bit of a stalemate halfway through the round. Phase 2 of the round is always where things can crumble on this basement attack. Still with so much left to do, Speckers remain unchecked, as it looks like that may be the point that they're looking for now.
There are some soft walls there, right? Yeah, that's what I thought. The north-facing wall of Public was actually soft, so let's make it quite difficult here for Specker, the poor man, to hold on. But, oh, sorry, Specker's dropped down. Okay, hello. That's pretty good now. Bouncing, just going to face check this through the Banshee. It's going to be wasting that time. Not sure whether the player is in there, and they look in for it. There's a player down at Pipes. Couple shots exchanged either way. Specker. Hey, is that a C4 from Cutie? I think the C4 was destroyed by the impact, but Specker makes good on it with a kill.
I guess you can give with one and take with the other, provided you do take with the other. And Rofflcopter not really in the best position, all things considered. That main wall isn't open, and here we go. Finally, it is, Dev. We'll come back to your awe moment in a second, because this is Rofflcopter's opportunity in the late round to make this work.
And they can't breach the right-hand wall. That claw cannot be shot from above, I don't think. And these mirror windows are going to make this a headache and a half. Trying to fall on in. Kills both ways, 2v2. All on OJ at the hat. Just stun grenade ain't going to be enough, son. You're going to have to land your shots. Rounding the corner, he can find one, but the double is just not there. Narrowly. OJ misses the mark, and Order take the round.
Hot damn, that was extremely close. I mean, when you consider that the Salma charges were not going off until, what, 25 seconds left, they still hadn't dealt with the Banshee on the yellow stairs. That was incredibly close. And I think, you know, I hate to say this, but that, the entirety of how close that ends up being is coming down to winning those ones. And you can see OJ right there at the outline, only narrowly by half a second missing that window to convert the kill. It would have been absolutely ludicrous, outrageous had he been able to do that. The issue Rofflcopter are now facing is this is 3 rounds looking to be a 4th for Order on this defense. And they are looking just heads and shoulders above where they were on the last play day of OCN.
Yeah, this is a massive return to form, and certainly not something we expected, especially, you know, you look at the context of Order recently. Their last couple games have not been that hot. Like, of course, they did beat Chiefs in that really monstrous overtime 8-7 win, but it was so narrow, and I feel like maybe, you know, if that game had a couple more rounds and it had unlimited overtime, maybe Order wouldn't have won it. And then after that, you know, they lost 2-7 to Rofflcopter. They beat Wildcard, but, you know, sorry, Vinny, but Wildcard's not necessarily in form right now, so can't praise Order too much for that. And then they lost to Chiefs again. So I feel like Order isn't really on a hot streak at the moment. And then they lost map 1, which was their pick. Everything is telling me that Order was just not in it right now, that they were just going to flop, that we're going to fall to the wayside. And the fact that they brought so much fire this map, the fact that they're winning these 1v1s, it's given me so much more confidence in them.
And for a team that really thrives off their own confidence, this is the map that they really would have been looking for all season long, with the performance, the way they're really bringing it into the fray. Rofflcopter stalling out towards admin at the moment as they start to clear from the east to west. Now, last time we saw this exact same approach, and it just did not work. In fact, I think Order had a fairly decent hold on the upper side. With about minute 45, they are starting to get everything they need open. They've forced back Joker.
Wow.
That's good.
He goes all the way to the basement. What is his play then, to go and try and hold spiral stairs, I guess? Like, remember, Joker is playing the FO12, so he's a very non-versatile loadout to be running. Can't really take long-range fights unless if he goes with the pistol, and even then, like, you should lose to a rifle with the pistol, right? But
Right?
checking back in with this Rofflcopter attack, good progress on the top floor. Looking to convert that into the vertical game, clear out the setup. But Nico, again, his name is always on our lips.
Oh, my God. I'm... Honestly, at this point, it's just become the Nico show.
I mean, that's his 5th opening kill this series so far. Out of 17 rounds, you know, he's gotten the opening pick in almost a third of those.
Okay, so you know, like the Will and Grace show, this is the Nico and Order show. It's just kind of like he is the main character in this storyline and may well single-handedly drag Order from their current form or their previous form into the fray. My goodness, that's the hole we're looking for from Rofflcopter. They drop straight down the meeting hatch, but look at the response from Specker and Joker. They now grab that vertical pressure, but Dev, in a 2v2, is it going to be enough?
Oh, this is a pivotal gunfire right here, and Specker wins it. It's all on Bouncin. He's already found 2 picks. Now, this is so difficult, but what a player to hold on for it. Specker has to land this shot, and he does! A massive round from Specker, and Joker can easily get that counter defuse. Order are running away with this, Rob.
I mean, I firmly thought after we saw the execute from Roffle, I thought, yep, that's it in the bag. What a performance, dropping down meeting hatch, finding 3 quick kills. And then the second it looks like Rofflcopter are starting to organize and get settled, it's Specker and Joker that just turn the tides. And from there, in a 2 versus 4 retake, they have done such an incredible job at even making that possible, let alone converting it. And I think we have to do it right now. We have to highlight the difference between Specker in playoffs and Specker in OCN regulation. He just wasn't, you know, like in the regular season, I really felt like it was Specker that was letting Order down some of those occasions. He mentioned it himself that, you know, there were rounds where he felt like he was the pivotal factor for it slipping away. And, you know, take the 7-1 away from him right now, which is currently what he's sitting on for the kill to death ratio. But the impact that he has been having in both the last map and now this one too. If Order are hitting form in playoffs, I mean, Bliss, Chiefs, Knights, they have to be so careful.
They certainly do. This is quite the upset here on map number 2. We had all favored Rofflcopter for the series, if not for the first map, and when they took Order on Cafe, we thought that we were only more convinced that this was a Rofflcopter game. So this is just such a big dash of our expectations here from Order to have such a strong defense half here. Remember, they didn't win a single defense against Rofflcopter in the regular season on Consulate. And here we come. And Rofflcopter, they're just completely manhandled here by Order. Every single round, you know, it might get close. We've seen so many 1v1s, 1v2s, but Order is just so consistent at pulling themselves across the line.
Yep. I mean, if they take it 1-5, Dev 5-1, whichever way you want to look at it, it should be done. It should be over. 4-2 still leaves the door slightly ajar for Rofflcopter, but 5-1 is just done. There's no feasible way that I can see Rofflcopter bringing it back. And,
Oh, he's
I
watching
mean,
it.
is it? You tell me.
Hotshot's watching it. I think you can tell that Joker is tempted, but he thinks better of it. Fortunately for his team. Oh, there's a drone. Oh, there's a nade. Hello. Specker forced back. And there you go. He cops his second death of the map.
Absolutely love that from Rofflcopter. That was perfectly played with bounce and pushing at the same time as that nade coming through the door of Printers. And I mean, at this point, this is looking a little bit better. You know, they've got the opening pick. They're starting to make the progress. They still have a fair bit to flush out, considering what we've seen across that CEO side. I believe there's still 2 players with the castle barricade. Cutie's decided better than to sit and stay. And this is the issue right now. There's 2 C4s, plus Nico is also on the pulse. This late round for Rofflcopter, if they don't give themselves enough time, it's going to kill them. Quite literally and metaphorically.
Like this, that's a C4 tossed on up, but old information acted upon too late. And that kill is not found. 50 seconds remaining. Rofflcopter might have found the opening pick, but oh, there's a run out. OJ almost loses his life, and Joker is punished for his sins. 5v3 now. This might be the chance here for Rofflcopter to salvage this half. A 2-4 would not be impossible, but Order, you can never count them out. Not with the form they're in right now.
No. Knowing full well Nico's possibilities. Oh, Jack Daddy finding a free kill. If Nico takes down Campo there, it's going to make Order's life incredibly difficult. But look at the vertical pressure Order have established here. Jack Daddy, try all you may in a 1 versus 4. No information, no vertical control, no C4. You are all but done and dusted. What a performance from Order, although Rofflcopter bounced back. So, Order with just such a strong, demanding first half. I think Rofflcopter are fortunate to get that final round in the bag. It was one that absolutely needed to be converted. And now we look to their defense side and ask questions. Questions like, can you win 5 rounds to push this outside of overtime? Can you win this cleanly? Can you even push it to overtime? Because Order are hot on your heels.
And I also want to look at the flip side of that as well. Order had a good defense. They had some things that I hadn't seen a lot of before. For example, the electric law on that garage defense, which really messed up Rofflcopter. Little things like that that Order brought to the table. Like, do they have that same kind of depth of strategy and preparation for their attack? Because keeping in mind that also slotting in Nico is difficult as well. We already had Vinny reference the fact that, wait, are they leaving that unreinforced?
It looks like it. It very much looks like it, Dev.
All right, Rofflcopter. All right, Rofflcopter. All right, let's try and theorycraft this. Is it to impact trick to try and prevent the ace from breaching the wall? Because there's a mute jammer
they've got 2 impacts, and the impacts are on Vigil, who I would assume is on the top floor. So try again.
Is it to C4? Like what? So the first Selma goes onto the wall. It's muted. It'll be so easy to clear off that mute jammer. I don't understand why you wouldn't reinforce that unless you really, really desperately wanted a reinforcement elsewhere.
I mean, well, there are no reinforcements left, so here's a theorycraft for you. someone's accidentally reinforced an extra wall that they
Surely
shouldn't have
not.
without making comms. I know, but maybe that's what's happened because I mean, I have a very small brain. Siege or not siege, it doesn't make a difference, but that is a shock horror to me, and I have absolutely no idea why you'd leave the right side wall for free, because that also allows them to open up the
Yeah.
left-hand side for free as well.
Yeah, and with Order not bringing a thermite, like they would usually be punished by, you know, the fact that then there's far fewer angles that can be opened up with just the 3-8 Selmas. But thanks to Rofflcopter opening up that wall themselves, that's not so much the case. Order gets to have their cake and eat it too.
Oh, bouncing. Okay, where was that from? Was that out on the... What? Oh, okay. I see you bouncing. Trades are going back and forth. There's no longer a C4 in the hands. And Order are trying to find something here. What on earth is going on?
Recovered the bomb diffuser.
Dev. Wow.
I would love to be able to answer that question for you, mate, but it seems like Order were a little bit baited. Like Nico, for example, pushed to the bottom of these stairs. Very risky to do so. And it looks like Order are just very disjointed. They're pushing a little bit here, a little bit there, and it's being punished. Here's a 1v1. Oh, Specker just got timed. Bouncing does find his second kill, looking for a third. Oh no, it's Mayhem. Who's gonna take the shot here? Cutie finally gets it down and out in a few moments. At 20 seconds left, time is not on his side, but HP actually is. OJ's full, but Campo and Hotshot both very, very low.
I've never seen him lose these. Never. Rumor has it,
Oh.
Cutie
Oh,
gets
the
absolutely
trade!
domed. Oh, it's a trade. Wow. I have no clue how that's a trade for Cutie. Absolutely no clue at all.
NS?
But I guess. Yeah, so a spanner in the works. The right-hand side of the wall isn't reinforced, and they've just absolutely domed on all of us. That's an interesting tale to start with. Rofflcopter now opt for the Towers defense rather than the lobby defense that we would generally see in the rotation. So keep your eyes peeled. And Order now, not the cleanest of starts.
Yeah, it's funny because we were kind of roasting Rofflcopter pretty hard. Like, why didn't they reinforce that? The only thing I can think of is maybe they really wanted to reinforce the hatches in Visa so that it was hard for Order to take control of like archives. But yeah, I consulted an analyst team via DMs, and Guz reckons they forgot, and Vinny doesn't believe it's a very credible strategy. That's the kind way of saying what he told me. So,
Man, you are really the boss today, aren't you? The wheels on the bus no longer go round and round. They go up and down, Bev. Up and down.
10 seconds to go.
That.
well, I mean,
Like,
in summary, don't hate on it if it works. And I don't think the reason Rofflcopter won that round was because of that unreinforcement on the garage. But hey, the fact that they won it means I'll stop asking questions.
yep. Hey, maybe they reinforce it, maybe they lose it. I'm not going to say anything more than that. Now, Specker's taken damage 10 seconds into the round, and I believe that was a peak from Printer. So, yeah. You can always tell. Oh, here we go. You can always tell, Bev, by the body language.
Love analyzing players' body language as Nico swings straight on into piano on his classic buck with the cameras, that DMR. I wonder if he's going to try and... Is he going to engage vertical play to try and displace any players on the top floor? Like, he's just getting in this nice aggressive position so that if Boydie does decide to re-enter garage, he'll be punished.
Man, I feel like Boydie would be chilling at the moment. There's no real need for him to move. He's got the mirror window, the reinforced wall. He knows the hatch is open, regardless of whether he knows where he is or not. He sits pretty for now, and what do now have to think of a different approach as Bouncing may just come into contact with that player who's come up yellow stairs. Not just yet, Dev.
Yeah, also got to worry about the player on the CEO windows. As it looks like Order have basically had this top floor for free. Specker and Nico both taking a chunk of damage, but keep in mind Bouncer can always try and retake through the hatches. He could jump up. So much info here gathered by Campo. What I really want to see is for Rofflcopter to make some play on the back of it. And is that the diffuser outside yellow or on yellow stairs? Oh, Boydie almost had that in his clutches, but Joker punishes.
Attackers recovered the bomb diffuser.
Oh, Boydie having a very quiet game this Consulate. 1 and 7, considering he may well have been the determining factor in Rofflcopter cleaning up on the first map. Cutie doubling down on the issues for Rofflcopter this round, and they are only 3 players left. Fortunately enough, 2 of them have C4s, so they may be able to burn a little bit more time, but there's so much left on the clock, Dev.
That's it. Like, I just don't see how Rofflcopter claw themselves back in here. Bouncer goes down. Camper has a C4. Does that land? It does, and it's a double as well. 25 seconds. That may have been what Rofflcopter needed to bring it back. Specker charging forward. Needs to cover his teammate. Hotshot still has a C4. And there it goes. They've got so much info. Planting once again. Rofflcopter have to hold. Hotshot's going for the retake. He gets down. It's all on Campo. And Order have done it. They've got that diffuser down. Campo, he's going for the res. What is this? The absolute balls on the man, but Order hold down. And they get it done. That's another round, putting them so far forward in this game.
Geez, you felt like Order was making their job extremely difficult there. I'm not entirely sure which table you can jump on to give you the safest opportunity to plant, but with how many tables are in Tellers there, it just feels like, you know, there's plenty of time to bait there, 30 seconds, and you don't know where the 2 Rofflcopter players are, so at the very least you'd expect some kind of baiting. Regardless, with 4 players left, whilst Order decide to execute, they just have so much time to work with, and it does allow them a safe finish to that round. And on the back of this now, we will move to lobby, which I just don't, with the current form the Order are in, I just don't know whether Rofflcopter are really going to have the stamina to beat them in this one. I honestly think they are looking so sharp.
I totally agree. The thing with Order is that they've just also always had time. Like, every single attack round, they seem to have a lot of time to spare. I think that round would be the one exception. But even then, they were executing fairly early on, like 40, 50 seconds left. It was just that an execute was much slower because of that C4 response. But the thing that I think, you know, Rofflcopter needs to do, and maybe this is a bit oversimplification, but
5 seconds left before
every single round so far, the opening kill has led to the round win, or at least the team who's got that opening kill has got the round win. I think Rofflcopter need to keep trying to make plays. Sometimes it's getting shut down, sometimes it's not. I think you have to take those risks on Consulate, just like Vinny was talking about in the pre-show analysis here. That Consulate is a map where if you just let the attackers kind of have map control and do their thing, then as a defensive squad, you're going to have a really bad time. I think Rofflcopter need to keep playing the map, keep bringing that aggression to Order, and don't let up.
Well, it's something that they've just been so well known for on their defenses, especially players like Bouncin, who are forever since they joined the Tier 1 ANZ Siege scene, I believe last season it was, literally have, like, he's so elusive. He has forever been moving on the defense, and, you know, to kind of bat home the importance of your point, it really, from my eyes, has been what has really put Rofflcopter in great positions time and time again, is just their ability to play aggressively. And for now, that Gemini just got so much information. Unfortunately, Order can't really do anything off the back of it just yet. Still 2 Aruni gates on the meeting windows, so it'll allow Hotshot to sit a little bit safer for a little bit longer, but I am liking the setup from Rofflcopter.
Yeah, I love this angle as well. Denies the upside down rappel on the meeting windows. all the way from downstairs. And what is the push here from Order? Ooh, here's a player going to that upside down rappel. Surely Campo can't find this. That would be massive. It would be everything, but there's the opening. And a
Bang.
second for Order. Rob, they are running away. Surely Rofflcopter fall to pieces from here.
When things go wrong, they've really just seemed to snowball out of control for Rofflcopter. And, you know, you want to play devil's advocate, Order really have just been so strong. They have continued to impress and continued to keep the heat to a squad that has really shown great promise and great signs. But is it the old guard really holding firm, staying true? Nico once again having an unbelievable standout performance. They're going to go for the plant right now. Joker's going to hold the line with Nico just spraying away into the public bathrooms. My goodness, they have absolutely rinsed them this round, Dev. They're even lucky to have damage. Jack Daddy, that's the first bit of damage that Order have taken, period, throughout the entire round. This is ridiculous. And with Boydie on little less than 5 HP, the second he moves into any line of sight, dead. D-E-D, dead. See you later.
I think that was one of the most abusive and one-sided rounds of Siege I have ever seen. Order had their way with Rofflcopter and Specker. I love this in the chat. How pale were you out of 10? Smoked, flashed, absolutely, completely just sent out of the server. There was no way that Rofflcopter found that one, and no response as well from Rofflcopter in the chat to that little piece of banter from Specker. I have a feeling, Rob, that the mental has just slipped out of Rofflcopter's camp despite that win on map 1. And, you know, as our old mate Specker loves to say, Rainbow Six Siege is 95% mental.
If I hear one more person say that, I'm leaving. I'm done. My career is over. But honestly though, like, it's so funny to hear that, because I think truly that in this new season, it has, like, in this new season, new meta, I think that it has really rung true that the game is even more about your mental state than it ever has been. You know, you can't hide, right? You can't be the support player that just tries to support the team anymore. You are required to be actively fragging and actively playing your part in that department. And I think it's really started to highlight what Specker said all those many, many moons ago now.
Yeah, I think that with these meta changes, you know, previously the entire Rainbow Six competitive Siege revolved around, you know, playing behind these power positions, deployable shields with so much utility to keep you safe. And you could really kind of rely on having good strategies to carry you through rounds. But these days, you need to be able to adapt. You need to have, you know, crystal clear and perfect communication, and you need to have really strong fragging potential. Every single player, like you're saying, obviously not to discount the work that support players do and the supportive nature of, you know, what every player needs to do in Rainbow, which is communicating. Oh! Bouncing! My God, he bounced straight down those stairs and almost lost his life for it.
That's so unfortunate with the timing of that nade being thrown. The rotate hole obviously not being prepped well enough. That almost cost him his life. And Order, once again, just putting themselves in such a great position, Dev. This is really... This has been such a... I'm not going to say a monumental map, but to have been defeated 7-2 little less than a week ago by this same team on this same map, and to have come back and shown such... I don't know, just such a good comeback is probably the easiest way I could put it. It's incredible to see, and certainly something that will be highlighted in the post show, no doubt, by Vinny and the other guys.
I think it's also a testament to how strong Order were on defense. These days, Consulate definitely favors that attacking side Campo. Lovely shot there, but he might not win the refrag. Oh, that was the Gemini. I got you baited.
You got baited so hard.
I certainly did. I think you're meant to refrag the Geminis. You're not meant to have the Gemini go in second.
Yeah, right?
There's one for Nico,
goodness
and he
me.
takes public control. Despite losing that opening, this is actually more important here for Order. The fact that they have public control and the BART can get to work on the floor. That's really what you need on a consulate garage attack. There's the claw down as well, so that's going to open up the opportunity for Jackdad to get this wall open. Still 2 Selmas left. Only he can get the right wall, though. That's actually quite a big deal. He can't get the left panel. 30 seconds. Oh, and there's the flank for Bouncer. Look, Rob, here. I thought Order had the advantage, but this could be Ruffle's back opportunity to get back into it.
Certainly could be, and with Bouncing still going undetected, Order just have to go straight in here, and there's so much information for Rofflcopter to play. Oh, poor Campo. That got a little bit too close for comfort. Is he going to swing or throw the C4? It's going to be the dry swing. Rofflcopter, they're not going down without a fight. They will need to successfully win 3 rounds, only 2 now, in a row to push this to overtime.
And what's
and
more,
Order just have so much there, Dev. They have so much there.
this is a great lead here for Order, but the fact that Roffle could at least find, their first defense round in 4 rounds or 3 rounds, right? That's a pretty big deal. But the problem is here, Rob, Rofflcopter winning that defense, they're now forced off of Garage Cafeteria. That's locked, and the only 2 defenses Ruffle have won have been on that bomb site. They've got to show that they can have a formidable setup here on Tellers and on Lobby in order to take this to OT.
This is not promising, but we will pray for Rofflcopter's sake. I mean, this storyline has been good enough as it is. Rofflcopter take down Order on their map pick, which, I think all things considered was a curveball. It was nothing of what we would have expected having a look at the map vetoes. And then, Order allow Consulate to be pushed through. They could have banned it if they'd pleased to, but instead, they've left it through, and for a good reason, obviously. Now, Rofflcopter have already attempted this defense once before, and they are going to need to really fix things here if they wish to make it even possible to see OT. And it has been the conversation about Rofflcopter is how adaptive they are. So don't count them out. Do not count them out.
A trend that I've seen over the course of this game so far that's always stuns me when you notice this, but every single round, all the way through to right now, on this map has been won by the team that found the opening pick. And so consistently these teams are converting that early advantage. Now, even when there are trades, it's clearly not enough. I think it's why Order, they do tend to take their time. While they are trying to act early and take map control when their drones have cleared rooms, they're also really actively trying to suppress the aggression. For example, we've got people sitting outside way back in spawn behind barricades just waiting for aggression from Rofflcopter. And it is panning out, it is working. And if Bouncin could land a shot like this, that would just mean so much. He's been droned so many times, and he dashes away. Once again, if he finds the opening here, honestly, I'm willing to bet that Ruffle will have a strong subsequent rounds.
Oh my goodness. Well, sorry to throw that out the window for you, Dev, but Specker goes hand in hand with Nico in their performances here on map 2. And Ruffle are really with their backs up against the wall. Bouncin was doing a lot of the delaying up on that top floor, and now it's made things a little bit more awkward. Those air jabs as well, if it comes to a retake, which we see so often. There is going to be so little room for Rofflcopter to move.
There's just so much good drone work from Order as well. So much good info. Specker loses a lot of HP. Jack Daddy looks for the repeat. Specker goes down. OJ wants one more. The C4 to support, but it's not enough.
Way.
OJ single-handedly bringing this back for Rofflcopter. Joker has gone down, and Nico's looking for the vertical.
Way.
OJ, 3 kills. Intel is supported by the pulse below. And it looks like Rofflcopter might still be in this game.
Talk about an anchor on site. That's job done. 3 kills as quick as you like. There's 1 C4 left, and it's on Boydie. If they remain down on that bottom site, which it looks like they're going to, with only 20 seconds left, they only have the 1 chance to delay. Are they going to be able to find it now? In comes the plant. Have they prepared it enough? The C4 will be able to find Nico. The Jack Daddy remains alive. The air jab rings. That's Campo's position known. And just like that, it's done. It's dusted. And we are going to round number 12, Dev. You've got to highlight the performance from OJ there. My God.
Honestly, fantastic job from OJ to hold out on the side, get that 3K before being punished. Credit to Campo behind the scenes enabling that with the pulse scanner, constantly below, downstairs, and calling out the positions of those approaching enemies. OJ always had info and was prepared to take those fights. And same call for, who was the mirror player? Boydie, I believe it was. Yeah, there you go. And he found the last 2 picks as well. The C4 being fairly instrumental there. But again, it was Campo who was calling out that information using the pulse scanner. And this is highlighting, I think, a lot of the different things that we were talking about earlier. Not just the fact that you have to have good mechanical skill to hold your own in Siege these days, but also you have to have good teamwork. And that was just beautifully demonstrated right there.
Certainly was. You cannot say that these teams haven't put on a show so far, because they are really, they are making this worth every damn penny. And I guess there's just as much on the line for Roffle as there is for Order. You know that Order are coming into this not wanting to really be taken down by what would be considered to be the lesser team in this occasion. We predicted them, but I think that also we can't take away from the fact that they would usually be the underdogs in this story.
Yeah, well, it's like the difference between Rofflcopter being the rising stars who haven't proven, like, they've literally never played playoffs before. Like, this is a bunch of players who have played for various teams. A lot of these guys former Rhythm players. Obviously, Hotshot having a stint on the now Chiefs roster for a while. Boydie completely fresh. But, you know, these guys haven't really had a season before. They came through open qualifiers and then fought through relegation, knocked Rhythm out, and took their spot. And the contrast is these guys are in form but haven't really achieved a lot in the past. Order have achieved massive things in the past. And these players have gone to LAN, have almost won championships time and time again, ever the bridesmaids. But they've hit a spat of poor form. And when those two teams meet in the middle, that's where they clash this hard.
So this is the first time we've seen the second floor base defense, sorry, from what I'm aware of, Dev.
Yeah.
Which will certainly, I'm not going to say it's going to twist Order. Oh no, that's perfect. Oh, you love to see that from Nico. And Bouncin will be absolutely furious.
Once again, this patience exhibited by Order is netting them the early picks, and it's fantastic. But that trend I had mentioned of the opening pick being converted to round wins, that was actually broken last round when Specker found the opening, but Roffle still won. So it's not a golden rule. Roffle definitely still have a shot in this, but we do need to see some kind of reply. But for now, Order seem to be doing really well here. Half the round gone, and they've got some good map control. And Nico as well, very wary of flanks downstairs. I don't think he'll be caught off guard by Campo.
No, and that's the big issue right now. It felt like Rofflcopter were really relying heavily on Bouncin and Campo for those flanks, for the late round kind of impact. And now with Bouncin gone and Campo spotted, I want to know that there's a much less emphasis on that top floor defense.
Yeah, and Hotshot can only waste too much time here using those gases. He only has one left. That's the last one going out. Still 50 seconds left on the clock. We're just going to need to see some big performances here from the Rofflcopter guys. Winning these entries without getting traded back. That's a big one from Hotshot, and no one traded. Looking for it. That's another that could completely break this round for Order.
No, but Joker's not asking any questions anymore. He's only giving answers. He caught Campo coming up on the flank. That could have completely dismantled Order. And now Boydie and OJ with it all left to do. The highlighted point right now, Echo still has that ability to deny late round. I don't know whether he's been spotted. Boydie finding the kill onto Joker. Dev, they are going to be able to stop this no matter the cost. The diffuser still hasn't been picked up, so OJ just needs to be careful. And we are going to overtime. What a round 12 we have just had.
An amazing comeback from Rofflcopter. 3 rounds in a row, and they take us all the way to OT. We thought that Order's 4-2 defensive half and strong start on attack would make this a done deal. We thought that the comeback was on for Order and that they were going to take us to map 3, but Rofflcopter aren't messing around. A massive 2K here from Hotshot. As soon as his gas was all gone, he had to go big. And even though it was met straight away with that double kill from Joker, Hotshot had done exactly what he needed. He bought time and he bought that man count for OJ to then eventually just win it on time. Even if that diffuser had been picked up, of course, OJ would have won it with the Yokais. So another fantastic round from Rofflcopter. And it goes to show, like you said, Rob, taking us to console meeting, that was worth it.
Yep, certainly was. Now, that could have completely fallen apart. We should probably highlight that, you know, Hotshot. My goodness, there was so many opportunities for Order to have been able to take that out. Trades not coming in, but we move on. And right now, I am not feeling confident for the Order storyline, you know? The first half, even into the first half of the second half, it was looking so good, you know? They were up 6-3 at one point. And it's very much just being clawed back by pure brute force of Rofflcopter. And as we head into the final 3 rounds, Rofflcopter will get to start on that dreaded defense that I think will finally and maybe put that nail in the coffin.
Yeah, it's so hard to pick which team is going to win this. At this point, I honestly could not commit either way. I definitely thought Roffle coming in would have the advantage, but Order proved that they clearly have a lot more gas in the tank than we thought when it comes to Consulate. But the fact that, like you said, Roffle gets the double defense in overtime, and the fact that they've just come off 3 defense wins in a row does put me in a position where I'm starting to look at Order and say, come on, guys, like you've just lost your last 3 attacks. You're about to be reverse swept. You get another shot at attack, and it's attacking that garage site once again, which, mind you, they are yet to win successfully on an attack. This is a tall ask for Order.
So, I mean, the one thing that I've really been enjoying from Order has been their methodical clears. They've definitely played into a slower playstyle from what we've been used to. You know, generally Spec has been either looking for the opening kill or, you know, copping an opening death a lot of the earlier parts of the round, and recently it's slowed down significantly, and it has allowed them to find themselves in some pretty dangerous positions now, like this from Boydie. The longer he can wait here, Dev, the longer he can burn time, the better this gets, and there's only 1:20 left on the clock.
Cutie's jammed out as well. These mute jammers proving really, really effective. They're the boost mute jammers from downstairs. Flashbangs go in. Boydie abused, and sure, here's the refrag coming in from Nico, but he finds one, and OJ supports from underneath. This could be it. Finally, there is a refrag from Cutie, but it may well be too little too late.
Attackers recovered the bomb diffuser.
Oh, perfectly. No, that's the free kill, OJ. Not aware of the vertical line. Speaking of which, the devil has appeared, Dev, and it forms in bouncing. Only 2 players left for Order to try to win their first basement attack as they start to progress. The side Campo from Archives. Joker tries to refrag. My goodness, Rofflcopter, 4 straight rounds, and we are now on that point.
Everything for Order's OCN Stage 1 season has come down to this. They were one of the favored teams this season with wildcard looking weak. It was their chance to shoot for #1, but they couldn't even make top 4 after regulation. They could only sit in 5th place. They would have had to run the gauntlet, and they still will have to come back here in order to have their shot at the OCN Championship. Rofflcopter, the underdogs, coming from an open qualifier, maybe about to take down one of the largest organizations in Australian esports and one of the most esteemed teams in the region. All they need to do is close it out right here.
Now, this is a Rofflcopter tactical timeout. These tack pauses have been instrumental throughout this season. There have been so many occasions where momentum is heavily swinging in one direction or the other. Maybe something's gone wrong. You slow it down, you talk. Now, I don't mind this from Rofflcopter. They have the momentum. They have everything in their favor. And they are calling it on the attack for a very specific reason. This basement defense has been an incredibly hard shell to crack. And they are taking their time here, resetting themselves and preparing for what could be 5 rounds straight. Not just to win the map, but to win the series. Unbelievable.
Match point, series point for Rofflcopter. And this is also the point that may well take them into our next round of the gauntlet. Up later today, of course, after this match is the winner versus Bliss, who have had a fantastic season, and both of these teams would be eager to find revenge against. And it looks like Rofflcopter may have that challenge before them, but they need to close it out here. Keep in mind, Rob, like this has been a defensive-sided consulate right here, and Rofflcopter only managed to get attack wins on Tellers and Archives. Now, Order have gone down to Garage, which was arguably their strongest bomb site. In particular, Rofflcopter really struggled when it came to breaching that main wall. Thatcher's banned out, and they haven't been able to clear these electric claws, particularly the one that's on the right-facing wall from outside. Left from your screen, it's actually in the roof, and it's very difficult to clear even from above due to the concrete that is kind of like right next to it. And I think that's going to be really pivotal here. If Rofflcopter can get that breached early, clear the claw and make some progress on this wall, I honestly think they would be in such a good position to take this. But if not, then we might head to round 15.
And that mute jammer right next to the drone hole to basement, you know, it even makes it harder, if it wasn't already, for Rofflcopter to get any sort of information onto where those claws are. They know that that's been a problem for them in the past, so it looks like the attention is not there to begin with. It is very much on this roam clear. And I just don't really see a lot of outlines there on the second floor for Order. In fact, it's the first floor. Joker's just holding spiral stairs. The rest of them, from what I can tell,
Where's the fifth?
in basement. There you go,
Oh,
Specker, sorry, in the bathroom. So, big pick.
Certainly is Jack Dad going down early. I still don't want to call it. I still think that there's a chance here for Order, especially if we can see a big multi-kill come through. Specker, for example. It may well come down to the playmaking, though.
Oh.
It's Campo, got the Gon 6, keen to take out that Banshee. He's just going to burn any ADSs nearby. And once again, Order haven't reinforced the north-facing public wall, which means Specker's going to be put onto the pump in just a moment. He's likely to drop the hatch here, or will he stand his ground? He loses the fight. 5v3 here on series point. An Order need to get back into this right now.
Once more, could Nico be the hero of the story? Gives them their first trade of the round, and it is on to OJ, who's been performing phenomenally, especially in the last 4 rounds. Has come up massively clutch.
They killed the flank watch.
If they do,
Nomad was the flank watch.
This will be big, Dev, because it could completely stop this progress to the site.
Oh, Nico at the moment, he's the only player on this flank. Joker went back downstairs to support Cutie, but Nico All he has is this SMG-11, and someone's watching the angle. Bouncin takes him down, looking for a refrag now, but Rob, it may be over for Order.
It may just be. Joker may still have the last laugh in this instance, though. It's not done just yet. Still, the outward-facing mirror may give Cutie some time to move with here. How much can they really achieve? Cutie pushes around the back of the white van, can't find it. He's met with the open arms of Hotshot and Rofflcopter. Dismiss Order in our very first best of 3 of the OCN playoffs.
And that is Rofflcopter, the newest addition to OCN, punching their ticket to the next round of the gauntlet. A massive moment in their careers, taking down the old guard, ever the bridesmaids of Order, who will sit out the rest of the playoffs.
Did not think that we would have been saying that, in all honesty, when we started that second map, Dev. Order were looking so strong. They were showing so much promise. That is for 5 rounds straight. 5 rounds straight to give them the win and to, I mean, essentially not allow it to go to a third map, which would have been Oregon. In which case, I actually think it may have favored Order again.
I definitely think if Order had won on Rofflcopter's map pick of Consulate, like, that is a serious momentum shift going to Oregon. That's safe as houses for Order. So this is massive. The fact that Rofflcopter locked it out, the mental fortitude to be able to make a 5-round comeback on your map pick, knowing that you bested your opponent on this map not 5 days ago, 7-2. A serious achievement here for Rofflcopter. I can't understate that. And if I'm Bliss, I'm going to be a bit scared, I think.
Yeah, they've been sitting, waiting in the rafters to see who was going to be their opponent. We found out it is well and truly Rofflcopter. They're flying high, but not too high. We're going to go back to the desk for them to break it all down. Xenox, ciao.
Yes, ciao, Manic, ciao. Yes, what a win for Rofflcopter, 2-0, stamping their authority all over Order, despite Order giving it their best effort on Consulate, especially compared to last time, Guz, where it was thoroughly one-sided. This time, Order had an opportunity to send it to Oregon, but full credit to Rofflcopter for fighting their way back into this match.
Yeah, well, we were only 2 rounds into the match, and Order matched their performance from the last time these two went head-to-head on Consulate, and they didn't roll over from there. In fact, Order had match point. They were 6-3 up, and then Rofflcopter just stepped up massively. Rounds 11 and 12 in particular were huge because they were the only 2 rounds in the entire map where the team that got the opening kill did not win the round. So Roffle really just stepping up to the occasion, and they progressed deeper into that gauntlet.
Yeah, seriously impressive comeback from Rofflcopter. The ability to come back after losing so many rounds in a row, especially on a map that has showed itself to be defender-sided, but you know, when you're 4-2 down, it's hard to keep the mental and the comms up and lively, but it seemed like they were really in control after the half. 5 rounds in a row at the end is seriously impressive.
Yeah, the mental fortitude shown from Rofflcopter kind of gives me inspiration to think that they actually could run the gauntlet. You know, you got this Bliss team that's going to be obviously facing them next, guys, and I would say that Bliss and Roffle are probably very evenly matched, and then therefore, when you actually look at Roffle coming in 2-0, they're feeling good. They've already been in the lobby. It does probably give them at least a good self-esteem moving forward. But look at the stats, though, here on Consulate first before we move on to any sort of talk. And what's intriguing about this one, guys, is, again, the entry stat favoring the losing team of Order.
That is just insane. 3 players from Order, Nico, Cutie, and Joker, respectively, +2 on the entry. And that is a similar theme to what we saw on map number 1. So it doesn't seem to matter whatever the map is. Order just having issues late round, I guess, on those executes. Yeah, it's a damning stat when you're losing, yet your entry is so strong.
And it's kind of in the story of the day, hasn't it? Just getting those entry picks and really working at the beginning of the round to get a good advantage, and then not being able to convert that into a round win. And towards the end of the match especially, in those high pressure situations, they seem to kind of falter. For example, that OJ 4K or 3K, what he got in Tellers was very impressive, but it kind of showed the disconnect of the players pushing one at a time, and that's kind of what happens.
Unfortunately, for Order, that's the final match map statistic that we're going to see with their names on it, because of course they're out of the gauntlet, guys. They're completely finished. Playoffs are done. OCN's done, and APAC is done. Before we move on in terms of celebrating Rofflcopter, I guess final words on Order, and I'll go to you first, Vinny. But has this been a disappointing stage one in both competitions for Order?
Yeah, I think this is kind of the point where they try to forget about stage one. They learn from their mistakes and their losses, but this is kind of the point where they think, okay, next stage, Nico's in. We can start really practicing with him and getting the team on the right track, working together to make sure that next stage isn't anything like this stage. They really want to be putting in better performances. They definitely have the pieces, and they just got to put it all together now.
Yeah, they have the ingredients to create a really impressive team. I think they just need someone at the helm that's really going to point them in the right direction, and they could bounce back in stage two. The results throughout the regular season in both OCN and APAC South have been extremely volatile, and there's no reason why over the break, which is pretty significant, mind you, I think it's about a month and a half, plenty of time there to rebound and build some momentum into the season.
Well, let's move over, though, of course, to the celebrations for Rofflcopter. We'll get the lovely Boydie in for a quick chat. And firstly, congratulations, Boydie. You move on. That's one team down. Still another 3 or so to go. It's a long gauntlet run. But with that first victory over Order, you got to be feeling as if you can do the whole run.
Yeah, that was a very enjoyable match to play, I'll say. Very close. Very proud of the boys to actually be able to bring it back, keep it calm on the second map, which is very nice to see. All the practice paying off. But yeah.
Yeah, I want to ask about that second map, Boydie, because obviously you guys were staring down the barrel of match point for a little bit there, but then you managed to take 5 rounds straight at the very end, and even yourself personally had a little bit of a rough start and then came good towards the end. Was there any particular reason that you can attribute that bounce back to?
We found the defense half a lot easier as well. It also helped once I got off 1-9. That definitely helped on started putting kills on the board. But yeah, just didn't really give them an opportunity to close that around and just kept it together.
G'day, Boydie, mate. Well done again. Just wanted to ask, it's a pretty simple question, just going off the current BO3 setup that you're doing in the Gauntlet. How do you feel kind of that affects your playstyle, and from how did that really affect how you play today?
The BO3s, they're a lot more enjoyable to play. We don't really think that we're necessarily better or worse than them at BO1s. We've had a lot less practice at them. Like the only time most of us have played BO3s recently was back in relegations. But we were confident in all the maps we got in the vetoes, and yeah, just.
You obviously don't get much of a break, I guess, all right? So we may see you again later today, but how are you feeling now going into the Bliss matchup? The one thing I want to ask is, do you feel better having played, or would have you preferred to be in Bliss's position where they got to sit back, they got to watch you guys, and now they get to come in fresh?
Won't make too much of a difference, to be honest. Not anticipating as much of a struggle against them, against Order. We had a lot less prep. We didn't think we don't need it. I don't think we will.
Awesome. I guess I think that's it from us. What I'll do is let you get some final words, I guess, but we'll make them short and sweet because we may see you again later if you can get the victory against Bliss.
Yes. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in. All right.
Awesome, Boydie. Well, head back into the lobby in a couple of minutes, and we'll see you in game soon.
Yes, thank you.
Short, sweet from Boydie and Rofflcopter. Cool, calm, collected as always. Lovely interviewee, guys. Well, it's a strange, it's strange times. He's going to get straight back into the lobby. They've got to go now play and prepare for Bliss. Vinny, this is not something that usually happens in the regular season. Would you feel it's, something that's a little bit different that might play into the result of the upcoming match?
In this case, no. I think Rofflcopter are a team that have the ability to play long sessions of Siege. I've been part of those rank stacks a few times, and they go for a very long time. So I don't think the amount of Siege they're playing is going to affect them, but maybe just, different play styles from different teams can be something they need to adapt to. Bliss and Order are very different teams, and it'll take something different to take on Bliss.
Yeah, I don't think it'll be the duration of playstyle or play time that's really going to hurt them. The one thing that I picked up on in the interview is Boydie's the confidence that Bliss, as he framed it, maybe an easier opponent than Order, and that they didn't have to do as much prep. So some fighting words there. Will probably come back to bite him if they don't win their upcoming match, but I do like a little bit of confidence.
It's funny he says that, considering the last time that Bliss and Rofflcopter met, it was a Bliss victory as well at that. So, gonna go to a break. When we come back, of course, after the break, we move forward in the gauntlet alongside Roffle. They'll be taking on Bliss.
Specker finds another one, 3K, and the Specker with the quad! He needs to find this kill. Plant starting to go down. There's one for Campo, and that's the diffuser on the ground. Specker might clutch this again, but the knife! LOL!
A Rofflcopter, oh no, sorry, Jack. It's all the way down in Bakery. Never mind that.
A Rofflcopter have forced their ways in, and Campo, he can hold!
Winnable.
Taking down one, and he's gonna get up the diffuser.
Oh my God!
Looking. How is that happening,
God!
Jack Daddy? So close.
That was a perfect plan. Now the retake must be on.
Oh, Nico! My
my
God!
God!
How does he find both kills there? Maybe able to get this
Oh,
confirmed.
perfect.
How is Nico swung again and found a double kill? He's gonna find another. It's only on the
And you're gonna have to land your shots. Rounding the corner, he can find one, but the double is just not there.
And Order are trying to find something here. What on earth is going on? Dev. Wow.
Rofflcopter claw themselves back in here. Bouncer goes down. Camper has a C4. Does that land? It does, and it's a double as well. OJ wants one more. A C4 to support, but it's not
No
enough.
way.
OJ Copter Joker has gone down, and Nico's looking for the
No
vertical.
way.
OJ 3 kills.
Living started in 2013 after we lost a very good man in the name of Dwayne Lally to a mental illness. They say death by suicide affects 115 people, but you can't even put a number on it. The ripple effect that the loss of one life had on thousands of people far outweighed what I've ever experienced in my entire life.
I'd received a call saying he'd gone missing. I was driving around the whole of the Gold Coast looking for him. I had no idea where to find him.
Dwayne was an avid boxing man, very talented, life of the party, very charismatic, extremely passionate.
Loving, loyal, he was very cheeky.
Mental illness is costing many people their lives every single day. While I'm sitting here speaking, people are taking their life, and it's because there's people suffering in silence.
1 in 5 people suffer from some form of mental illness, and suicide's the leading cause of death between the ages of 15 and 44.
You can look for things like not getting out of bed of a morning, being socially disconnected, loss of appetite, change in mood, change in behaviour, lack of self-esteem.
Dwayne suffered from depression and bipolar for a number of years, and the stigma kept him quiet. So we wanted to turn that negative into a positive, and if the shoe was on the other foot, I'm sure Dwayne would have done the same. We're just doing what he would have done.
Hi, my name's Dan Price. I don't know where I'd be if I didn't connect with Livin, but I certainly wouldn't be as well as I am today. I was suicidal and tried to take my life on the 4th of December 2014. I was very lucky to survive. I didn't want people to know that I was struggling because of the stigmas around mental illness.
We noticed that there were plenty of great service providers in this country, but all too common people weren't seeking help because of this stigma. So we wanted to bridge that gap.
As males, we're extremely tough. We want to be the tough people, the ones that have all the answers, the ones that don't want to admit our vulnerabilities and our weaknesses.
You might not have the answers, but if you can offer support and just listen to them, that could be what they need in that moment of time.
I was an alpha male and a popular guy, and I didn't want people to think I was weak, and that's why I love the message that Livin presents, which is it ain't weak to speak.
We go all around the country, businesses, sporting clubs, teaching people that it ain't weak to speak. What we're really doing is educating them in how to speak, where to speak, and then we're educating people on how to listen and how to look for these warning signs, because without one, you can't really have the other. It's all about being honest and open. You know, if something's off, just ask them.
That's what living's all about, taking that stigma away and giving people hope, help, connection, and giving them the confidence to speak up and seek the help when they need it and when they deserve it.
We believe with education comes understanding, with understanding comes acceptance, and with acceptance comes hope.
I want to change the way the world understands, perceives and interprets mental health. Let's change the dynamics in which this is looked at. For far too long it's been a stigma. We're going to make this a dinner table conversation, the same way that we'd put our hand up and run for help if we had a broken leg.
Don't be afraid to have those, hard-hitting, confronting conversations, because it could save a life.
I'm the happiest I've ever been in my life, and Livin has been instrumental in changing my life for the better.
If in doubt, reach out, because there's a lot of people out there that want to help and support you making that change to get back on track to start living again.
Op 4 eliminate.
What if I just... Oh! I didn't... I was like, surely someone will be sitting there, right?
That made no sense.
What?
I really hope it does. It'd be beautiful. I'm actually gonna pause my music in case she does. I doubt she will. Oh, did she just blow them all up? Oh,
No.
I think she just blew them all up, but she didn't. Oh! She actually did. She actually did.
Bomb, get ready to engage.
I'm so garbage. I don't deserve the kill. That's crucial.
What the f-
Oh!
Oh my god, the whole team is in here. I trapped him. You can come out and get the hostage. Run in, grab the hostage and leave. They're all in this room. They are all in this room. They are all stuck.
Oh, I should have thrown it on like they needed.
Really? That's how we won? That's how we won?
Tomato sauce is stored in the fridge.
Definitely the fridge.
Store it in the fridge.
I store tomato sauce in the pantry.
I store my tomato sauce in the fridge.
Whenever I get asked this question, I've got an answer for it. It's both.
Definitely store tomato sauce in the fridge.
If you're a frequent user of tomato sauce, it makes sense to put it in the cupboard. If you don't use the tomato sauce often, it makes sense to put it in the fridge.
I store my sauces in the fridge.
I think if you have it in the closet, it's kind of weird.
How do I eat my Weet-Bix?
With milk. I eat my Weet-Bix with milk.
One Weet-Bix at a time.
Honey, probably strawberries or like blueberries as well. They go pretty hard.
With sugar, and I used to have 6.
I like slice up one banana with my Weet-Bix, and I'll have like 4 or 5.
I don't eat Weet-Bix actually.
I don't eat Weet-Bix. I barely eat breakfast.
My mum loves to make it with hot water.
Weet-Bix in the bowl, 3 or 4 depending on how hungry you are.
She puts a bit of milk and a bit of hot water, and she likes to like mush it up.
Then a bit of milk and then honey on the top.
Sort of like a porridge, but with Weet-Bix.
And then after you put the honey on the Weet-Bix, then you gotta crush it in with the milk. That's the way to do it.
My favorite movie?
100% my favorite movie is Inception.
Baby Driver.
Rush Hour 1, 2, and 3. They're probably by far the funniest and most entertaining to watch.
Favorite movie is Avatar.
A Place Beyond the Pines.
I'd have to say the Lord of the Rings / Hobbit series.
I think my favorite movie would have to be the Grown Up series.
Yeah, no, Paul Blart, that's my answer, Paul Blart.
I just love cheesy comedy. Stuff that's not meant to be funny, but it just is for some reason.
No, pineapple does not belong on pizza, and if you put it on pizza, grow up.
No.
Yes.
No.
Pineapple, 100% on pizza.
Pineapple shouldn't be anywhere near pizza.
I don't think so, but it's not that bad.
Oh yeah, 100%. The pineapple, the marinara, yeah, nah, that's an easy question.
If I had to pick any superpower,
Visibility would be cool.
Being able to read people's minds.
I'd say time travel.
My superpower of choice would be to be able to control time.
Being able to fly or something, I think it's pretty boring.
I probably just want to fly.
Flying, I can get anywhere I want. Super speed would be really dope.
Teleportation. First thing I'll do, teleport into a vault, steal all the money and teleport out.
You're a villain.
Pretty much, yeah.
Hi, my name's Riley. I'm 19 years old and I work at Bunnings Warehouse. My favourite thing about working out is just, it's a release, it's me switching off for the day and just lifting the weights. Love seeing the transformation and making progress. I look forward to getting to the gym and working out, so it plays a big part in my life. Getting down to the gym, going on a run or riding the bike, whatever it is, I just enjoy it. Coming down to the gym at first is a little bit of a nerve-wracking experience, but once you see past all the you know, it's not what you think it is. It's really good. It's a good community down here, and it's awesome. People want to help you out and you know, help you improve. You definitely have to be patient. You know, success doesn't happen overnight. You gotta work hard for it and stick at it. And yeah.
How many are there? 6?
6. I think I should ace this. I should, yeah. 5's reasonable, I think.
I think I'll do okay. I'd be happy with getting at least half.
2.
My name is Digital.
Hello, my name's Dino.
I am Vincere.
And this is the 6 Sounds Audio Challenge. Yeah, okay. Sounds like a Rooney's Gate, I think.
What the hell?
Okay, so it's reloading. That's an Rooney Gate going up, I think.
I think it's 0. 0's gadget. Dino shoots into the wall.
Yeah, that's definitely her placing it on the door frame, and then that's it activating for sure.
Yes, get in. Get in. I was rightfully confident.
That has a sound? I wasn't gonna get that. This is one of 3 sounds. It's either operator pick, you just lost the round, or you just won the round.
is the sound of the map starting just before band phase.
The intro noise? Yeah. Wait. Oh, wait, no, that's a...
You're loading into just a map. You're loading into the map.
Which map?
Just a map. I don't know a map. I don't know.
I feel like it's definitely a map I've played a lot. I think Clubhouse. I'm gonna say Clubhouse. I don't think it's right, but I'm gonna say Clubhouse.
Consulate. Consulate, I'm just gonna guess it. Locking in Consulate.
Hereford base.
I should have got that.
Did you say correct?
Yes.
Okay, good.
So there's different sounds to different maps. Interesting. I normally alt tab out when we're loading into it.
It's a gun shooting. I think the gun sounds sound different on different sound profiles.
Okay, so it's a gun. Duh. And
Oh, yeah. Wait, like maybe the reload sound will give it off.
I think it's Dutch's AR. I think it's called AR-13 or AR-33 or something.
It's a new attack. I feel like it's a new attacker.
That's like a lever pulling back, so maybe Buck. You're gonna have to say Buck, but I don't think that's right.
I'm gonna go Gridlock's gun. AR-33, play that again. No, you've done some editing to that.
Did someone get that right? It was Ditch, wasn't it?
When sounds actually mean something to me, like when it's actually useful, then yeah, I know what it is. Loading into a map, that's not gonna help me in comp. I'm not gonna remember that.
That is ridiculous, man.
That's just changing the gun firing mode.
Wait. One.
That's easy. That's when you're changing a gun from single burst in order, changing fire mode.
It's like three modes. You like hear it. I'm gonna go lock in bullet rate of fire mode. Oh, I reckon 4 from 6 here is credible.
2 out of 6. Woo! You're punching something. Oh, you're punching Castle's barricade.
Castle's barricade, don't know the name of them, but the castle barricade being, yeah, destroyed by meleeing.
Punching a castle barricade till it opens, I think.
So it starts off hard and it's going easier, I think. Alright.
Alright, last one, come on.
Okay, what's this? It's not in-game. Oh, it's an alpha pack.
Opening an alpha pack.
Opening an alpha pack, that's, yeah. Come on, mates, come on. That's alpha pack.
Did I beat digital? That's all I care.
Not happy, but then also happy, because I sort of came back there, so...
You win.
What do I get, though?
Pride?
Yeah, that's alright. I'll take that.
I'm happy that I got 4 out of 6, but because he got 4 out of 6, no.
I guess I'm just playing more than you guys, and I mean, it shows. I don't know. That's all I'm gonna say.
I'll just have to beat him in game, which should be easy.
Woo.
My name is Lachlan Boyd and I'm entry fragger for Rofflcopter GG. But what you don't know about me is that I grew up on a farm. I grew up on a cattle farm, 1,600 acres. Just lived there for most of my life. We had roughly 800 to 1,000 cattle, depending on the time of the year. So I used to muster cattle, fence work, help feed out hay, anything that needed to be done. It was good in some aspects and challenging in others. A lot of empty space, ride motorbikes around, just chill. I was pretty reckless on the motorbike. I lost count of how many times I crashed my motorbike. The worst part was definitely the internet. I had to play Siege on 3G mobile hotspot for a year and a half, 2 years, I think. I was back on console in those days. I had roughly 400 abandons because of the internet by the time I moved to PC. I could handle the 1600 acres easy enough and the mobs of cattle, but the internet, just no way. I think the best operator to be a farmer would be Fuse, because he's chunky. I would never go back to farming. I couldn't deal with the internet issues. Again, I'm too reliant on YouTube.
My name is Marty Koshnam, and I'm an entry fragger for Team Bliss. But what you don't know about me is I'm an actual athlete, unlike the rest of these guys. I play mainly two sports, being soccer and basketball. I used to play Division 3 at a professional club. I'd say I'm pretty much better than everyone that competes in soccer against me or basketball. I guess it was just watching a lot of Messi and just getting inspired by that, and I'll just take it on the field, and then from there I guess magic just happened. My biggest achievement in sport would have to be the MVP award back in 2015. My most memorable moment would have to be when it was overtime 3-3 and I scored the winning goal. Nothing too fancy, just a standard kick. The worst thing I've done would probably be when I slide tackled someone and I kind of injured him. He ended up breaking his ankle.
You mean you ended up breaking his ankle?
If you say it that way then. I definitely did stop the goal, that's for sure. The siege operator who would be the best soccer player would be Captel, because he already shows off his skills in his elite skin. I definitely got the inspiration from my brother as well. I used to watch his games all the time. Unfortunately, he was a tier above me, so I never got the chance to verse him, but I'll definitely kick his ass in Siege.
This could be huge. Manages to find them. Welcome back to the Oceanic Nationals presented by Samsung. We've got our first round out of the way for the gauntlet, and it is of course Rofflcopter that fly above order. And now we move on to our next matchup. But before we do, of course, we have a changing of the guard. I had to say it. It is of course Dev Martyr on the Analyst, and I'm somehow on the hosts. I don't know what's happened there. But a familiar face down the very end, Vinny. You got to see that one from the peanut gallery. Final thoughts on the order matchup?
Just the better team on the day, I think. Roffle showed why they're definitely contenders in this league and why they deserve their spot, and definitely have the ability to go through the gauntlet over this weekend. So I'm really excited to see what they can pull off. Yeah, certainly so. You're speaking about going through the gauntlet. Let's go and have a look at how that progress is going so far. With that 2-0 win, obviously they progress into the round number 2. And this one, I think, is a bit of an interesting head-to-head matchup. Both of these teams are actually the teams that came from the qualifiers at the end of last year, Dev. And they've got I would say they've actually got a lot to prove regardless of what they've been able to do in the regular season.
Yeah, it's definitely a bit of a storied history between these teams. And in fact, if you were to, at the start of this season, have a look at this playoffs bracket and you had to pick the teams that you thought were out of place, the teams that you wouldn't expect that would make playoffs, it's Bliss and Rofflcopter. They're definitely the outliers here. Knights, Chiefs, and Order have always been staples of the scene locally, but this match is definitely two teams that have outperformed and are in a hot form this season.
Certainly so. And coming into this off the back of the 2-0, Vinny, would you expect Rofflcopter to be feeling more confident in this spout?
I mean, their confidence must be at an all-time high right now. Coming back 5 rounds in a row on that second map, they're feeling the wins for sure. And Bliss are a team that, in terms of kind of their ability to work under pressure, sometimes struggle. And I think with this momentum, they're going to be very, very hard to beat.
Yeah, and Dev, just talk to me. I mean, I don't think we saw any of these players really struggle in that best of 3. It felt like every single one had an impact.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to pick here, like you talk about Boydie, he was a player that we talked about a lot coming into this season. He's the freshest face on this roster, and he had a really tough second map. In fact, he said that in the interview. He was, I think, 1-9 at some point, but he started to bring back his momentum and started to feel a lot better come the end of that game. And as you said, it was Vinny, 5 rounds in a row for Rofflcopter to come back at the end of that. And I think that when you've had a performance like that, it goes to show, even if you are a bit downtrodden, if you have a bad game, you could definitely come back, and Rofflcopter have proven that.
Yeah, and I mean, you spoke about the stamina, Vinny.
before in the pre-show. Is that going to play effect? I know Xenox has just spoken to you in the previous post-show about, you know, Rofflcopter's ability to back it up, and you're feeling pretty confident here. Is there any kind of lack, or, you know, like, not lack of stamina, but is there any kind of downgrade to the mental state after playing your first best of 3 of the night?
Yeah, it's an interesting kind of topic to talk about. In terms of like the actual siege they're playing, I don't think it'll take that big of an effect, but being able to be mentally checked in for that many rounds, especially since both games basically went the full limit. The first map didn't go to OT, but it was the full 12 rounds, and then the second map went to OT, so they played basically the max amount of rounds. Being able to stay mentally checked in for that long can be pretty tough, and going to another map, looking at another BO3, possibly 3 maps, it could be tough, but I think they definitely have it in them.
Yeah, and we are, of course, talking about Bliss, who will be coming up against Rofflcopter. Now, Dev, Bliss had such an incredible start to the season, my word.
And they certainly did. It's kind of insane, honestly, to think that this is a team that has been, I don't mean any hate, but like, this is a team that has always been mediocre. They've always been in the middle pack season upon season, dating back into the Pro League days when they were known as Ferox or Fury. But they've made some big changes coming into this season. Obviously, retakes coming in has made a massive difference for this team. And they've even said that Oda in his interviews, very confident, he's had a lot to say. And they stormed through the relegations despite being knocked down into that tournament. They came through in first place. And we've seen a lot of great from them this season. In fact, finishing up in third place across the 7 play days, tied for points with the Chiefs, and only 1 point behind Nice. Honestly, it's kind of insane to think that they were able to have such a good run. They had victories over teams like, Order, Rhythm, Rofflcopter, Wildcard. They just were so consistent across the entire season.
Yeah, and speaking of Wildcard going up against them there, Vinny, what is it actually like being in the server against this team? Because this is a team that you've played for a couple of seasons now. What's different now?
I think it's really just their determination to stay together. We see sometimes, especially in our region, that teams tend to fall apart, but you've got Naz, you've got, Shade and Todd, 3 veteran players that have really stuck it out and built this team to the point where it is today. They're just showing much more consistency. They added a player like retakes to the mix, who is just an unbelievable fragger. He has the ability to win rounds by himself, win maps by himself even. And as well as Oda, not to discount Oda at all. He definitely does his job, holds those flanks down hard, and gets his picks as well when he needs to.
And Dev, I think I'll kind of leave it on you to sum it up, but do Bliss have this? Is this the Bliss season that, we've been waiting for so long?
It's so hard because I feel like every single playday I doubted Bliss. Every single playday I thought, look, they've been on hot form so far, but I don't think they've got what it takes to, break the number 2. Well, they broke number 3 coming into the playoffs, and they were sitting at number 1 on the standings for a good amount of that time. I'm not 100% sure yet. I think that Rofflcopter have strong form, as do Bliss. And like you were saying before, Vinny, about the previous game, it's going to come down to who's better in the server in the next 3 hours for this best of 3. Everything outside of that is irrelevant right now.
Yeah. Well, it sounds like you're throwing a bit of shade toward Bliss. So how about Bliss throw a bit of shade back to you? Welcome in. And look, to be honest, what a season you have had. You've been kind of sitting back watching that matchup against Roffle. How are you feeling now that you've seen the 2-0 in their favor?
We were kind of hoping for a third map to sort of draw it out and draw out their endurance, but 2 maps going the full time's not that bad. So we're fairly happy.
Yeah, Dev?
Yeah, I just want to say, where are you right now? This is Team Bliss headquarters, man.
Yes, it is. It's Team Bliss headquarters in Brisbane. I've been here for the last awesome. 2 play days. Yeah.
I had no idea, man. That is fantastic. It looks amazing. Great to have another Aussie org in the scene.
Yes, it is. Bliss have been very supportful of us throughout this entire season, so it's amazing the support they can give us.
Vinny?
Just a quick question. I was talking about like the consistency of the roster that you guys have had, and you've added Oda and retakes. How have they kind of, added to what you, Naz, and Todd had been building?
I mean, retakes is a new pickup this season. retakes has brought a lot to the table, especially for his first season in, I guess, PL, or the highest thing we've got in OCN. So he's really pulled up to the table in retakes. Oda spent last season with us, and he's really sort of brought things to the table. So we're happy with them, and they perform well. We work well as a team.
So, obviously, you've really performed quite well throughout the season, and I mean, there's no questions asked that coming into this, you are still looking extremely good. If you are to beat Rofflcopter here, how are you feeling going against the Chiefs? They seem to be coming into a bit of fine form on their own.
In a BO3, it's going to be very interesting against Chiefs. We'll sort of see where the maps go, and where the vetoes end up. So,
yeah,
we're looking.
I think that
we're hoping.
You're looking and hoping. Well, to be fair, I think that you may well be in the best form that we have seen you from a casting perspective, and it's been incredible to watch the progress of Bliss so far. And of course, now that you're representing Bliss, it is a great achievement. Are there any final words that you want to say before we let you go?
No, not really. We're really happy with how the vetoes went, and we're hoping for a good game.
Oh, all right, Shade. Thank you very much for that, mate. We wish you the best of luck.
Thanks, Matic.
Ooh, he's feeling confident about the vetoes, and I am just my interest has been piqued here, Dev.
Yeah, it certainly has, and great to see Shade so confident. He's a player who's been in the scene forever. I think it was the very first season of Pro League he played for a team, and eventually he came in onto this roster and has done such an amazing job. He's also quite a playmaker himself. Shade, known for being a bit cheeky and a bit creative, so I love seeing what he's got in this server, and I'm so happy to see him in the Team Bliss headquarters with that beautiful backdrop as well. It's just so great to see. I think this team finally has all of the pieces of the puzzle that they need, and maybe that is the reason why they've had such an amazing season. Can they take it further? I feel like I can't say no.
Well, I mean, it may just come down to the maps, which he is feeling confident about. So let's have a look at how the veto went down. It was Chalet banned out by Rofflcopter. Obviously, Bliss backing it up onto Cafe. Vinny, you can kind of see the rest has played out with Clubhouse, Coastline, and Oregon as the decider. Are you backing Bliss into this now?
Well, yeah, I'm kind of looking at that Rofflcopter pick on Clubhouse, and I find that pretty interesting because Bliss are historically a fairly strong team on Clubhouse. They tend not to let that go unplayed if that gets through. So the fact that Roffle picked it for them is kind of interesting. And Coastline from the Bliss pick, kind of the same idea. I don't think Roffle are necessarily a weak Coastline team, so I think both these maps kind of favor both teams fairly equally, and I'm sure we're going to see two really good maps.
Yeah. Dev, you've got your stats as always, I know. Please throw them at us.
Well, one of the things that it gets me is that Clubhouse is actually a rematch of these guys playing in the OCN season, right? And Bliss won that 8-6, and obviously Rofflcopter picked it. If you keep in mind the fact that unfortunately Rofflcopter had to sub out one of their key players, Bouncin, during that game, and sub in Cynics, they're confident that they know exactly why they lost that map, and they are so confident that they can take it this time around. And honestly, despite Bliss being a good Clubhouse team, I respect Rofflcopter for taking them back to that map, especially because Bliss lost just the other day to Knights on this very map. So I do think that's a fair pick from Roffle.
And we always talk about Clubhouse being so methodical, Vinny. Would you agree that maybe Bliss might be the more methodical team in this instance, or do you think that you could have the same argument for Rofflcopter?
Yeah, not necessarily. I think Roffle have really built themselves, especially this season, into a team that has that structure and that methodical approach to their attacks.
Yep.
Obviously, Bliss have that backbone of Todd, who just has played the game for such a long time and understands win conditions better than most people in this scene. And they always know how to get the job done. But I think both teams, honestly, methodically, I think it will actually come down to who can play more aggressive and find opening picks earlier in the rounds. I think if attackers get set up, then this could be very drawn out rounds with more plants than frag fest, to be honest.
Jeez, haven't we seen that this season? I feel like it's been impactful in terms of the frag department. And Dev, if you were to kind of lean into one or the other here on Clubhouse, we have seen Clubhouse played by both of these rosters, and although it's a Rofflcopter pick, I think I would agree with Vinny in saying that it is kind of a fairly even match for them both.
Yeah, definitely a good map for both of these teams, and I definitely think both of them are capable of beating each other on this map. Like if you got these teams to play the same map 10 times over, I think you'd probably see a pretty even split of how many times it flows to each way. And that's why I do think, like you said, Vinny, like this is going to come down to not just the methodical and structured approach, but that aggression. We've seen playmakers be the highlight time and time again. Whether it's big C4 kills, we've seen people from Bliss like Shade have really impactful, even spawn peaks, crazy wall bangs, and C4s. So I think that you're probably going to see players like that determining these rounds. And even if it just gets you a one win here or one win there, I think that is going to spiral. So whichever team has the players that are on form right now in the next hour, that's the team that's going to win Clubhouse.
All right, well, let's see if it's evenly distributed across the predictions, the so-called experts. It's in, and it looks like it's 5-3 to Bliss. Vinny, you were the last to predict, and you took your damn time with it. Please talk to me about it.
You cheated. You knew the map veto.
Yeah, talk to us about it. You knew, you cheeky bugger.
I did slightly cheat, and when I found out that Clubhouse was the first map, I did put Bliss. It was a bit of a flip-flop between the maps. I think Coastline is actually going to favor Roffle a little bit more, but I think with that first map of Clubhouse and Bliss, kind of the way they play that map, I think if they can get a really good start and take that, then I think they'll take the whole series.
And Dev, please speak for both of us here with this pick. I will allow you to speak for both of us on behalf of this duo.
Look, I love an underdog story. I want to see, Rofflcopter come in their inaugural season, and they've already made an impact, but I think they can go further. I think they can take it to Bliss. Like we've said, Clubhouse is a map that can go either way. I think Coastline is also the same case. I think Roffle have it in them.
Yep.
We'll just see whether their stamina can stack up against a very fresh Bliss.
Speaking of stamina, you're looking to build yours. You've got a good opportunity to. Snap Fitness at the moment, of course, one of our incredible sponsors. For the first 4 weeks, it's only $4 per week. Get on that treadmill. Maybe you can meet Xenox there. He'll probably be most likely taking the bus, so chances you're going to be on that, very minimal. But make sure, guys, you do take advantage of it. It is, of course, an excellent opportunity to get some gains, which Dev may not have the most gains, but I'm sure by stage 3, you will be looking red hot, mate.
Certainly will. Yeah, I've actually just walked by my local Snap Fitness yesterday, and I saw it, and big glass window, you can see everyone exercising in, and I'm like, I'm so intimidated, but I'm so keen, and I'm very ready.
Well, fortunately enough, we are actually ready to get into game, so we won't hold you any longer, ladies and gentlemen. It is, of course, none other than the Bus and Guz.
Look, at this point, I'm starting to think you might be the Bus in disguise, Manic. Look, I was going to compliment his segue as well, Guz. I thought he did a really good job there with the sponsor, but you know what? He is just not really that good of a caster. Let's move on, though, shall we, to what is going to be a very good match. It is, of course, going to be Bliss versus Rofflcopter. We've already seen a bit of Rofflcopter, of course, earlier this evening, Guz. So I guess coming into this match, they're going to be a little bit less blind than, say, Bliss. Let's get straight into the match. It's going to be Clubhouse to kickstart this best of 3. Team Bliss, they got to sit back and watch the very first match between Rofflcopter and Order. Now they get into the action here in Germany. For Rofflcopter, though, Guz, this is, part of the gauntlet run. They're going to have to go the whole way if they're going to be able to challenge Knights at the very end of the gauntlet. Bliss is just yet another team in their path.
Jumping into the ban phase as Nazgul drops, so that's a nice early pick there for Roffle. Thatcher taken off the board, pretty typical here on Clubhouse these days. I wonder what Bliss will follow it up with here. We might see something a little bit out of the ordinary, depending on just how crazy they want to play this afternoon. And Yana will be taken off the board, an operator that has been seeing quite a bit of play frags and the Gon 6 in the pocket. Prove that utility still reigns supreme, and Bliss just don't want to deal with her.
I'm going to see the Mute banned out next as well. So far, nothing too crazy with the Mute and the Thatcher. Yana's a little bit different, as you mentioned. It's something that's going to play a bit of a part based on these two teams, which, speaking of these two teams coming into Clubhouse, I get a feeling, guys, and I could be off the mark here as Mira's going to be the final ban. I get a feeling that These two teams are not going to play the conventional, methodical, structured clubhouse that you used to see from the best teams, say like Knights, for instance. I think we might see some wackier plays from these two teams coming into clubhouse.
Maybe. I hope we don't go back to camera because I just stood up. You know, there's not many times where I move my legs much during a cast. No.
I mean, you can stay standing. It's not that big of a deal if you're shown standing. At some point, everyone's going to see you standing anyway through the new awesome Pip caster replays.
True. That is true. Well, I mean, we can take this opportunity, I think, to talk about the map history a bit. The boys touched on it briefly, but now we have a good opportunity to dive a little bit deeper. The one thing that stands out to me is not only have these two played head-to-head, as the desk mentioned, but Bliss have played Clubhouse a lot. The majority of their regular season games were on Clubhouse, 4 out of 7. That gives a lot of intel to their opponent in Roffle. Properly, then they'll be good. I'm just going to stay standing. You know what? Stuff it. I'm not sitting back down. Can't be bothered. Roffle, on the other hand, only played it twice in the regular season, so a little bit less to go off. But most importantly, I guess one of those was the victory. Well, the loss against Bliss with the Cynic sub. So arguably that score wasn't reflective of Roffle actually, you know, being probably the better team in that matchup.
You just seem so tall, I can't take you seriously. Yeah, whatever you said. I wasn't even listening. I was mesmerized by your beautiful, luscious height and your standing capabilities, something I wish I could very well do as well. Let's get just straight back into it then. Why not? So thank you for feeling there, guys. Appreciate it.
No problem. That's what I'm here for.
So Team Bliss on the attack first. Rofflcopter will be defending here on Clubhouse, which honestly, I'm just going to be completely forward here, guys. I got no idea. Attacker, defender sided, and I could probably say that for any map in both OCN and APAC this stage. It has seemingly just gone from more so team to team rather than the map itself in terms of which is more favored.
I'd agree on that sentiment. The Snap Fitness community vote favoring Team Bliss narrowly, just like the experts, so maybe they're stealing some of our predictions there. I think it's probably a fair judgment. Of course, Team Bliss start a little bit deeper into the gauntlet, so arguably they should be the favoured team, but Roffle looking red hot off the back of those last two maps, and who knows what damage they can inflict here.
Obviously, the winner of this match will move forward in the gauntlet. Awaiting them is going to be Chiefs, or the Chiefs, whichever one they want to go by on the day, apparently. So they'll be waiting and watching and seeing who their competitor is. Rofflcopter, of course. If they can somehow get past Bliss, it really does set up a hot prospect matchup in terms of can they run the gauntlet. Boy from Oil Pit with the C4. We'll talk about an impact play to start off this second best of 3 of the day. And it gets Rofflcopter off to the perfect start, especially for Church Arsenal, having the advantage 5-4 with 2.5 minutes remaining.
Of course, that is the danger man in Repix taken down, and that frees up Secret quite a bit here for the defense. You can see Bounce already starting to play off this position, and if they know Zofia was the target, then he could play even more freely. I would think not, unless they had the default camera up, but either way, his position now be a little bit safer, and maybe Bounce will spot that corpse. Team Bliss, though, time for them to try and recover. Hatch is still up as they clear the roamers, and Nazgul on the Jackal, of course, will help speed that up, as we can see the hatch is being worked on now.
It's a lot of time as well for Bliss, but they will be at this disadvantage for the remainder of this map, or of this round, I should say. How can they overcome that besides just rush dropping down this kitchen hatch at some point? Can they find a pick elsewhere and open up some avenues to equal things up going down to the final minutes or final seconds of this opening round? It's a marathon, though, not a sprint, especially when it comes to the map itself. But being a best of 3, things do change up differently compared to best of 1s. Each round important, but compared to a best of 1, a little bit different. Minute left in this round as Dirt gets opened up by Shade.
No real pressure being applied to the defense at the moment. You can see everyone holding pretty key positions. Hotshot has dirt covered and players in towards Church have those entries covered. And even on the other side, right inside of blue, just no one really feeling any real pressure at the moment. It's up to Bliss to try and get some vert, play off these hatch drops, but I think they're just going to have to send it. They don't really have another option here. They're going to have to rely on winning their ones, and that's going to be tough.
One from Dirt, one from Secret. You got obviously Kitchen Hatch as well. If they did in fact get that open, we didn't see it for a while. Barbed wire going to be destroyed. 20 seconds left. And of course, as I mentioned before, at that disadvantage, Oda gets one, but he's going to be traded back immediately by Bouncin. His life did not last long. Two players pushing through. Dirt, Hotshot, primed with a shotgun as well. Does miss the shot, but surely there's not going to be enough time for Bliss to make their way all the way into Arsenal and get that plant down with 2 seconds. And well, no, they funnel on through. Campo picked up 2. Rofflcopter get the opening round.
It's a pretty poor round number 1 there from Team Bliss. And of course, retakes dying early really didn't help the cause. But from there, they failed to establish much vert that was pressuring side. They did work the hatches, but Roffle played it quite well and didn't enter lines of sight and give away free picks. And then at the end, more than happy to just trade it out, knowing they had that man advantage. And in the end, Bliss forced to filter through dirt. And of course, that was never going to end well for them. So solid start for Roffle as we head back, or we head over to rather gym and bedroom.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
Certainly one of your more preferred sites on Clubhouse in recent times, Guz. Gym bedroom. Nice to see Rofflcopter actually head to this one first up. Although usually it's just due to the fact that the defending teams struggle. Royally struggling recently, especially on like Church Arsenal and at times even Cash CCTV, but due to stubbornness or just due to wanting to play on the familiar sites, they just ignore Gym bedroom. So to go to this early for Rofflcopter is intriguing to see how this is going to play out. In times gone by, it has been more of the attacker favored site, I guess, but times have changed, at least recently here in OCN, that's for sure. And Rofflcopter will feel comfortable going over to Gym bedroom here for the second round. It's a good start here on Clubhouse, especially considering that Bliss were able to sit back and watch that first series between Rofflcopter and Order, try and pick up on a few things and maybe how Roffle are playing. Different maps though, but still nonetheless, Rofflcopter also have to deal with the fact that they've been playing for longer today.
Irene being brought to the board here from Rofflcopter. We saw Campo punching rotates open, placing down Surya gates, and that will aim to slow down the attack late round and soak utility. Meanwhile though, Bliss playing in towards the CC cash hold. Breach was open quite quickly, and Boydie in fact will fall off swiftly as well. Reinforcing the position out in towards Logi, placing down some magnets. I would presume to assist in holding Con quite aggressively, but with Mirror Band, that might not be the play, but that could be the play. OJ with a C4. It doesn't hit the mark.
Aggressive from Roffle, which is what you like to see. Jacuzzi wall going to be electrified, so that's something that Bliss are going to obviously have to deal with. They already got Kennel's wall opened up. Especially on Gym bedroom recently, we haven't seen as much focus on that Jacuzzi wall. Usually a lot of that push coming through Con, along with the windows here as well. Which is where Nazgul just sitting outside of that gym window. And those Sawyer gates will make it slightly more difficult. At the very least, it just means that's utility that has to be used to clear the gates for that moment in time where they may want to push through. Goodbye to OJ, and that's not good news for Rofflcopter with a minute left in this second round.
5 versus 3 now. Defense with their backs against the wall. Hotshot probably needs to try and make a play over towards Jacuzzi wall. He does have TCSG in hand with the 2x, so he might be able to find a cheeky pick or two, but Roffle are going to have to rely on Bliss to get aggressive on peaks. Oh my word. I think that shade out on the balcony getting a little bit frisky. Needs to be careful. He doesn't lose his head, but he gets taken off the board, and that could be the in that Roffle needed.
Oh, Boydie's going to get a freebie as well from that logistics hatch. Nazgul just caught napping. Still a lot of control actually around sight for Rofflcopter, so not really in the worst position. Boydie with the second one now on to Todd. C4 misses the mark. Oda inside sight catches the player in bathroom. That's Hotshot eliminated. Boydie We'll need to get a quad to save the round for Rofflcopter, or at the very least stop the diffuser. Barbed wire is good information gathering. retakes is gone. Boydie, pre-fire. He knows he's there and he is successful. Great start for Rofflcopter here on Clubhouse, courtesy of Boydie.
Boydie showing up here in map number 1 of the second series they've played this afternoon. He started off a little bit quiet over on Consulate in the last series, but he's really finding some good form here as we take a peek at the replay. Oh, nice little zoom in there. Wow. Nice little shot there from Hotshot himself. And I mean, in the end, that was the in that they needed.
We have the technology for the zooms. I like that. Maybe we could have zoomed in on one of Manic's assets that we saw earlier in the replays.
No one
we
wants
can
to
say
see
these
that.
things on OCN.
Nobody wants to see that.
2 sites now for Rofflcopter cars, both successful. Basement and gym bedroom. Now, of course, Cash CCTV will be next in line once they get OJ back. It's good signs, though, early on for Rofflcopter, considering, you know, you go back to the pre-show, and Vinny said he made his tip based on the knowledge that Clubhouse was going to be played, and that's why he tipped Bliss. So, right now, Rofflcopter showing him up.
I mean, I think it comes back to that discussion I had a little bit earlier, right? Bliss have a lot of VODs out there to be reviewed by Roffle, and sure, of the 4 times they've played it, 3 of them they've won, but keep in mind that 2 of those were against LFO and Rhythm, so arguably not very important results because neither of those teams made the playoffs. Roffle, they beat Just, and there's the asterisk of Cynics having to fill in for Bouncer midway through that game, so that was a little bit of an off-putting result maybe there for them. And then more recently, they lost 4-7 to the Knights, who you could argue are, you know, the best team in OCE, at least at the moment. So, I don't know. I'm not so convinced that Bliss are really that great on this map, and Roffle clearly thinks so. That's why they took us here.
Yeah, and right now, at least from what we've seen, a long way to go, of course, though. Only 2 rounds in. We don't want to jump ahead of the gun, which is something that Dev Martin likes to do at 1-0. He likes to give it a nice early call, doesn't he? So, look, it's a good start for Rofflcopter. Bliss haven't really fired a punch, though. They haven't really fired a shot. They haven't been able to get involved just yet. There was an opportunity begging there, but I think Boydie's position was just too strong. They obviously couldn't really deal with him there. The barbed wire helping Boydie out as well immensely. So, it's a really, really good start, but we haven't seen much from Bliss. And I feel like once they actually can get a bit of rhythm going and start to fire a few shots and get a couple rounds, I still kind of like them in this matchup. It may not even be Clubhouse. It may be Coastline later on, and then Oregon to follow. And that's the beauty of a best of 3, though, as well, Gus. It doesn't come down to just one map or one best of 1. You know, you go back to the last time these 2 teams met, an 8-6, Bliss winning that out, and that was on Clubhouse as well. That's one map, though. If you play them, they take those 2 teams and you put them in a best of 3 on the same night, anything can happen. So, and that's what we're going to get from this matchup today.
Yeah, and the important thing is to remember that sometimes when particular teams clash on particular maps, they can lean one way or the other, be a little bit more attacker-sided or defender-sided to what we would see normally. So it might not be too unusual or too unexpected to see Roffle run away a little bit here on the defense, and then when we switch sides, the momentum can change and Bliss could start stacking rounds on the board. So, like always, you can never call anything too early. It could be 6-0, and honestly, I would not want to call it out of fear of being embarrassed. So, let's just take this one round at a time, one map at a time, and see what happens.
Yeah, and that's what it really needs to be. Just one at a time, one site at a time. And then, of course, you've got to switch halves. You know, and a good example, right? If we sort of draw our minds to the final day of APAC South, Gus, all of those awesome matchups that we had with all those awesome storylines, they were 3-3. All of them were 3-3 at the first half, and then they all were extremely one-sided after that. You have to see both sides of the table before you can actually make a complete call. Unless it's like 5-0, sure. But even then, we've seen some weird 6-0 comebacks, right? This awesome stage 1 that we've had. So, long way to go, but Bliss will obviously need to get at least 1 or 2 attacking round wins at some point. What better way than Cash CCTV?
I like this from Roffle, electing to bring the Echo to the board once again. We did see it in the first series, and it actually did have a significant impact in a few of those rounds where Order were caught off guard late round. They couldn't quite find those Yoko drones. They were a little bit of a pest, and they were unable to stick the plan or have the confidence to stick it and then ran out of time. So that might be what they're trying to execute here and bleed as much time mid-round to force that late round execute.
Todd's just going to get to work on this kennels wall. It's always a treat to see the difficulty that the Maverick has. In this case, it's going to be even more difficult, and he's got gas canisters to deal with as well. Repix watching that garage run out, and so far just stock standard here from both teams. Nothing too crazy happening.
Yeah, he's having a few issues getting lit up a little bit here. It is, of course, electrified by OJ on the Kaid. Meanwhile, though, Nazgul inside of Logi has taken a hit. I think from inside of Con. Is he going to get finished off? Well, no, because I think the player that inflicted the damage must have been from Cash. Was it OJ that shot him down?
We didn't quite see it, but it has to have been.
I don't think it was a C4, was it?
No, it had to have been OJ.
No, it obviously wasn't a C4.
I'm pretty sure I
still
saw
in the pocket, so yeah.
Well, either way, there's a Claymore kill. Rapix will get bouncing, and how quickly things can change here. It could have been a 5-4 start for Rofflcopter, and now it's 5-4 for Bliss. The run out unsuccessful. Fortunately for Rapix, he has that Claymore there, and it does find the opening kill of the round, and does give Bliss at least momentarily a bit of an advantage. We'll see if they can capitalize. Only 55 seconds remaining in the round. Nazgul's low. Todd obviously did take a bit of damage as well from the electrified wall earlier. Rapix now dead. That's a big kill. And Rofflcopter still got top raid control along with site control. Oda now from bedroom looking all the way into Cash.
OJ exposed in towards the side after the wall's open, and there's not much you can really do. Those boxes very difficult to hold, and Bliss proved why that is the case. Hotshot could be the key player here. Still has control of the top of main stairs and needs to try and maintain that.
20 seconds left. Boydie with another kill, just fragging out immensely now after a bit of a slow consulate earlier. Hotshot, nice kill as you said. Still at the top of those main stairs. Todd just now forced to push in. Shades basically got no health. They leave the kit behind. They're just looking for the frags here with only 8 seconds left remaining. Shade just goes in now to pick up the kit. But Campo again, just too many players in too many positions for Rofflcopter. 3 rounds from 3. Great start on Clubhouse.
Cheeky little spray there to finish things off, and I swear Boydie loves a good crouch spam after every single final kill. But, you know, can't blame him for being happy. It's a good start. It's a 3-0 start, in fact, and it's always good when you get all the sites off the board, especially on Clubhouse, right? Because there's literally only 3 that are ever going to see the light of day, at least in 99.99% of matches. Now it's up to Bliss, I guess, to try and find a response. Their last basement attack was pretty weak. They struggled to establish Vert, and Rapix was taken off the board really early. If they could tighten that up, then maybe they'll be a looking.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
And this is what I was trying to sort of get to before, guys, is that you can't get carried away with one half. I mean, Rofflcopter and what they're doing on the defense right now can very easily be emulated by Team Bliss on their own defense. For Bliss, it's just a matter of getting at least 2 rounds on the board, ideally, and then being able to sort of ride that defensive wave here on Clubhouse to OT if it's going to be a 4-2 half. Right now, Rofflcopter, though, do look a little bit unstoppable. Nazgul on a donut. Todd's only got 1. It's struggle streak for Team Bliss. On the other side, though, for Rofflcopter, Boydie's got 8 kills in the first 3 rounds, guys. I think that's more than all he had on Consulate.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a bad performance, right? Can't complain too much. Averaging more than 2 kills a round, of course. That's going to have a big impact and free up the rest of the team a little bit. Meanwhile, though, of course, we're seeing an off-site hold. Again, keep in mind that this is the basement objective being played. Yet Rofflcopter playing off-site above. Jacuzzi wall reinforced, and we saw additional utility there as well in the proximity mines to facilitate this roam a little bit more. Bliss will need to be careful with their droning if they want to try and clear this out. Obviously, it won't be very easy.
And Rofflcopter themselves, they've got to be careful as well. And it's that risk versus reward, especially when you're going to be roaming second floor as well. You are putting yourselves in that tricky position where it's pretty easy to be caught lose a player or two, and then suddenly you give the attacking team a 5-on-3 advantage to take Church Arsenal. And from there, the round's usually over. So it's a matter of just time wasting for Rofflcopter. That should be the first goal of this roam. Necessarily getting kills is not the main goal, but is a bonus usually. Depending on how aggressive Campo wants to be. He's not going to be too aggressive. Pre-shot or pre-fire through the window in gym and then just drops down the hatch. Actually almost got the kill on Nazgul.
Moto hatch as well has been blown. Risk reward here for Roffle. It allows the likes of Bouncing to rotate up and down, but once the attack gets control above it, it's 30 seconds saved on Mavericking open the hatch, or if the Kaid was broad, or if it wasn't, popping it open with the Habana, for example. So we'll have to see if Team Bliss capitalize on that late round, as it looks like Roffle for the most part have rotated back down below. They'll try and hunker down and hold out this push.
And the other part of it as well for Rofflcopter, and they've played this really well, but Bliss had really not much way in terms of being able to track down those roamers. They had no one who could hunt them down. They didn't have any flank watch either, so they've got to be very careful playing a lot of these hard bridge operators. 50 seconds left and kitchen hatch is open, but outside of that, still a lot of utility on site that needs to be cleared. Okay, Oda's just straight up dead as Todd is just trying to clear this shield. I think has been successful in doing so now. Bouncer just sitting below, though, in this Moto hatch position is so aggressive. And Rofflcopter just all over Team Bliss at the moment, guys. It's 3 versus 5, but Nazgul has no health. Diffuser's down. Goodbye the shade. And this round is over.
It's Todd to make a final stand inside of dirt, and yeah, There we go. Roffle will close it out. It's a flawless round, and that's 4 round wins in a row, and it doesn't look like they're going to be stopped anytime soon.
4 rounds in a row, guys. I gotta say, I mean, I tipped Bliss, and I'm starting to regret it.
Me too.
We're getting to this. We're getting to this point now. I'd say round 5, you're allowed to actually say that you're concerned, or you're a bit worried. 2 more rounds for Bliss to get on the board, get off that donut here on their attack on Clubhouse, where they've just looked subpar. But how much of it is Rofflcopter, who have looked quite good right now? The way that they're playing, they're making it hard for Bliss.
Yeah, there's no doubt. I mean, that roam was quite successful in bleeding time, and despite, not really much coming of it in terms of the frag department, it did force Bliss into an uncomfortable position where they were trying to clear that utility, and then they had to worry about the reflank and a lot of different angles being watched down below from the hatches, for example, and just a little bit too much for them to handle. Back to Gym Bedroom, though. My favorite site here on Clubhouse, and it's a pretty similar lineup again from Roffle, the setup as well. Basically the exact same from what I can tell at the moment. So Bliss are the ones again that will need to step up to the table because Roffle are delivering.
So at least one of those Sawyer gates go up on the bedroom window from Campo. Seen mixed success with Aruni so far in stage 1. At times has looked quite pivotal, difficult to deal with, and at other times it's just been a bit of a walkover. There's another one of the Sawyer gates there as well on the gym doorway. So didn't quite catch where the third one is. If you may have seen it, Cuz.
I have no idea. I wasn't even listening to the ones that you called out, so I am of absolutely zero help.
There it is. It's there. Con doorway. So pretty defensive setup at the moment for Rofflcopter. I think when you've got that 4-0 lead as well, you don't have to be as risky with the play. Todd gonna go for that very early impact grenade. That's gonna get the down onto OJ. We'll be able to get brought back up and back into the round.
I mean, he's not even trying to find the kill. Yeah, he's trying to clear the floor, which is having issues with. Does get it on the second occasion, so a little bit cleaner there, and that allows Shade to come across and place the exothermic charge down. Nothing really the defense now can do to deal with that, and that's some pressure, or at least perceived pressure, that will be present for the rest of the round. Meanwhile as well, Bliss taking swift control over towards the cash side. So in terms of time management, with 1.5 minutes to go, really, really solid. And it might force Roffle into playing ultra aggressive to try and reclaim some of that back.
Certainly a lot better from Bliss. They've got Jacuzzi open, they've got con control, and now they've got the opening frag as well. Oda gets his second for the round. Campo eliminated. Minute 15 left. Bliss, this is the best round they've looked so far, but things can turn quickly. OJ, who of course already got down before, has an impact by getting the elimination onto Oda. 4 versus 3. Surely Bliss do not throw this one away. It's not necessarily a given at this point. Still a lot of work to do. But they can't leave it to the final seconds. That's going to be advantage back then to Rofflcopter.
I think it's really up to Boydie here, maybe at the main breach to find a pick, or bouncing potentially to prevent the vaulting over towards Jim. One of these players needs to step up. It's OJ, actually, the third.
What?
To find the pick, gets it to the 3 versus 3, and this starts to look a little bit trickier for Bliss. They need to find an entry in towards this side and think about getting this plant down.
Roffle's got a lot of these sight lines as well covered, and a lot of these entryways. So they've got the angles on just about everything. Boydie from Logistics will get the kill onto Shade. That's the diffuser down as well. The swing from Boydie, impeccable. 5-0 to start Clubhouse. Guys, no one saw this coming.
Well, I definitely didn't, as we get serenaded with another beautiful display from Boydie at the very end there. A nice little crouch spam as well to just keep putting salt in those wounds getting deeper and deeper here for Bliss. Just cannot find any sort of inkling into these rounds, and that last one is probably the closest it's felt like they were to a round win. They had the man advantage, it started to slip away, and then in the final seconds they just were forced to file in one by one, and by that point Roffle literally just stood there, held down left click, and the kills were just there for the taking. So it has been very dominant from them so far, and again, it just doesn't look like this Roffle train is going to be slowing down anytime soon.
You mean this Rofflcopter?
The Rofflcopter train.
The Rofflcopter train. Boydie's got double digits already inside of the first 5 rounds. 10-2-1. And it's not just the Boydie show. The rest of the team has been standing up. We saw OJ in that last round, who was quite clinical in getting those 2 early picks in the round to give Rofflcopter the advantage. Without those picks from OJ, you know, it becomes a bit of an easier attack for Bliss. So that's where it's that team effort really showing through for Rofflcopter so far in this opening half. 1 round to play out. Bliss need to get off this donut. Otherwise, it will be 6 match points to Rofflcopter.
Yep, Bliss doing a very good 0-5 impression at the moment. Shade, though, manages to get the opening pick here for Team Bliss. It's hot shot taken off the board, and with the smoke taken down, arguably that makes the late round a little bit easier. Now, that was through the con wall, which wasn't reinforced.
Dirty.
It's a little bit nasty, as it looks like hot shot was likely trying to rotate back towards the site and got caught off guard. So a little bit lucky there, some might say, for Bliss, but they'll take anything they can get at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, at that point, you need any advantage you can get. They had the opening kill in the last round anyway, but weren't able to capitalize. So they get a second opportunity here now in round number 6 to better perform with that advantage. Long way to go. That's a good player to take down, though. Oda getting the kill onto Boydie, who has just been on a rampage in this opening half here on Clubhouse. 5 versus 3. They got 2 minutes as well, Bliss. 2 minutes to not stuff this one up. Surely they get on the board with a round win.
Branson probably be the linchpin in this round. He can pop off when required, and he finds himself in a pretty powerful position down below. Campe's off site too. That likely does actually force Bounson to go back, so OJ isn't overwhelmed. Bounson lands a couple of shots there, or almost lands a couple of shots there to get the kill on Rafters, but it doesn't quite work out. Raffle now left in the 3 versus 5, the cross covered from outside the breach, and Bliss should be able to set up for a default plant and give it a crack pretty early here.
Oh, he misses the wall bang, though, just ever so slightly tapping the shoulder of Todd. He got the move on as well. Swings, loses, though. Now 3 versus 3, and that lead, that advantage, has now all but evaporated for Team Bliss. Nazgul's, though, going for the plant. He's going to get off of it. The C4 from below from OJ. What is going on right now? It is just back and forth. A calamity on the site in CCTV. 2 versus 1. There's an impact grenade still available for Campo. Uses it to open up the site. Isn't going to be able to find anything, though, from that hole. 50 seconds left, and Oda should get this diffuser down, and Retakes should find the kill onto Campo at top red, and it should be 5-1.
What can Campo do? Absolutely nothing. Team Bliss finally get a round on the board as we close out the half.
Well, fortunately for Bliss, they close the half not on a donut. They get their first round win, and well, the comeback train maybe about to depart the station, cuz. And I also see a very familiar face, and well, actually not so familiar, but Tachanka gonna come in for Todd. I'm not sure if we've seen too much of Tachanka this season, at least for stage 1. 1 and 6, Todd just feeling like, hey, let's just mix it up a bit.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like at this point you really just don't have anything to lose. You may as well try something a little bit different. In terms of how effective Tachanka is going to be on this site, I guess it will depend on how Roffle decide to approach it. I mean, the setup would suggest that we're not going to see a roam. Maybe the flames that he can spit out will slow them down a little bit late round. I feel like the most effective place really to play him would be maybe like bot main or blue. The flames don't really do that much damage, so it's not like you could spam them on a hatch drop in kitchen, for example, and expect to get like 3 kills when they drop. Like they'll take like what, 20 or 30 damage, and then they can scatter around to get the plant down. So I'm very interested to see how Todd will utilize him here and how much of an impact it will actually have.
Keep an eye on that as this round plays out. But in terms of the grand scheme of things right now, of course, Rofflcopter 5-1, they had a very established defense here on Clubhouse, almost blanking out Bliss entirely, except for that very final round. And I think without a doubt, guys, now even though we switch at the half and Rofflcopter go to the attack, full expectation for them to close this map out and take a 1-0 lead in the series.
Yeah, 100%. And it's their map pick, so I guess we would expect them to just take this map anyway, but maybe the fact that it is such a strong margin and a strong performance, at least so far, that could bode well for them for the rest of the best of 3. And Coastline's going to be the second map. If you're fragging out on Clubhouse and playing confidently, that will translate across very well.
Yeah, I think that will be very difficult for Bliss to overcome Rofflcopter and Coastline. If Rofflcopter can bring this firepower over to Coastline as well and replicate it over there, can't help but feel maybe another 2-0 could be brewing, and Rofflcopter making the gauntlet run look easy to start day 1 of the playoffs. Long way to go, though. We don't want to get ahead of ourselves too early on. But a 5-1 is surely going to be a Rofflcopter map win. Unless Bliss can hold out defensively. See if they can. So far, not offering too much in way of aggression towards Rofflcopter. As I say that, though, literally, Oda with an Nitrocell kill onto Campo.
It's the ace taken off the board, but there is still the Maverick, so it doesn't really impact the ability to open hatches. It's just one less gun, and a strong gun at that in the AK-12 taken off the board for the rest of the round. And smoke grenades as well, if Campo had those equipped, can no longer play a part. Oda continuing to aggress on this position. Needs to be careful that he doesn't give away another free pick, but in the meantime, he could find his second, land some shots, lands even more, and Boydie will find the kill. Put in another cheeky crouch spam as well. And it leaves it in a 4-on-4.
40 seconds left as well. How fitting there. The 3 4s. Todd, the Tachanka having an impact at the final moments of this 7th round. Just making life difficult for Bouncing to push through. OJ, though, already through, dropping down Moto Hatch, just having a peep through into Church. But Todd is well positioned. Low health, though. 15 seconds left for Rofflcopter to get this diffuser down through Hotshot. Bouncing swings through. That's a pretty easy kill onto retakes. No doubt about it. What a swing, though. He didn't even swing the right way and still got the kill onto Nazgul. Shade gets one back, though. At least the refrag is successful. Boydie has to stick the plant. OJ to cover. OJ for the double. The plant didn't even get off in time. Match point for Rofflcopter.
Great work there from OJ, and he's had a pretty good season so far this year. He's been playing the hard breach role primarily, and for the most part, it's been paying off. In fact, heading into today, he's going 59 and 50, and 31 of those 59 kills were trades, which is really impressive and a sign that, especially late round, he's having an important impact, which is what you like to see. And add on top of that, an 81% cost, also indicating that he has been quite consistent too. And I guess that round, or at least at the very end, really did encapsulate that.
Long way back for Bliss, and in the best of three, it might just be better to now turn your attention over to Coastline. Obviously, in any sort of best of one scenario, guys, you'd sit back and say, well, you've got to fight it out. You've got to see what you can do. But how much energy would you want to expend to try and claw back this deficit, knowing that it's still a best of three? You can head over to Coastline and you can turn your fortunes around.
Retakes, on the flip side here for Bliss, has been a little bit quiet, going 3 and 6. Been a strong entry for the team in the regular season, but struggling to find, I guess, even the second or third gear here in the first matchup in the playoffs for Team Bliss. I mean, look, I guess in a theoretical world where this ends 7-1 and Roffle just roll them, it's their map pick that they've won, right? So it's not the end of the world, provided that you maintain a strong mental. I mean, there shouldn't be any reason why they can't just bounce back on Coast, which was their pick anyway.
But I think at this point, who even cares who picked the maps, right? I mean, Todd's 1 and 7, Nazgul's 1 and 7. This has just obviously been a disaster. Can they then turn around the firepower that would be needed on Coastline, regardless if they pick the map or not? At this point, I'm just not even sure if I could trust Bliss to turn around their individual performances. In saying that, though, Coastline's a completely different map to Clubhouse, but it's a sort of map that I think Rofflcopter would feel very comfortable on. To play aggressive, to roam, to find frags, to trust their ones. It's a daunting prospect for Bliss. I felt if they were going to win this series, I felt Bliss needed to win Clubhouse, and this has been a disaster.
Good vert being established here by Boydie on the sledge. 11 and 2. The man's been looking very, very sharp and has been finding a lot he picks. 2 players down below that might be at threat. Oda and Shade, as Shade backs off towards Dirt. Oda did, of course, play this position really aggressively in the previous round with the C4 in hand. He throws another one, and there we go. So he actually does shut down the Danger Man, and it's a good start here for Bliss.
Yeah, good play to get off the board, as you said, as well. So big pickup from Oda. Minute and a half left in this 8th round. Match point, Rofflcopter. It's a little bit of time remaining, at least on the clock, for Rofflcopter to change things up slightly here if they need to. Deal with Boydie no longer being in play on the sledge.
Campo, with the XKRS launcher in hand, will send out a couple of pellets at a time to counter any potential impact trick. Of course, that won't come into fruition. Bliss don't have any in the pockets, but they do have 2 C4s that could play a part late round as the execute begins to come through. Similar shield, or a similar idea with the shield deep there over towards Dirt for the defense. Will be cleared though quite quickly there. Good efficient use of utility from Roffle, and now with Hot Shot prepped and ready, they could go for the hatch drop and get a plant off.
Yeah, and 30 seconds left. But they need players elsewhere. We saw one over at Central Stairs that's going to be able to swing at least looking down into hallway. Nazgul's just been beaten up a bunch. There is that player, though, down hallway, bounced and eliminated by Shade. Big pickup. Now you've just got to deal with the 2 that are going to eventually come through kitchen hatch. OJ, though, able to get Nazgul. His Hot Shot now just pushes up the hallway almost the entire way towards Arsenal. 2 versus 1. OJ with only 4 seconds left, though. I don't sense he's got enough time to get this down, and he does not. Couldn't even get onto site in time, and Bliss will double up their rounds. They go to 2 now from 1.
Bliss with their best effort to draw this one out a little bit longer, but of course match point still looming for Rofflcopter. And that last round likely just a small blip on the radar. Of course, it didn't help really that Boydie was taken down so early. Not only did it limit the amount of vert that they could create, but Boydie himself has been fragging out quite strongly, and maybe a lack of firepower in the late round there cost them. It would have served them well if he was still alive. But of course, Bliss can only play against who's alive in the execute, and they did a solid job in shutting down any of those pushes, particularly down the long hallway. Shade must still be feeling at least somewhat confident, right? Peeking with the SMG down that long hall is not the easiest of tasks, but did a serviceable job.
Well, even if he doesn't get the kill, it's still about getting that information. But on top of getting the kill as well, just an added bonus. Bliss a long way back from being able to take this map. But if you can start to get a couple of wins under your belt, get that momentum, start to put the scoreboard pressure back onto the side of Rofflcopter. You know, a 6-4 scoreline doesn't seem so bad in the grand scheme of things. You know, we've seen a lot of times where teams, you know, are down 5-4, then it's 6-4, but then they can bring it back to OT. So it's just about taking it one round at a time. Don't look at the scoreline. It's a daunting task ahead of them, but it is doable, and we've seen that done before. And especially on defense for Clubhouse, I mean, it's a pretty big opportunity now for Bliss to come back. And I mean, I'll tell you what, if they do come back and win this, it's a long way from happening, but it really just changes the entire thought of this series. And going into Coastline, it would be almost impossible for Rofflcopter. Their mental would be in the bin.
And Bliss, of course, to get one step closer towards that ultimate goal, will need to successfully defend CCTV and Cash, and as we often see, the Maverick will get to work nice and early. That's Hot Shot tricking open the wall to allow a soft breach to open it up, and then that is a nice line of sight to cover the cross late round for the plant. Typically in this region, we do see teams go for garage takes, which might differ from other regions which prefer to go through con to Cash. That's pretty solid time there so far, and Manson, of course, will just post up outside, and now the focus will be all towards Garage, being held by Nazgul and Oda.
Attackers have dropped the bomb diffuser.
Nazgul's almost a more important one than Oda, because if Nazgul isn't in that position, it's hard to refrag Oda, and it also means there's less position chances for Rofflcopter in Garage. Good swing, good shot as well onto Bouncing, and it's an advantage over to Bliss. They're just starting to find a bit of form. Starting to hit their shots, starting to really capitalize as well on these opening kills that they've had a couple of times now. And Rofflcopter have got to get to work now. With 1 minute and 20 seconds left, they still haven't cleared out Oda and Rafters.
Well, he got showered in flashbangs, but they really didn't follow it up with much utility to try and drop him. It is, of course, OJ, though, to get the kill with the AK-12, and now with a couple of summers left, he wastes one trying to get the angle towards Rafters. But we'll follow it up with a successful one, and an additional breach, of course, on the CC wall to open up that line of sight and apply more pressure onto players like Nazgul, who need to be careful of a player potentially posted out there. Meanwhile, of course, the diffuser was picked up. That's Boydie, rotating that over towards Garage, and it would suggest that Roffle are going to go for a default plan.
35 seconds left in the round. There's no room for error for Team Bliss. Match point, Rofflcopter. Now they've got the advantage as well. 4 versus 3. Nazgul's low as well inside of Cash. Boydie's now in, getting that plant down into CCTV. Gas canister's going to be thrown out, but it's not going to deter him. They get that plant down just seconds away as well from being taken down while planting for Boydie. 2 versus 2. He got it off though. Retakes now has control of Rafters. Hot shot from below, misses the majority of that spray. And Bliss have got a 2 versus 1. They know exactly where OJ is as well. 25 seconds from sending this to 6-3.
Oh!
And they will do just that. Todd swings out, catches OJ, and Retakes will get the counter defuse.
It was the perfect bait there at the end from Team Bliss. And maybe a sign that their teamwork is starting to warm up a little bit here on Clubhouse. Now, I can only assume that the reason the player on the rappel looked up at the very end was there was a run out from the main breach. I can only assume that is why. Obviously, we couldn't quite see. And then Todd capitalized upon that. So really good coordination there at the end to close things out.
It all started with Nazgul as well down below in Lounge, and he gets that kill. but most importantly, trying to help out above in rafters with Oda, who also took a bit of time to eventually get taken down from Rofflcopter. So credit to Bliss. Yeah, look at that timing from OJ. I mean, he holds that for just one more second, guys. He gets the kill.
He would have got traded though, so it's a lose-lose. You could see right at the very end of the replay, it was retakes or whoever it was on the Jaeger just chilling outside. Well, not much he could unfortunately do then. Honestly, that was not on OJ's shoulders at the end, right? Like, the post-plant was a 3v3, I think. And we saw multiple players just drop pretty cheaply and not traded back. So, despite a good execute there in terms of getting the plant down from Roffle, the post-plant did leave quite a bit to be desired.
So another match point goes begging from Rofflcopter. They, of course, have been at match point since 6-1. Or it might have been 6-2. Still, nonetheless, Rofflcopter have been in the prime position for the majority of Clubhouse. Of course, started off 5-0. Just as they sort of ended Consulate earlier in their match against Order as well, winning the final 5 rounds in a row. So they technically won 10 rounds in a row between the two matches that they've played today. They're stopping that streak and now starting to get a bit of momentum themselves.
Nazgul down below. Looking to play a little bit aggressive. We can hear a couple of Salmas detonate. I can only assume that's the CCTV wall that is being blown. And again, suggesting that, like we often see, Roffle will be going for a map sweep take. Nazgul can maybe find a pick below here. It could get a little bit interesting, but posts up at the top of the main stairs. And he'll look to hold this.
How long, though, is the question? How much pressure will Bliss be willing to take before Nazgul sort of retreats? How aggressive is Nazgul going to be himself? We've seen some players even elect to push down red stairs and look to swing to the players down in lounge, for instance, but... Oh, Nazgul, though, ready and primed to the top of red and gets the kill onto Bouncin, who literally just ran into his sightline. Nazgul now repositions through Cash, and it's almost job done. Now you can sort of fall back and give up that position. You've got the pick. You've got the kill that you needed to get. You've also wasted a little bit of time. It's very much job done as that Vulcan shield gets blown up and they give top red and Cash over to Rofflcopter.
Decent drone economy still here for Rofflcopter. 8 on the table or 8 on the map that can be utilized to, I guess, dot their I's, cross their T's, and OJ makes 100% sure that Cash is clear, but they are met with some pretty fierce resistance inside of Con. It's a pinch from the defense, both from Logi and the shield placed at the Cash door, and that could be pretty tricky to deal with. Oda is dropped though, inside of bedroom, should be cleaned up here, leaving it in the 4-on-4.
Keep going, Oda. Keep going. Make the cross. Hold the swing. From retakes, unsuccessful. Campo being able to get that kill, but I guess Oda getting brought back up means that it's still going to be an advantage for Bliss. Despite that, 25 seconds left in the round. Boydie, who was so instrumental on the defense for Rofflcopter, just a little quiet on the attack so far in these opening rounds. Shade with a double nitrocell kill onto both Boydie and Hotshot. That's the round done. Bliss mounting a comeback here on Clubhouse.
Nice C4 there. Really good call there from Bliss to pull that off. And had it have not hit, it would have been pretty dangerous. That player posted up at the top of the main stairs would have been under quite a bit of pressure and likely traded out. And who knows, that round could have played out very, very differently. As a tack timeout, I presume, has been taken. And it's Roffle, of course, makes sense, trying to slow down this momentum and reset the mental. That's a couple of match points now that have gone begging, and they'll be looking to close it out as quickly as possible.
And as I mentioned before, you know, when it was 6-2 for Team Bliss, you got to just take it one round at a time and put a bit of scoreboard pressure onto Rofflcopter. And they're probably feeling it a little bit now. It's 6-4. It's a very different storyline compared to being up 6-2. You can do some crazy things at 6-2. You can throw away a couple of rounds. You can hope to get maybe a bit lucky here or there. You can play a bit more loose. But at 6-4 now, Rofflcopter are running out of rounds that they can sort of loosely throw away. They've got to be inch perfect now from here on out. They've got 2 rounds to close this map out and head to Coastline. Otherwise, if Bliss send this to OT, that's going to be like 4 round wins in a row. Not good news for Rofflcopter going into OT. Actually, seeing who's going to be on the defense first. It is going to be Rofflcopter defending OT. Team Bliss will be attacking. So, like, still, if you're Rofflcopter, guys, get it finished now.
As Manic pointed out, you could say that they are running out of time. What a terrible joke that is, but also quite topical. Of course, the theme song, if you would, of OCN by Northlane, running out of time. Bit of a banger, if you would. We all love singing that during the opening bumper of every single show at the top of our lungs, and that might be why we run out of energy by the end of every broadcast for singing that little anthem. But you know who else might be? You know who else might be running out of energy? Roffle, hey? They just can't seem to close this match out, and maybe it is just the butting of the heads that I predicted earlier, right? These two teams just, wherever they go, could lean heavily into the defense.
(6-4). Does Rofflcopter have the stamina to go the distance here down to OT? Of course, then, I mean, it's a best of 3, and this is where, you know, you're playing a lot of rounds of Siege in a row in one day as well. Running the gauntlet, no easy feat. But Rofflcopter just came out of the blocks ready. Getting off to such an amazing start and just slowing down a little bit, but also credit to Bliss for fighting back and getting themselves back into this match on Clubhouse and not giving up on it. I made the thought, guys, and you know, I won't shy away from it, that maybe at like 6-1 or 5-1, whatever the score was, that they turn their attentions to Coastline, but they've answered that and said no, they're going to fight back here on Clubhouse.
Nazgul in this round again roaming in a similar position to what we saw on the bedroom defense. This time tucked in a little bit deeper in towards Secret. Nade gets cooked but cancelled there by Hotshot as the Nitro Cell rains out, but of course doesn't hit the mark, and that's really, I guess, the cue for retakes and Nazgul to rotate back towards the site. A minute burnt, not the worst result, as Rofflcopter already working the hatches. I think Moto's been popped.
But obviously deal with the Electric Claw first. Boydie getting the opening frag, and well, that's good news for Rofflcopter. Boydie's just gone a little quiet on the attack to not only get that opening frag for Roffle, give them a slight advantage momentarily, but most importantly, just slow down this Bliss onslaught that has been taking place over the last 3-4 rounds.
Smart placements there from OJ, of course. He places Salmas just to the side. It wraps across and opens up the hatch. Of course, it was successful in the end there, and Rofflcopter now completed those 2 objectives. One being clearing the map and the second opening up the hatches. Now comes arguably the hardest part of the round, which is executing the side and trading out picks to find a plant. Repix looming over towards Oil Pit. Shay does get that pick. It wasn't Repix, who does fall in the end, leaves it in the 3 versus 4. Roffle with the advantage.
Roffle with the advantage in the round, along with match point as well. There's no real utility left as well on the side of Bliss. No more C4s. Maybe the final few gas canisters can get thrown out. That's just about it that will be left. The angles on the side of Rofflcopter as well, as OJ will drop down that kitchen hat. Get the diffuser going down. Now it will begin. Campo Boydie, and it's a 1 versus 4 Bliss with a stalwart comeback, but it is cut short from Rofflcopter here on Clubhouse. They will take out the first map of this best of 3 series. They have series point here on after and look to maybe make it to the second day. Good start to the series for Rofflcopter.
Yeah, it took them a little bit of time, I guess, to get that one across the line, but a strong performance in the end, and Roffle proved why they decided to take Bliss to this map. They did their homework. Boydie showed up, and it was a very clear victory in the end. Now, of course, they have the comfort of Series Point, and they can just throw the kitchen sink, I guess, at the second map and hope that something sticks.
Yes, we head to Coastline, of course, for the second map later on, but for now it's about sort of dissecting and breaking down Clubhouse, which, you know, to really get to the nitty-gritty of it, it was from start to almost finish, guys, Rofflcopter. Of course, we saw a mini comeback from Bliss, who at least made the scoreline look a bit better, because at one point I was kind of expecting like 7-1, 7-2 sort of territory, which would have been a disaster for Bliss to start this best-of-3 series.
Yeah, look, it was starting to get into that dangerous territory where even I was thinking, oh boy, this might actually end up going to overtime. But look, all it really took was just one clean execute on the basement. They did their fundamentals and got everything down pat really well. They were not afraid to shy away from the hatch drop late round, and they were able to get those picks. Maybe arguably in some of the other ones, it took like one mistake here or there for them to lose the round. And I guess that is a testament to both teams, right? They're capitalizing on the mistakes that are made. And I guess in the end, Roffle just made a couple less.
It's a marathon, not a sprint, of course. In any best-of-3 series, one map in the books. We're going to throw it over to the desk so they can break it down.
Yes, that we will do. Thank you very much, Xenox. And now that we've kind of seen the unveiling of this best-of-3 of round number 2 of our gauntlet, Vinny, I might start with you. I mean, by all means, 6-1 is a shocking scoreline to have kind of read for Bliss's perspective. They did bring it back, but I mean, what was going on? It just seemed like it was an impossible task.
I mean, yeah, I thought early on with the way the bans worked that it was going to be an attacker-sided map, but Roffle showed that defensively they were very tight, and I was saying to you earlier that maybe they kind of used that first series as a warm-up, and this was them kind of taking the shackles off, maybe playing a weaker opponent, and then kind of this was just a culmination of that. But credit to Bliss, they brought it back and definitely made this a match.
Yeah, well, Dev, actually on that point, I mean, surely that has to be huge for the mentality moving forward for Bliss. 7-1 is very different to 7-4.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, 7-3 was the final scoreline, but yeah, keeping in mind that it was a 6-1 and it was a 5-1 defense half, it's just such a boon for Rofflcopter. Like this round in particular, right there, like where Blitz managed that 2v1, that was to save it off of match point. And just to think that Rofflcopter could have even closed it out then, I think that there were a lot of chances that Rofflcopter just grabbed with both hands. I think, like you said, Vinny, they were very warmed up. And there are so many opportunities where Bliss just like weren't holding that angle at the right time. And so Rofflcopter would punish and they just ran away with it. It was so convincing.
Yeah, Boydie was showing his true form in, I feel like, in the order best-of-3. And coming into this one, my word, Vinny, 14-5. I mean, I know KD doesn't tell the entire story, but he is definitely looking like a different beast today.
Yeah, he was due a good match. He's definitely always had the potential to do it, and this was kind of him showing what he's capable of. I think that is the first time that a Roffle player has gone positive on the entries today, which is a pretty unbelievable stat. Again, the rest of the team seems to be pretty much in the negative for the entries, and Bliss weren't able to capitalize. It's definitely been the story of the day so far. I think for Roffle to really, be dominant throughout a whole map, they need to kind of focus on that entry stat and fix that.
Yeah, and for you, Dev, I got to ask you about Bliss. Unless you want to, of course, talk about Roffle, I'll let you kind of make your own point here.
Oh, no, I mean, I think that's a nail on the head there, Vinny. Yeah, as you said, Rofflcopter have struggled with their opening picks, but it does come with them being quite good at bouncing back off the back of those deficits. And they're also winning a lot of kind of close 1v1 and clutch scenarios. And I think credit to them, they tend to play really tightly off each other. And one of the great things about Rofflcopter is it doesn't matter what player it is in those last 15 seconds, you can still count on them. For example, OJ, right? He does play that kind of basically a hard support position, right? But he is pretty sharp as well. And when it comes down to like someone's planting and OJ needs to cover, like he will land those shots. And we saw that time and time again. And it is narrow margins, I feel, that is getting it across the line for Rofflcopter, because a lot of these rounds are really close and Bliss are really talented. I just think there's something else about Rofflcopter. I don't know whether it's like part of the honeymoon period of this being a reasonably fresh team or something else, but they just seem so in sync with each other.
Well, in the famous words of Vin Diesel, doesn't matter whether you win by an inch or a mile, Dev, as long as you get across the line, that's all that counts. So, ladies and gents, we are going to go to a short break. On the other side, could be determining this best of 3 on Coastline.
Reminding myself to just let go. Don't wonder how far I can fall. Don't look down, never fade out. And I just wanna be someone and never fall behind again. Just keep on moving on. Never look down, never fade out. Never fade out. Oh, oh,
We are on to the second round of the gauntlet and on to the second map as well. Rofflcopter so far undefeated, which is pretty insane to say, taking down both Order and now Bliss in their first map. It does look dire for the Bliss roster. Dev, any thoughts on that final map before we dive into Coastline?
Yeah, I think Clubhouse was a good pick from Rofflcopter. I respect them for going back to a map that Bliss beat them on during the season and saying, hey, look, we back ourselves to win it here, and they did quite convincingly.
Yeah, so caps on. It's a little bit sunny in here, but sometimes it can be a little bit cloudy for all of us. Livin, of course, one of the excellent sponsors that we have on board for OCN. They have an incredible message. They're trying to break that stigma around mental health. It ain't weak to speak. And I think that it's something that we can all get behind. We've spoken about it many a times. There's obviously one incredible way that you can support Livin as an organization. That is by their wonderful merch, which we are currently... hang on, let me just get this titty up a little bit higher. Beautiful Livin, and of course the caps, everything to go along with it, guys. Make sure you head over to the Twitch chat, type in !Livin, L-I-V-I-N. That'll take you to where you need to be. And of course, OCN 15 at checkout for 15% off. We can now dive in to a little bit more of the nitty-gritty, Vinny, because this is Bliss's last chance at really having any kind of redemption for what has been, it feels like a couple of years now that we've seen them in the tier 1 of ANZ Siege, but just not being able to get over that hurdle. Is it possible here on Coastline?
Yeah, Coastline's going to be, in my eyes, a tough map for Bliss. They've just come off a pretty rough loss. Coastline, previously played by Roffle, didn't go as planned, but as you can see, Bliss haven't got much history on this map, so we don't really know what to expect from them. Hopefully they come out and play their aggressive playstyle and get picks early.
Yeah, well, I'm of course keeping in mind that was just the one time they played against Chiefs. And yeah, they were absolutely spanked out of the server. 7-2 was the scoreline. They didn't win a single attack round on the most attacker-sided map in the pool. So not great stats in the short term for Rofflcopter. But if you look back, they won it during the relegations against Rhythm, and they have some performances back in LPL where they can boast victories on that. But funnily enough, the last time Bliss played this was in LPL. They actually lost it to a team called Exto, and before that only narrowly beat a team called PC419. So funnily enough, Bliss don't actually have very statistically, like even the stats that we do have of them playing this map aren't necessarily very convincing, playing against fairly weak teams and losing, or at least going to overtime. So a lot of guts from Bliss to take this map pick, because clearly, like I think you said this before, Vinny, clearly they saw the weakness of Roffle in their game against Chiefs, and that's what Bliss are trying to exploit here.
And you said, Vinny, that it seems like the weights are off for Rofflcopter, and I think now is the best opportunity for them to fly home. It is, of course, the sunny Coastline, and we are going to throw it over to Xenox and Gaz.
Yes, very much excited to head into Coastline, especially coming from Clubhouse. Hopefully, Gaz, things can open up a little bit. Maybe both of the teams can loosen up a little bit, and we can have an exciting match of Siege. Of course, though, for Bliss, they're down a match point to Rofflcopter already in the series. Nice and early. They're going to have to bounce back.
Yeah, I hope they've had something special ready and waiting for us. As Dev mentioned, we don't have a lot of history. We have no history for Bliss in this inaugural season of OCN 2021. Who knows? Can they come out of the gate strong? It is their map pick.
Well, it's time to make their own history when it matters the most in the playoffs. Bliss versus Rofflcopter. Over to Coastline. Over to the map pick of Team Bliss. It's do or die. They're going to win this map, and then they're going to have to win Oregon to keep their playoff hopes alive, to keep their gauntlet run alive. And for Rofflcopter, they are one map away, guys, from running the gauntlet all the way to day 2. What an incredible feat that we've seen from them so far. 3 maps in a row they've won.
Can they make it 4, though? Of course, if they don't win this match, we'll head to the 3rd, which is Oregon, and I guess if Clubhouse has anything to go off, that will be super structured, so expect maybe some structured coastline or as close to that as we can possibly
Don't do that to me.
get. Why is that? Xenox, you might fall asleep or?
No, I wouldn't fall asleep, but I just want to see some funky siege. I want to just see some crazy things happen, and Coastline is a map where that can take place. Valkyrie's going to be banned out, of course. IQ as well. We saw this. I'm pretty sure. Was it APAC? We saw this last time where we saw the IQ ban and then followed by the Valk ban.
I have absolutely no idea, but it wouldn't be too untypical for Coastline. IQ, of course, really strong in detecting any
Pretty sure it was Consul at the map.
Brought out, and yeah, I mean, if you think about Consulate and Coast, right, they're pretty similar in some respects. Often facilitate aggressive play styles and are easy for the attack to shut down rotations. Roffle, of course, will need to bring that to the board here. And arguably, their attacks are a little bit iffy back on Clubhouse. And as I mentioned a little bit earlier, they were playing extremely structured, particularly for a team that loves to play aggressive. So they'll need to flick that switch and bring that to the table quite quickly.
Now, I've got to propose to you this, Guz, right? Coastline, usually you associate Coastline with attacks and attacker-sided and all that good fun stuff. But in recent times, for whatever reason, defense has been prevailing. Bliss on the defense first. They've got to keep that trend going here if they're going to get back into this best of 3 series. Otherwise, if Rofflcopter get off to an amazing start here on Coastline attack, I can't help but feel that Bliss are done and dusted.
Oof. Maybe. I don't know. It's always difficult jumping into Coastline, right? Particularly off the back of a map like Clubhouse. You just don't know which team's going to switch on faster, right? Because maybe historically you would expect Roffle to come into this really strong. They're on the attack. But more recently, we've actually seen a trend towards the defense on maps that facilitate aggressive playstyles. So Bliss, likely playing into that, will try to deny entries in towards the map and any key locations around the map. And that really starts with spawn peaks, right? Now, I know a lot of people think that's a fallacy in competitive Siege, but on Coastline, it actually is a legitimate strategy. And even if you don't want to spawn peak directly, you do want to be stopping them from getting into the building.
The last time Rofflcopter played Coastline, they actually played it against Chiefs. Now, they got 2 rounds on the defense, nothing on the attack. In fairness, it was just simply due to Elevate at the time, Chiefs getting off to a good start. But as Bouncing gets the opening frag, it does highlight that the last time that Rofflcopter did play this, they did struggle on the attack. So that statistic, along with the supposed 58% defensive rate on Coastline and OCN, means that if Rofflcopter do get off to a good start, that's why I back them in. And it's based off those statistics that we have seen from the season so far. They've got the opening frag as well, although Bouncing didn't quite keep his full health with getting that kill onto Shade. We'll see if that does pay dividends later on in the round. 2 minutes to go, of course, long way to go, but a good start for Rofflcopter.
The attack taking control of the eastern side of the map over towards Bedroom and then transferring that into VIP control, and a nice angle already created there on the VIP wall that was left unreinforced by the defense. Meanwhile as well, hot shot from the roof can place Selmers on the drinks wall and flush out that position. And the groundwork has been established really nicely here. A pick as well on top. And Bliss now find themselves in a lot of trouble. That line of sight almost proves fruitful there into Oda, who's pinned down inside of Hookah.
Great start for Rofflcopter, something that we haven't seen on Coastline recently. These good opening attacking rounds, getting these early initial picks. And a lot of it just comes down to the reason why it has maybe been defender-sided has been these teams that are defending being more aggressive, more in your face, and making it harder for teams to get onto site or even close to it. And we're not seeing that so much from Bliss. You can see those 2 players there very much defensive-minded approach in the last 40 seconds here as Rofflcopter have the advantage. This is going to allow them to push onto the site a lot easier. Nazgul sitting at the top of Cool Vibes, Oda and Hookah, and that's going to be the final EE1D that is going to go out from OJ. Never mind, he's actually got 1 left. I can't really count though, guys. Oh, the timing.
And Nazgul looking to try and find a pick back. They need a pick on the defense here to try and position themselves nicely for the plant, which is now being stuck, but it's a good swing there And Todd is left below in the 1 versus 4. Diffuser stuck, and this is going to be an impossible retake. You would imagine time already beginning to trickle down, and I believe his position is known, definitely is now with the spray.
Oh, is that Boydie?
Yeah, probably. And OJ gets the final pick.
Just the cheeky crouch spam at the top of Cool Vibes. Good start for Rofflcopter on the board. Yep. I mean, jeez. I mean, would you be... I know Dev Marta's sitting there. He sees the 1-0. He sees the opening attacking round, and he's already saying he's calling it. Rofflcopter get a 2-0 here on Coastline. I need to see more, but it's good signs, guys. These are the signs that I needed to see from Rofflcopter because they didn't win a single attacking round against Chiefs on Coastline. Now, that was a long time ago. So long ago, they weren't even the Chiefs. But it shows maybe how far Rofflcopter have come in the season here into the gauntlet.
Oh, look, yeah, I'm definitely not going to back you up on that point. Way too early to call anything, so I'm just going to run you over with that
I
bus.
didn't call
Big-
it. No, I didn't
big
call it.
double-decker.
I'm saying Dev has called it.
Ah. That's okay, we can make fun of Dev. That's That's a fun little side activity, and half the reason why I'm even here. Yep, thanks, Dev. Obviously, you guys at home can't hear what he just said in my ears because we are all in a lovely Discord call, but it was unfortunately not safe for work, so I can't repeat it. He said sunshines and rainbows, and I love you guys. You're my favorite casting pair. Kind of.
Well, for Bliss, they need to get an early response. Can't let this one blow out the way that Clubhouse did. If we draw our minds back, it got out to, you know, a 5-1 start. At one point, it was 5-0 in favor of Rofflcopter. The same cannot happen here on Coastline. They need to get amongst it early. Start trading rounds back and forth. Even if Rofflcopter get the odd round win, if you're going 1-0, then 1-1, then 2-1, then 2-2, that's fine. It means you're in the game, you're feeling it, the blood's pumping, the adrenaline is there. But if you're just getting whitewashed each round and run over by Rofflcopter, it's going to be hard to get back into this series already being one map down as well. So need to start being maybe a little bit more aggressive here as the EE1D has been deployed by OJ. A lot of time on the clock here. Nothing too aggressive though from Bliss. I mean, it's pretty stock standard here on Coastline.
Yeah, they need to be careful. 3 intel gatherers from the attack in the form of the Jackal, Yana, and Lion will make aggressive players a little bit more tricky, especially once spotted out. Bliss will need to be mindful that they're not shut down again. Cross is pretty easy to establish and maintain on Coastline, particularly from outside as well, which is difficult to retaliate against. That's a great jam from Nazgul. He knows exactly where this player's positioned. The ping goes out. Repix is on the hunt inside of security to try and find this pick.
But it's a good point you brought up. You know, Repix has got to be careful as well. If he overextends, could be in a bit of trouble. Then there's no one there to trade for him as well. Bouncing, just to see what he can analyze there. See who we can spot. There's a drone on site as well in kitchen. I didn't actually see as we moved away who had been spotted out there. Still 1 minute and 15 seconds left on the clock. Bit of time. Bliss have got themselves a drone as well. This is pretty powerful through Nazgul on the Mozzie.
Professional Beacon Repix capitalize upon that. And is there any counter intel from the attack? Maybe they have a flank drone established. I mean,
there you go. Look how much info.
Their body language doesn't suggest that they're watching. Oh, but there we go. The Jackal spots out Repix and forces him back. E1D in combination allows them to find a pick on towards sight. It is a 4 versus 4, but Bounce needs to be careful as he tries to enter.
40 seconds left into the round. Nazgul's eliminated, so they can't move that drone around the swing. Successful. The E1D as well. Boydie actually gone for the revive and a bouncer to get him back up as Todd and Rapix are just laying waste to OJ and Campo elsewhere. 2 versus 3 with a 2 for Rofflcopter now on site, pushing into entrance. Repix, big frag. Can he get another one as well to close this one out? It looks like Bliss should very well be able to deal with Boydie from here.
15 seconds remaining.
Don't see a world in which he wins this, and Repix with the pistol will close out the second round for Team Bliss. And it's exactly what they needed to do.
You were saying about those good signs for Ruffle?
Well, I mean, it's good signs for Bliss now, right? And this is where they're not mutually exclusive. For Rofflcopter having good signs in that first round doesn't mean that is now evaporated by Team Bliss responding. If anything, it's actually really good for us as the viewers who are watching that. We've got ourselves a bit of a battle. I mean, it's only 2 rounds in, but the signs are there that Bliss can defend and that Rofflcopter can attack. And it's about who can be more consistent in their approach throughout the map itself. Blue Bar Sunrise coming up for this 3rd round. And Bliss are the team, though, that, in a way, have their backs against the wall. Being a map down already, they cannot afford for Rofflcopter to get out to that good lead. So it's very imperative that they got that 2nd round. They're in this here on Coastline, and they take it right up to Roffle.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Blue Bar Sunrise will be the battleground for round number 3. A couple of key operators being brought here by the defense, and it looks like they're leaning quite heavily into utility. Oda with the Sawyer Gates can deny projectiles and run-ins, of course. Retakes with the projectile denial as well, and Todd with Vulcan Shields can help to reinforce the side a little bit and establish key holds. Be up to Roffle to, of course, deal with that. And they themselves don't have a whole lot of utility to counter it, right? They're playing heavily into the intelligence. Sure, you've got Campo, 2 nades, and I would assume the Gon 6. And outside of that, you really don't have much explosives. Sure, you have the flashes to flush out utility, but actually clearing it is going to fall onto the shoulders of Campo. And maybe Hot Shot with the Summers, right? But he'll be using that for the wall in office.
You would hope. Unless things are going that dire. Bounce on the Jackal, so important in being able to displace members of Bliss. Establishing vert control could be important later on in the rounds, but for now, it's this office control that we're seeing from Rofflcopter. Obviously not too far away from sight. That's going to be the claw eliminated, and now the wall can be opened up. A lot of time as well still to work with. I thought for a second Oda actually had that sightline. We could see the outline, of course, but not to be. And Campo does get the opening frag on to Retakes, and in a similar manner to the first round, it is advantage for Rofflcopter for the time being. 1.5 minutes left.
Bit of a dodgy repel there from Campo. I think that was over towards security, so a little cheeky, but it does net the pick. And in fact, in the first 2 rounds, the opening kill has transformed into a round win as OJ gets us closer to that conclusion, but Shade retaliates to find Bounce, and that's the Jackal taken down, and that will make dealing with the likes of Oda potentially a little bit trickier on the roam, but the plant's going down.
Final E1D is going to be used from OJ. Plant was going down. They get off it for the time being. Now Hotshot's going to re-stick it. Campo watching nicely with a headshot onto Shade. It's only Todd and Oda that are left. There is a C4 in hand for Todd. I think he's just thrown it out. He has. Could hear the explosion. Unfortunately, though, nothing popped up in the kill feed. Means that he wasn't successful with the Nitrocell. And from here, it's going to be very difficult for Oda and Todd to bring it back. But that's a good way to start getting that kill into Campo. Todd literally on top of the diffuser. Oda, though, now pushing into Sunroom, is able to get 1, but is traded. No, it's actually Todd that's gone down. It's 3 in the round for Oda, but it's Boydie watching from outside. I'm sure he's crouch spamming. He is. 2-1 Rofflcopter.
Really good retake attempt there from particularly Oda on the Aruni. Was playing that lobby position, unable to really do a whole lot across courtyard, but as he transferred that control over towards security, he did find a couple of key picks, got it down to the 1 versus 1, but that site is very tricky to hold on, particularly, or to retake rather, particularly with that control of the blue bar window, and Boydie does of course make his presence known and finds that final pick. Not a bad end result there.
And this is where it just goes back, and this is really what I want from this series. I want it to go back and forth. I want it to be 1 round at a time, and you know, Rofflcopter get 1, and then Bliss respond themselves. It's I don't want to go too far into like the whole defensive Coastline theory that of course has happened in the last couple of games with Coastline that we've seen in OCN. Because this could be the game, guys, where it actually flips back, right? Where it's like maybe the attackers are the other side that's going to have a better time here on Coastline, like we were used to seeing in the past. So you can't really get too ahead of ourselves until at least we see that second half. But for Team Bliss, if the trend continues where Coastline, for whatever reason, has become defender-sided, at least in OCN, and they can't get rounds on the board, it doesn't bode well for them. So it's about responding as quickly as possible. You lose one round, get the next one. Keep fighting each round at a time, and I think Bliss have what it takes to extend this series. But good signs from Rofflcopter so far on their attack. For Coastline, they've been able to open up the sites pretty early on, getting a lot of kills, getting a lot of opening kills as well. Something they weren't able to do against the Chiefs, which was a while ago.
The opening pick of increasing importance in this match. Again, in the first 3 rounds, the team that has gotten the opening kill has converted that to a round win. So Ruffle will be trying to hunt down any potential roamers and find that pick. In addition to map control, Bliss on the other hand will again be trying to prevent map entry and control by playing quite aggressive. That was a little cheeky there from Nazgul. I guess a small indication as to what we can expect on the defense here as Boydie hops over the hatch to take control inside of bedroom and VIP. And so far, this is a very similar pattern to what we saw Ruffle attempt last time.
And this is when Ruffle are at their best as well, moving around, getting good position and control early on, being the aggressors, being the ones putting Bliss on the back foot. A lot of time remaining in the round. Bliss had a very slim opportunity through retakes there to get the opening pick. You can't really fault him too much. He had all but half a second in reaction time, but an opportunity nonetheless. Minute and 20 seconds left in the round. Still 5 versus 5. Rofflcopter have got at least a bit of establishment. Oh, surely Shade's going to spot the gun. Shoots too early, though, without actually having to play and bounce him. Will just punish Shade immensely there for the pre-fire into the barrel of the gun.
It's been a rough one for Shade as he finds himself on 1 and 3. Todd, though, looks to retake the position and might catch bouncing off guard, but he switches at the right time. This would indicate that surely they have intel in this location.
Wow.
Bounce and capitalizes. It's a sharp shot to find the pick, and Roffle are looking to try and steamroll Bliss in this round, but again, Nazgul retaliates to get it in the 3-on-3.
So just over the last 30 to 40 seconds, we've seen those shots ring out. Now we're down to the last 35 seconds of the round. Bounce in half health. He's been in the battle trenches this round. Round number 4. Nazgul taking a bit of damage. Now he's under the pressure. The gas canister's thrown out from Oda, but it's Nazgul who bites back once again with a headshot onto Campo. It's short-lived. retakes, though, keeps the advantage for Bliss with 15 seconds left in the round. It's up to Hotshot. Diffuser in hand. Oda, that's the final gas canister that has been deployed in a 1 versus 2, and Hotshot does not have much health, but a little glimpse of a pixel. He comes down to the 1 versus 1 against Oda, but falls short. And Bliss do bite back again. It's tied 2 apiece.
It's a good round win from Bliss, but retakes, why in God's name are you peeking that at the end? Please, mate, just chill out, sit back, and enjoy the shisha and the hookah bar, mate. You don't need to be peeking that, and it put a lot of pressure on that final player to hit that shot. In the end, though, of course, it did pay off, and Oda was able to clutch up. It did feel like a Ruffle round for a lot of that, but Nazgul managed to get his team back into it, and it was a good holdout in the end. Oh, that was an inch away for being an attacking round win, but the round is claimed, and in doing so, Bliss bucked that trend, right? They win the round despite not getting that opening pick.
You just have to wonder in Hotshot's mind, is he even expecting that peak? Like, sometimes you're just holding that angle, as obviously that's all you can really do in that position, because you're the one that has to go hunting, right? You have to go and get that kill. Is there really enough time? You know someone's in the vicinity, so you can't just sit and start planting. But for him to then swing and peek, that's almost a little bit off-putting in a way. You could clearly see Hotshot was not ready for that one. Good round from Bliss nonetheless. As you said, Nazgul, I think a big part of that, especially in the midsection of the round when we were seeing those kills traded back and forth. Bouncing was the big player for me, though, on the side of Rofflcopter, able to push in, get those picks, and have a big impact for Roffle. And this is, though, now the time for Bliss to strike back. Rofflcopter went up 1-0, then they went up 2-1. If Bliss now bite back, go up 3-2, and at minimum, at 3-3 half, they'll be feeling a lot more comfortable with the scoreboard.
Not a bad early round here from Team Bliss, taking down 2 drones already. Drone economy important on Coastline as you want to hunt down these defenders, but I guess if you are again bringing multiple intel operators, it might not be as impactful. Campo with the Yana can send out a Gemini and burn a gate. Probably wanted to gain intel in towards VIP, but you'll have to wait a little bit longer for that ability to recharge. And in fact, the player that was inside of VIP now rotating back down below as Salmas go off to try and aid in this roam clearance.
My eyes once again drift to Nazgul as the player to have an impactful round for Bliss. On that Mozzie, we saw one of the rounds he was able to, with one of his pests, get control of a drone, and then the next round was able to get 2 kills. Bouncing, though, it just continues to find these early advantages for Rofflcopter. And taking out retakes of all players as well. It's a surefire way for Rofflcopter to capitalize on this round. Shade taking a bit of damage too, and a lot of work has been done now on the second floor above the vert control. Shade, though, with the C4, that is at least going to slow Rofflcopter down for the time being.
Lots of lines of sight established above here for the attack to capitalize on, but they can't sit above forever, and Hotshot with the diffuser in hand will need to think about a rotation over towards kitchen window, or the more likely option of service door, depending on which way Ruffle decide to approach the site. Still not satisfied with the control above that they have. Bounson looks to apply pressure in towards lobby. Could have a battle with Shade quite shortly, but in the meantime, the plant might be coming through here. This service door pressure is immense.
Oda, the one up close. He still has 3 gas canisters as well, but he's almost looking like he wants to actually take the fight rather than just go for the slowdown. 35 seconds left. Todd will take out Bouncin. Big pick for Bliss. 4 versus 3. And I think right now it's Bliss's round to lose the swing and the run out from Shade. OJ was watching, though. Still, advantage Bliss here on out. Campo, does he have the Gemini active, and can he throw it in there? Oda would be the one that would shoot it out. Oh, they're just going to walk in. I'm not sure if this is going to work out well at all for Rofflcopter. Somehow, though, Campo with the kill on Nazgul. Oda can't lose these, surely, from this position. He does not. Quick double headshot from Oda, and a bit of a crouch spam himself as Bliss take the lead here on Coastline.
Great work there from Oda to lock things down. Shooting through those metal bars at the best of times is tricky, but made easy work of that in the end. Cut through those final 2 attackers who were left and descended in towards the service door. Pretty traditional attack and defense really there at the end, and it comes down to which team at the very end has slightly better positioning and utility in hand, and on that occasion, without vertical pressure from above, Bliss able to hold on.
It's the first time as well that Rofflcopter in this series are at a disadvantage when it comes to the scoreboard. They've been leading or tied since this best of 3 began back over on Clubhouse. So for the first time, Bliss in control. They also lock up at minimum a 3-3 half, which I think with the way that Coastline has been playing out recently, I think you're fine with that. I don't think you'd be too upset. If anything, maybe even happy to take 3-3 half. For Rofflcopter, if they do go down 4-2 here, then have to go onto the defense. And if, you know, we go back to the days of an attacking Coastline, then Bliss surely are in the driver's seat. It is their map pick, and it would set us up for a best of 1 on Oregon if Bliss can close out here on Coastline. Long way to go still, though, but they're edge closer.
Attackers must locate and defuse the bomb.
Cheeky setup again here from Bliss, using Vulcan shields in and around site to fortify positions. Nazgul again probing for an early pick, and he gets it there onto Campo. That's 3 explosives, 2 drones taken off the board. Never mind the Geminis to gather intel as well. Roffle will definitely feel that loss.
And it just feels like the tide is turning a little bit now in the favor of Bliss. You get the scoreboard control, you're starting to now get opening picks, you're starting to really frag out, win a lot of these exchanges. And even like we saw in the last round, you know, the run out, they're feeling confident, just starting to feel themselves and really getting into this series. That's what I said before in Clubhouse. It's a marathon, not a sprint. One map is not going to determine the series. The beauty of best of 3. Long ways to go, though. They can't get comfortable. Still 2 minutes on the clock. Plenty of time for Rofflcopter to turn things around here. Wouldn't be too surprising to do so as well. And how are they going to find this avenue? Surely it'll be through bounce, and that's who I would have my eyes on.
Good control here from Roffle inside of Office. Provided they have their flanks covered, they're well situated to think about a plant, and they still have 1:30 left on the board. On the flip side, though, Bliss still has 3 C4s in hand, keeping in mind that one of those in the hands of Nazgul is a far way away from sight, and that could delay that plant from going down, and we may see Roffle forced into baiting it out. Keep in mind as well, 3 gas canisters as well still in the pocket for Bliss. So despite getting the wall open and having decent control, the plant will not be easy.
Yeah, still a lot of work to do as hot shot with those Selmas will open up the sight lines between the 2 sites. Nazgul, though, has been eliminated by Boydie up above. That is a crucial pick for Rofflcopter. EE1D, now's the go time as well, although the gas canister just going to deny Hotshot from making his way in. So it's almost like just trading the E1D for the gas canister. This time Hotshot just slowly makes his way in. Gas canister once again thrown. That's going to get Hotshot off of it. He's not going to stick that. He's actually going to drop it for OJ, and OJ may have to be the one that goes in and gets this down. There's going to be 1 gas canister remaining for Shade. Lets it go now. The E1D. Right. Are they going to be able to capitalize? 20 seconds left. See how it ends.
Todd, he's sitting and waiting. If they go for the plant, surely he can swing wide and find this pick. He'll hear the plant go down. Just needs to bide his time. Countdown to 7 seconds. He swings and finds the pick. Bouncing to trade one back though, but look, 5 seconds left on the board. Hotshot needs to stick this pick. Todd still close by, is taken down.
Oh, he's down!
Shade and retakes to try and clutch up, and they hold on. They protect the bombs, and they take the round to close out the half.
It's like a good opening half to this match on Coastline for Team Bliss. They get 4 from their defense. Now we'll have to see how they play out on the attack. And this is really as good a time as ever to now see, is Coastline still defender-sided or attacker-sided in some way? Which one's going to hold out more? Because Bliss's defense pretty good in the end. Guz, because Rofflcopter's attack wasn't necessarily bad. You know, the rounds they won, kind of convincing. And the rounds that they lost were sometimes a little bit sloppy or messy, but they were in those rounds. They just had to fix up a few things here or there.
Yeah, it was such a close round, at least the one just gone there for Roffle. They allowed Todd to get in a really sneaky position and basically dislodged that entire effort. Outside of that, they got the wall open quickly and they bled the smokes with relative efficiency. Just in the end, one small mistake was enough to cost them the round. Fortunately for us, though, we get to see a repeat of this objective straight away. Roffle attempting to right their wrongs and get a defensive win on the board here in Blue and Sunrise Bar. I wonder if Bliss will push from Office side. I guess the one key difference here from the attacking lineup is Todd actually electing to play Amaru, and I guess even alongside that, Oda on the 0 too.
love to see the Amaru play and how Todd's going to utilize it here on Coastline. Doesn't get played that often, even the Zero as well. But like this from Bliss, electing to play the unconventional, and it may just throw Rofflcopter off. Of course, they've got to capitalize. They've got to make the plays themselves. Most importantly, they've got to flush out player above in Billiards.
That's 1C4 expended by the defense, and that leaves only one in the hands of Campo for late round. Hot shot as well, already bled down to 2 smoke grenades, so arguably Ruffle's position in comparison to their opponents not great at this stage in the round. Oda establishing flank watch with those 0 cams. Could produce results later. Meanwhile though, of course, OJ does get the opening pick. And of the first 6 rounds, 4 of those went in favor of the team that did get that first kill.
Doesn't always tell the whole story though. Todd has got lit up. Shade is just going to get taken down too easily. Todd as well. 2 down at the moment for Bliss. It could almost be 3. Boydie somehow still alive. Oda watching as his teammates fall one by one in front of him. And it's sort of job done now from Boydie. Oh, that's an easy kill for Oda. Surely, never mind. I think that was OJ who gets away. Or it might have been Hot Shot.
Falling apart, hasn't it, Nazgul? Left in the 1 versus 4. He treads lightly in towards Billiards, knowing that the diffuser's dropped over towards Vars. He might not know that Boydie's there. Oh, hits a sharp shot though. Maybe if he picks up Todd,
2
this is
versus
winnable.
3.
Maybe. Keep in mind that as Todd gets picked up, he'll be low on HP. Nazgul will need to do some heavy lifting in this round if they want to stand a chance.
We've seen some crazier things, and OJ is quite low on health as well on the mute, so not impossible. Hot Shot even taking a lick of damage. Nazgul, who was already quite low on health, taking a bit more from that Sawyer gate. 10 seconds left, the rotate, but I think time is going to be against him more than anything, and now losing his partner in crime in Todd. Nice catch onto Hot Shot. Couldn't quite get the second, though. OJ will close out the round for Rofflcopter, and a good opening defense in the second half of this match.
A stark contrast in attacking philosophy there from both teams. We saw in round number 6 from Ruffle, they went for a full office clear and opened up the wall, played quite slow to try and bait out utility. On the other hand though, Team Bliss in the round just gone, playing aggressive above, trying to desperately find picks inside of Hookah and being absolutely torn to shreds there by Boydie, hitting a nice 2k, almost 3 in the end. Ruffle do, of course, hold on to take the round despite a valiant effort there from Nazgul. And they live to tell another story, I guess. Hookah Billiards will be that next chapter.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
And it's a good start for Rofflcopter on the defense. And tell you what, I would probably be really nervous if Rofflcopter win this round. For Bliss, it would start to indicate that defense Coastline is still in the trend. And it wouldn't bode well for Bliss. And kind of like the first half, this is almost like identical scenario where, you know, Rofflcopter got the opening round, then Bliss had to respond, and that went on for a little while before Bliss pulled away slightly. And it basically needs to happen again here if they're going to kill off this map and send it to Oregon. Otherwise, the defense... I'm feeling it, guys. I'm feeling the defense on Coastline again playing the large role.
Now, look, I don't want to get too excited about this castle setup, but you boys, maybe not you specifically, but Dev will know that I absolutely adore this castle setup and adopted him. Oh, Amaru, Todd, where was that? Okay, I thought that might have been straight to Hookah window, scaring me. But back to the topic of the castle setup, of course, one placed on the Aqua double and the extension with the shield to try and hold that part of the map. There was one placed on the double window, which was taken out pretty quickly there in Billiards, and the third on Hookah also taken down. So I guess it really didn't have much of an impact as they would have liked there. Nazgul does have an impact elsewhere, though, onto Campo, top white. Bliss now will need to convert that control, and if they go again for that Aqua take, clear out that utility.
You mentioned that trend before as well. Opening kills in this match so far. Usually a good sign, but it doesn't always mean everything. Boyd able to get shade. Bouncing was actually downed though. Will be risky, but can get brought back up. EE1D going to be utilized now from Oda. Nazgul at the balcony. That's not going to be a fake alibi. It's the real one in OJ. Gets the kill. Bouncing was eventually finished off. And we are left in a 3 versus 3 with a minute and a half remaining in this 8th round. Not a massive amount of utility for Bliss. I mean, like they've got their flashes, but what's the Amaru really going to provide here at the end of this game?
Well, the thing is, right, they've got VIP control, but they have no hard breach to actually get the line of sight in towards the drink. So that position is almost nullified and will force the players to push down long and try and trade it out. It's being smoked out currently and will prove to be a difficult push. That said, they are bleeding utility at a pretty high rate. With a minute to go, Hotshot only has 1 gas left, and of course there's no denial in the hands of Boydie or OJ. So maybe they can try and force something here on the side of the attack. That would be a great start, but Hotshot scatters away with only 5 HP.
So close yet so far. Todd's going to go back up above, but only 40 seconds left, so Bliss are going to have to get a move on here. Rapix over at the hallway. Oda in VIP. Todd still just trying to put pressure on Hookah, but it's Rofflcopter who are prevailing at the moment. If Hotshot hadn't gotten lit up before, I would have sensed that Roffle are in the best position, but considering how easy it will be to take down Hotshot, there is a big chance for Bliss, provided they can deal with him over at Cool Vibes. Boydie watching now from Hookah Lounge. He gets swung on. The push from Oda successful, but it was Hotshot at Cool Vibes who got the trade, at least by getting Repix. So it's a 1-for-1 trade in the end. Oda having to stick the diffuser. OJ in the 1 versus 1 stops that play. A swing. It's OJ who wins it though. And Rofflcopter get 2 rounds in a row to tie it up 4-4 on Coastline.
A sharp shot there from OJ in combination with some discipline to close that out. The first shot tied perfectly, and he holds on to live another day by finding the second. Scorelines now 4 apiece, and it finally feels like we're warming up to a close series. I'm starting to believe it could be a close series now. I wasn't in the believer camp before, but at 4-4, it's times like these where we start to get a little bit excited.
So that's now 6 out of 8 rounds, guys. Defender-sided wins. 6 out of 8. Again, continuing this OCN trend that we've seen for stage 1. It's continued. And that means the pressure is on Bliss more than Rofflcopter right now.
Yeah. Wow. That's how the tables can turn quickly in a game of Siege, right? And Roffle, if they win this, they close out the series. It would be a 2-0 victory in the end. It would be a fantastic performance from them and would see them make it into tomorrow's matches. Who knows, I guess, how far the road can go for them. Tomorrow, will, if they make it, will be what some have said could be the hardest opponent, right, in Chiefs. So this is the warm-up that they needed. Still a long way to go, though, and they need to close out this map. Oh, Todd, he's going to send it. Let's go.
Yep, send it straight into Kitchen, but Bouncing's ready for it and shuts that down pretty quickly. Campo, though, is eliminated back in return. Repix low, Oda's low as well. This is rough for Bliss right now, but they are hitting their shots. Are they hitting them? Indeed, they are. Bouncing those got 3 for the round. Left in a 1.5. It's a 1.5 because Repix has basically no health. Oh, Shade just not watching the right angle. It's a quad. Bouncing can get all 5 to win the round single-handedly for Rofflcopter. And we've still got 2 minutes and 14 seconds.
Repix is low on HP. He needs to try and stick this plant. What intel
is no idea.
Does Roffle have on the site? It might be limited, so Bouncing might be in a tricky position here, but with the HP advantage, you would have to back him. Smart play from Repix there establishes some intel over towards Pebbles and can hold that long angle as he tries to stick the plant. He baits it once. Bouncing is in a prime position to try and retake
and
site.
he just continues to edge closer, which is pretty not the best for Repix here.
He saw him.
Oh, he pinched. He's pinched in there. And he got a very, very low amount of health as well. Bouncer knows this too. The ace is beckoning. Repix will stick it. But Bouncer has the information. When he knows he's just gotten away. Somehow, Repix stays alive, gets out. 30 seconds for Bouncing to solve this very difficult puzzle. Does he know he's moved over to the desk? No, he doesn't. Repix. And a big round win for Team Bliss, because that could have been disaster.
Oh, Repix holds his nerve to win out that round. I thought surely once his position was seen that it was over. But he holds on. Bouncing deep in towards Kitchen had such a huge impact, just mowing them down as they filter in through that service doorway, and then some ill-advised aggression late gave away those picks, but thankfully for Bliss, Repix holds on. A cheeky position behind that front desk was enough to foil the ace.
Yeah, not just the ace, but obviously winning the round for Bliss. That matters more than anything. The ace does. The ace is an afterthought. Who cares about that? It's the fact that Bliss have won this round. They edge close to the match point. Of course, the beauty of the playoffs and the gauntlet is this, this theme that we had in the regular season about, 2 points, 1 point. Oh, that's gone. It's just about winning. Whether you win in OT or whether you win in regulation, it's all the same. Winning is winning. And Bliss edge one round closer to doing just that here on Coastline. Rofflcopter, of course, not expected to just get the clean sweep on their defense. Bliss were always bound to get 1 or 2, but it's about not making this become a habit.
Change up here from Ruffle on the defense, trading out that castle for the Arunian. Honestly, I wouldn't have minded seeing the castle get stuck as a really hard counter to any potential Amaru plays, but I guess on the flip side, those castle barricades were cleared really easily. Didn't really burn much utility in the process, so 6 of 1, half a dozen really in that regard. Maybe with Sledge off the board, it would have been wise to bring him, as it would have actually burnt utility if they want to try and hold above aggressively, but who knows, maybe we'll see Ruffle default back towards site a little bit more heavily, of course being Blue Bar and Sunrise. OJ inside of security though, posing a threat as the attack takes control of office.
Opening pick for Rofflcopter. Campo finding that one. How much can they capitalize on that though? So far it's been mixed results from both teams in terms of opening frags now. And this round obviously going a lot slower than the last one, but in fairness, the last round was probably the quickest we've had almost for all of the entire stage of OCN. By 3 advantage for Rofflcopter, looking to get the quick bounce back from that very close loss in round 9. And to once again tie it up. This time 5-5.
Bouncing in a sneaky position above. Doesn't need to drop necessarily right now. He can just pose a threat for any players inside of office late round. It's Shade currently playing that position. Meanwhile, of course, we're watching Nazgul.
It's close.
In Sauna. Maybe he wins this fight onto Hotshot. Maybe that could be the opener into this round, but Hotshot holds firm. Both
Did neither of them know?
Standing off. I don't think there's been a sound cue. That's a sound cue though. Hotshot though has a smoke grenade in hand, but it doesn't really matter. Campo finds that pick in the end, leaving Shade and Todd in the 2 versus 4.
How close they both were, and yet neither of them an inkling of a clue. Todd's just been wiped off the map elsewhere. At least Shade gets the trade, but that's all he's going to be able to achieve. This one's going down the wire. On Coastline, 5-5. The winner of this next round will have match point. And if it's Rofflcopter, they will then be on series point.
What are Bliss going to do here to change things up? These attacks have honestly not been the greatest. And it hasn't even felt like a case where Ruffle are finding ridiculous picks off site like you might expect on Coastline to try and get that opening pick. For the most part, Bliss are trying to take pretty regular map control and are not really having the throughput that they would like, leaving it in these awkward late round scenarios which aren't obviously favorable on the attack, especially when you haven't played that roam clear or established and maintained decent map control.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
Maybe this will be the change of the tide though, as we head over towards Hookah, I believe. I just don't see it happening. Ruffle, for the most part, look cleaner. They just need to close it out. Maybe they could have troubles closing it out, and that could cost them like it potentially could have in the previous map.
I wonder if it would have been a good idea for Bliss to actually have their tack time out here coming into this round. They didn't obviously elect to do it, but rather than doing it after the fact, if Ruffle win this round, get match point, you kind of assume, right, that Bliss will call their tack time out. That's the expected result, but maybe you get on the front foot, you go in early and you say, okay, what can we do to get match point here? Force at least minimum an OT position. They don't elect to do that. Both teams still have their tack time out. I would have to imagine whoever loses this round surely calls it.
You would think so, right? Could be a case of too little too late in a desperate attempt to hold momentum though. We'll have to wait and see how this round plays out. Whichever way it leans though, one team will gain that match point advantage. It's Campo to get the opener. Nazgul off the board. It's been a rough game for him. The Zofia entry netting 8 to 11. Not ideal. Ruffle just need to play smart off this advantage.
And it just feels like in terms of opening frags, it's been the Campo and Bouncing show so far, at least here on Coastline. OJ has also been very critical in the latter portions of the round. So Rofflcopter as a team, just so well-rounded in their approach. Got players that are able to get these opening frags, players that are able to come up clutch as well late in rounds. Bliss now at a deficit, at a disadvantage. And it's not just map on the line. It's playoffs on the line as well now, guys. This is where you've got to have that mental dexterity. You're down 4-5. There's match point on the other side if you lose this. And serious point. The pressure is mounting onto Bliss. Are they going to be up for the task?
Minute 30 left in the round, so we're halfway through, and Repix leads the charge in towards Aqua. Now, to assume from Oda's position, that's not the idea in terms of the plan. He's got the kid elsewhere, but Repix sends it deep. Trades fly out. It's a 3 versus 3. There's a player over towards Vaz, but oh, wow, Boydie can't find that one. It's Campo and Bouncer now left to try and retake the site, but Oda still hasn't been able to get in and get that plan down, but never mind, he shuts down the rotation. Bouncer now left below, and he doesn't have a C4 in the pocket.
I'm not embarrassed to say I have no idea what's just happened here. Just trading of kills everywhere. And Bouncing's left in a 1 versus 2. Todd is very low on health. It won't take much to eliminate him, so Oda's the big one to deal with. 40 seconds, that's the time. There is Todd. Just sitting in billiards, looking towards Cool Vibe. Oda repelling outside Hookah window. He's not going to know. Yeah, he's dead. There's no way Bouncing's going to check behind. Match point, Team Bliss. To send it to Oregon, they just need one more round.
Oh, it was a messy round in the end, quite hectic. A lot of that gunfight, or gunplay rather, playing out over towards the Vaz position around top white. And in the end, Bliss are the ones to gain the advantage. They hold on in the post plant. Oh, will we go to a third map? That's the question that now begs. We saw Ruffle on the previous map struggle to close it out once they got match point, and they had a significantly larger buffer to what we see Bliss have now. We've seen a couple of teams in OCN highlight the fact that they find it difficult to close out maps. Bliss will need to prove that they can, or run the risk of letting this one slip away.
The benefit for Rofflcopter is they've still got Oregon in the back pocket. They're already 1-0 up in the series. They can afford to let this map slip out of their fingers, because that's what it would be. You know, at 5-5 on the defense here on Coastline, had every opportunity to really close this one out. Credit to Bliss, though, for fighting back. But at least for Rofflcopter, they can send it to Oregon. If Bliss allow this to go to OT and Rofflcopter bring this back and win, they're out of playoffs. So they don't have that. They don't have that cushion to fall back on. It's do or die here. They want to send this to Oregon, make it a best of one. And honestly, if Bliss close this out, guys, I got no clue, no favorite going over to Oregon.
Bomb located by attackers.
Yeah.
Attackers have objective is to defuse a bomb.
Really tough to call which way this one will lean.
Attackers recovered the bomb diffuser.
This round, of course, no exception. Bliss again bringing a pretty similar aggressive lineup here. Todd, I would say, hasn't had a massive impact on the Amaris so far, but things could change and maybe he can pull off something sneaky here with his maneuverability around the map. I like this change up from Bouncing as well, playing Pulse. He'll be able to gather quite a bit of intel if he wants to play below. He could be a menace to deal with again with a Nitro Cell in the pocket. And from what I could tell, Bliss looking to try and take Aqua side, so maybe he'll have an impact early.
Attackers dropped the diffuser.
Opening kill again to the side of Rofflcopter, but as we've seen in the last couple of rounds, guys, it doesn't necessarily guarantee the round win. A lot more that tends to play out afterwards. Although I will say that typically whichever team gets the opening kill, if there's a trade immediately, then of course... But does he know that diffuser's there as well? The way he's positioning. I mean, would he seen it though through the barricade?
Yeah, well, I mean, obviously there's no points enabled in comp. So if a kit is dropped, you can't know unless you physically see it. So maybe he did. Obviously, we can't tell. Oh, Amaru. Oh, Boydie. Can he find the pick? No. Todd survives. Boydie swing. No, he gets denied from that as well. It's good work from Todd on the G8. Campo, though, off screen does find one back. So at least Ruff will maintain the man advantage.
Not only that, but time wasted. The amount of time having, Todd now has to, of course, go all the way across the other side of the map, get the diffuser, was fortunate to even get the kill. If Todd loses that fight, that's round over. 5-3, diffuser in the perfect position for Rofflcopter. 55 seconds left, though, and how much work have Bliss done to attack this site? They may just have to go with a Todd entry here.
Oh, don't
straight
do
on
this,
through
Todd.
Double window, and he does just do that here, right into Billiards, looking to find a pick, not going to get it. 1 versus 4. We're going to OT, guys. OT, back in here on Coastline. What was that round?
Yeah, a little bit weird there. A lot of action going down over towards the DJ deck, and to be honest, that round really should have been over with Boydie finding that gunfight. Todd arguably getting a little bit lucky to, a little bit unlucky, I guess, to lose that swing. Not as well just sending it late, but by that point, yeah, it was always going to be a tough plan. I would have maybe liked to see Todd actually take that around for a default plant. They still had about 40 seconds left, so I'm not sure why they decided to yeet it. But nonetheless, that's in the past. Find ourselves now at a 6-6 draw. And a cheeky overtime.
I'm just going to say this as well. Whoever usually wins the opening round in overtime tends to win the map. It's a really weird way of saying it's like almost one round matters more than the others. Like, and it obviously it doesn't work like that. There are exceptions to the norm, but for whatever reason, we've seen a way more 8-6s than 8-7s. So this first round is so important, especially with Rofflcopter on the attack. And we're seeing again that, defenders are having an easier time on Coastline. So if Roffle win their attack, go over to the defense. Hard to see them, hard to envision them losing this map. And of course, then the series would go the way of Rofflcopter. So hold on to your pants, because it's nervous times for Team Bliss fans. It's overtime. It's almost series point for Rofflcopter if they can win this one.
Kitchen here, picked by Team Bliss. Again, Roffle bringing a heavy emphasis on intel gathering. We saw it previously in the first half, remember? They love to bring that Jackal Yana Lion combo, and it did prove to be quite successful in gaining map control quite early and quite efficiently. I don't see any reason why they wouldn't change their approach here, and that early sign from bouncing over towards Aqua would suggest that will be the play. That said, it isn't exactly free real estate. A couple of defenders are holding above. It's Todd and Shade, two of the veterans of the scene, holding hands at the top of White Stairs. Of course, they're looking to push back and resist this push from the likes of Master and VIP.
Oh, that was not the Gemini, by the way. That was just straight up Camper running deep into Penthouse. He just gets lit up. And on top of that, they've just lost Bouncing as well on the Jackal to Shade. Perfect start for Team Bliss in the overtime defense. Getting one kill and almost making Campo a non-factor.
Nice line of sight there from OJ. He can hold that if he so desires and prevent any crosses in the sight from the defense. Burt being established above here by the attack. Ruffle trying to displace those defenders down below. A lot of the floor above the side, of course, is destructible, and players inside of service, we could see them grouped up, will be under the pump quite quickly. They try to retaliate with a C4. What can Boydie do?
Oh,
Shade does find the pick.
Why?
And leaves it nothing on 5.
Well, that was very aggressive from Boydie, looking to... I mean, obviously he's looking to find the kill with the player through that C4, but by opening up that sight line, and they already had an idea of where he was, they capitalized on that. Campo does get one back at least, and considering it's on that low health Yana, makes something from nothing just about. 55 seconds left in this first overtime round. It's looking good for Bliss, and I struggle to see how Rofflcopter are going to win out. That was the Gemini taking out the Sawyer Gate. Now the E1D. OJ, big kill onto Nazgul. 3 versus 3 now. Repix pushing back onto site. Shade and Todd just outside in lobby. Todd watching white stairs. 35 seconds left. Can Roffle somehow steal this round away, Guz?
Good control above, but someone needs to drop to try and get this plant down. In fact, all 3 players will stack at the service door. They'll funnel in, and surely Bliss can just shut them down. That would be the play, right? But it's easier said than done sometimes.
15 seconds remaining.
And I'm pretty sure Bliss are actually in a good position as well to counter this. I mean, Repix is just going to swing out. He's got Shade as well. You never really see that funnel work out through service door. OJ just gets, too easy in the end. It's now match point once again for Bliss. Second time might be the charm for them.
Cheeky little swing and lobby there from Todd to tie the knot on that round, and Team Bliss now edging closer and closer towards taking this map. It's important again to remember that this has been a defensive-sided encounter thus far, and even if Bliss manage to lose this round, in the follow-up round they'll be on the defense and would be in a great position to close things out. So it's not an ideal start for Ruffle. Maybe they can generate some momentum though in their defense, which will be taking place on a different side.
Well, I mentioned before that teams who usually win the opening round in overtime go on and win it 8-6. Rofflcopter now have to win the next 2 rounds in a row and buck that trend. They're capable of it, and they're playing as if they can do it. You look at the KDA's guys, and you look at Campo, Bouncing, OJ, they're all having really good games. You definitely don't want to count Ruffle out, especially now on this defense as well. The one thing that I'm looking for here is just straight up the opening kill. Rofflcopter on their defenses have found their way of getting these opening kills quite easily and quite often. If Bliss make it 5 versus 4 early in the round, look to Bliss to close this out and send it to Oregon.
Aggressive setup here from the defense at Drinks. 3 ADS devices being used to cover that shield. I guess Ruffle are expecting Bliss to take from the VIP side. That said, the attack hasn't brought any hard breach, so I guess that line of sight won't really be a serious threat. I think it was Bliss last time, right, that did take that position despite not having any hard breach, so we'll have to wait and see. I would assume with this setup that Aqua would be on the cards here, maybe some pressure from the hookah balcony double window. Who knows though? It's been a bit of a funny one so far. Hot shot down below inside of Sauna. Could be pressured quite soon here. It's Nazgul on the Zofia. Are Bliss actually going to take that control above? So far, it hasn't really felt like it. I thought maybe again, Hookah Bell could be a point of interest and that double window as well, but very horizontal so far here from Bliss.
Might just play into the hands of Rofflcopter, especially as the round gets later and later. And if Ruffle can find this opening pick at some point as well, it will spell disaster. Can I just mention this? Unless they're out of drones. There's a minute and a half left. They got no drones, cuz. What? There is literally 0 drones left available for Bliss with a minute and a half left. Bouncing with the opening pick as well. Diffuser down. I mean, those last 3 things I said, all going the way of Rofflcopter. Bliss are on the ropes here in this round.
Gunfight potentially going down at top white, but bouncing backs off. Potentially a wise decision there. Nazgul and Todd have control of Sauna, but no one is above flushing out Hotshot's position. He can sit tight behind the bar, whip out the shotgun, and have one smoke grenade still to use. I just don't see Hotshot losing this fight.
There's so much work that Bliss needs to do. They've got no information. There's not much they can really do. It's looking like 7-7 is going to be the play. EE1D, Todd repositioning above on the roof, but do you even have time for this? It's too late. Vertically now, it's going to have to be this horizontal push. Diffuser, hard to achieve. Picking this one up without dying. Nazgul going to try his best. What is that angle from Bouncing? I'm pretty sure if he had got there like 2 seconds earlier, he would have got a kill too as well. Goes early with a shot. Final E1D from Oda. Todd, big pickup. Nazgul, though, traded by Campo. Oda trying to just make something work, but they're running out of time. They're running out of space. They're running out of players. And if they're not careful, they're going to be running out of rounds. We go to overtime match point for both teams. It's series point for Rofflcopter. Playoffs on the line now for Team Bliss.
And you were right. Xenox, the drone economy was very, very questionable there from Team Bliss, and I had a quick back look at the feed just to make sure it wasn't some sort of weird bug, and in fact they did literally trickle down to 0 drones in the end. Tack timeout to be taken here by Roffle. It probably took a little bit longer than we would have expected for the tack to be used. Of course, teams get, we believe, 1 per match, or it is in fact 1 per match. So definitely a clutch tactical being used here, but it could be enough to get them the series over the line.
Well, Bliss will be on the defense. Hookah billiards. We've seen, guys, it's been proven again, right? Each time we see it, we're kind of like, surely this is just like a one-off thing, or this trend is not going to happen for that long. But again, Coastline, defender sided here on OCN. It's been proven one more time. Bliss will be on the defense here in this final round, in this 15th round. So they come into this one slightly favored. I think we can attest to that. From what we've seen, defensively, they are slightly favored. So what does Rofflcopter need to do to buck this trend?
Oh, I think they need to lean into their information gatherers and playing off that, right? I've mentioned it several times now, right? They're bringing the Yana and the Lion, and they were on occasion bringing the Jacka, which they're not doing on this time, but it doesn't felt like they're actually converting a lot of that intel into frags. Outside of that, the key thing, and you can't really pinpoint it down to just a specific thing, but they need to be finding the opening pick, right? The history has shown us that on most occasions, if you get the opening kill, you can close out rounds. It's been tough. It's easier said than done, like I said, but that trend has, again, continued in overtime, right? Shade in round 13, got the opening pick, and Bliss took the round. Bouncing, the round just scored, found the opening pick, and Roffle won the round. So somehow, Roffle need to get themselves in a position where they can get that first pick and punish Bliss for the mistakes that they could be making offside.
I'm just going to ask you guys, who wins it? Who are you feeling right now coming into this final round? Bliss?
Yep.
I have to say Bliss as well. On the defense, if they were attacking, I would have said Rofflcopter on the defense, but alas, we are, of course, seeing a Bliss defense, which would then send us to Oregon for the deciding map. Bouncing balls, have to give full credit to him and Campo. 16-11, 16-9, those two have been so instrumental for Rofflcopter. They're going to have to be instrumental again here on the attack for Roffle. Whereas the side of Bliss, if you look at those KDAs, guys, it's as even as you can ask from a team effort.
Yeah. Very consistent spread there for Bliss as the first of the E1Ds fly out. This is the intel they need to be playing off, and they did it. Boydie, he gets the opening pick. I have no idea why Nazgul is prone in the middle of Hookah, but nonetheless, he gets punished, and Roffle get themselves in a really nice position.
What's his Nazgul doing there? Will it come back to bite Bliss? 8 and 15 for Nazgul. Out now for the count for the rest of Coastline. Not the best showing, but maybe if his teammates can send it to Oregon, he can repay the favor later. Roffle, 2 minutes on the clock to capitalize now on this advantage, to send them into a massive battle tomorrow against the Chiefs. So much work still to be done, Guz. And Bliss, though, quite stagnant on their defense, not looking to get too aggressive, not looking to make anything happen, and just allowing Roffle to open everything up.
Campo at the bottom of Cool Vibes could apply pressure here. Still has 2 grenades in hand that could be used to lob over the stairs into that position next to Vase. I believe it's Todd in that position. He's had a solid map so far and could play a pivotal role in holding on. A lot of pressure from this northern side, and there we go. There's the nade. It's not quite enough to find the pick as Todd runs away at the perfect time. He'll be low for the remainder of this round as Batson finds yet another. I think this could be job done by Roffle. They just need to convert the plant.
Upside down rappel, successful. Todd low. Still 7 drones available as well for Rofflcopter. But speaking of numbers, it's the numbers on the side of Roffle, Oda, and Todd. The last 2 alive for Bliss. Maybe to keep Bliss in the playoffs, they will have to go nuclear. They will have to have a monstrous effort. Todd from below will push up Cool Vibes. They need a pinch. Oda can't win his 1. Now in a 1 versus 4. Todd can't get it done from Cool Vibes. Rofflcopter are running the gauntlet, and they will get past Bliss 2-0 and set up a match made in heaven. Day number 2 against the Chiefs. Hard-fought victory. Bliss are out of the playoffs.
Roffle aren't just running the gauntlet, they're sprinting it. 2 back-to-back 2-0 victories sets themselves up very nicely for tomorrow, and I'm sure the Chiefs and maybe even the Knights are sweating just a little bit. What a performance there from Roffle, and they close it out in a strong fashion.
And I have to say, guys, you know, a lot of the boys on the predictions have been siding with Rofflcopter. I haven't. I actually tipped Order and Bliss, and I've been wrong both times. But I'm still going to tip Chiefs tomorrow. I'm happy to give that secret away. But full credit to Rofflcopter. They're running the gauntlet. And I tell you what, if they beat Chiefs and send it to a grand final matchup against Knights, that's going to go down as one of the most historical playoff runs in Siege OCN history. I mean, in just any OCE Siege history.
Yeah, I think already they've done a really incredible job just to beat Order and Bliss. I mean, let's not forget they are not pushover opponents. They performed relatively well throughout the regular season. So that alone is a success for Roffle. Anything from here on out, I would say, is just bonus points. Chiefs and Knights are honestly on a whole nother level. So if Roffle can even maybe get those series or one of those series to 3 maps, that alone would just be honestly incredible for a team that only just joined this league, right? Remember, they joined through open qualifiers, and they are making a huge statement in Stage 1.
They've already made that statement, and as you said, from here on, it's really just bonus brownie points for them, because at minimum, Roffle will finish, what is that, 3rd now? At minimum in the playoffs. So congratulations to them. Commiserations to Bliss. They couldn't get it done. They got swept aside 2-0. And as I said before, it sets up a massive play date tomorrow. Chiefs versus Rofflcopter. But of course, before we say goodbye, we'll throw it back over to the desk and they can finish off the rest of the show, boys.
Well, still undefeated. Rofflcopter have gone 4 maps straight in the gauntlet, and as we have referenced from Xenox, they are running the gauntlet, Dev.
Yeah, it's really exciting for an underdog team to finally step up there, and you know they've guaranteed now top 3 in OCN, which is pretty amazing. In fact, I don't think we've ever seen a team come from open qualifiers and have such a successful run. So it's really exciting for a team of underdogs.
Yeah, and it hasn't been that easy, in all honesty, Vinny. There's been a couple of close calls in the Order matchup, and now against Bliss.
Yeah, I think to be completely honest, it can sometimes be a bit tough to play your best Siege against a team like Bliss. Just from watching the match as it played out, there's some super unorthodox, strategy involved, some super unorthodox pushes. And it can be tough to really show your best Siege, but they grinded it out and got the dub.
And Dev, we were talking in the background about, you know, the attacks on Coastline. I mean, we generally talk about Coastline being attacker-sided, apart from in Oceania, apparently.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm sure Vinny can touch on this as well, but just both of the teams really lacked a lot of the directions in their attacks. I think partly, you know, Bliss was always looking for an opening rather than doing what was kind of like more of a typical normal kind of methodical attack. For example, they brought the Amaru every round, and like Todd's always looking for like a chance to kind of rush something. And the flip side is I think that Ruffle were a bit thrown off and kind of off their game, like you were saying, Vinny, already. Like, it can be hard to play your normal selves when you're playing against a team like Bliss that's always throwing a curveball your way. But one thing I love is the fact that Rofflcopter, like, on match point in that final round, round 15, they took a tactical timeout just before that final round, before they had to buck the trend and actually win an attack, and it worked for them. So that was, I think, a really smart move from them, and they showed their mental composure as well.
And from a player's perspective, Vinny, how crucial can those timeouts be?
Yeah, it's huge to kind of, you know, get the mental reset after a few lost rounds, or, you know, when a frustrating kind of situation arises. I think you'd have to highlight a player like Bouncing Balls to come out of that break, and I think he had 3 or 4 kills just in those last 2 rounds, really like pushing his team over the line. He had an awesome day all round, and, you know, I think this is the first time that they've gone really positive in the entry category.
Yeah.
And I think it showed in terms of like the kind of rounds that were played out.
Well, I mean, you said it right before we went into that matchup that, you know, we hadn't really seen Rofflcopter having any positive, across the board, positive KDs in terms of the opening kills, I should say. So it's good to see them tidying that side of things up. Was there anything in particular from Rofflcopter's side that kind of stood out to you on either Coast or Clubhouse against Bliss? Sorry, that was to Vinny. My apologies, Dev. Shut up.
No,
Shut up, Dev.
I didn't say anything, mate.
I heard you. Vinny, go on.
I think Bliss showed their hand pretty early in that they were trying to be aggressive and set the pace on both maps. I think on the first map that kind of worked in their favor because they were getting their entry picks. But then going into Coastline, they were giving them away almost every round. You know, their attacking strategy involved mostly rushing into the site without taking much control. It is a play style. It's not consistent, and I think, you know, the rounds that they were winning weren't based on, you know, outplaying their opponents. It was just about winning, you know, their gunfights. retakes had a really good clutch in the 1v1, really intelligent way of playing that round out. But I think that inconsistency during the rounds and, you know, the way that the map finally ended kind of highlights that play style, and the way that Rofflcopter were able to kind of bring it back in and rein it in, really punish those kind of mistakes in those last few rounds. Sorry.
You're talking about inconsistency in Bliss's playstyle. A team that has been consistent all day is Rofflcopter. We have Boydie waiting in the wings to have a chat with us. Boydie, I mean, you're undefeated right now. Is this trend going to continue? It's as simple as that.
I don't think so. Hope so. It would be nice to see. Yeah. I don't know. First map was a slaughter. Bit boring. Second map was decent game. Just, I don't know. You try and expect what interesting play was going to happen next.
Dev?
Yeah, Boydie, you're pretty animated in the server. I notice every time there's a final kill cam, you're hitting that crouch button, you know, getting your workout on the
Nah, my keyboard must be faulty. Like, I think my C button isn't working sometimes, you know?
Look, I'm actually going to run with that, man. So, you know, clearly, you know, you're enjoying yourselves and trying to get a little bit into their heads. Like, how much did you think this is a bit of a mental game? Like, you yourselves have talked before about when you kind of rein it in, use those tactical timeouts to regain your mental. Is it like, while you're playing the game, you're simultaneously also playing like a separate mental game, like trying to throw them off a little bit and trying to keep you guys, yourselves composed?
Not even for the mental game. It helps, but it's just amusing to me. Yeah. I don't know.
Oh, wow. Vinny, question?
Yeah, so undefeated today, Boydie. Tomorrow,
Yes.
I think you're going to find your biggest test in Chiefs up first. How have you guys prepped for that game?
We were focusing more on today's games, especially order, seeing how that would go out. But Chiefs tomorrow, that will be fun. I'm not sure how it would go, but it'll be a good match.
Well, if it's anything like your current form in the playoffs, it's going to be a quick 2-0, or as you said in the first matchup, an easy game on Clubhouse against Bliss. Well, we'll wait and see how quick and how easy it is for you guys against the Chiefs tomorrow. But for now, congratulations. You are running the gauntlet. Go and get your rest, and we will see you in the morrow.
Thank you very much.
Alrighty. All smiles, all cheers, and mental game, not mental game. I don't know where we landed with that, Dev.
He's quite quiet when it comes to these interviews, and I'm just trying to draw out of him what we see in the server, because he's got some sass. He's a bit of a cheeky one, and we started to feel that, I think, when he said, "Nah, it's not for the mental game. I just enjoy it." And he stared down the camera sadistically, and honestly, like if we keep having Boydie on for these interviews, he's going to terrify me, honestly.
He was kind of, it's the way he delivered that line, it was kind of as if he was a villain in a Marvel movie or something. There was something really sinister about that. Funnily enough, Marvel Chiefs, there's some kind of connection there. Who knows what's going to happen? Let's have a look at the bracket, of course, and see where we lie after today's matches. And I mean, Vinny, in all honesty, I actually think you went Order and then you went Bliss. So you're on the Xenox train right now of terrible predictions. What on earth? I mean, in all honesty, these have been some pretty impressive games from Rofflcopter.
Yeah, I told OJ before the game started that I was always going to bet against him, and I'm using that as an anti-caster curse at this stage, off the back of what Xenox is doing right now. But I think tomorrow, this matchup against Chiefs will be their biggest test. I think Chiefs are the most informed team right now.
Yeah.
On the back of what Fisho's kind of brought to that team, they seem to be the most structured and the most kind of adaptive to what's going on during the rounds. And I think Rofflcopter will struggle a lot more tomorrow in that matchup than they have today, for sure.
Yeah, dangerous matchup, Dev. That's no doubt about it.
Yeah, definitely. I think there's no doubt this will be the most challenging game Roffle's had. And it's funny, Vinny, that you say you favour Chiefs actually to take the whole tournament, because it does beg the question, right? If Rofflcopter can beat Chiefs, who's to say they can't also take on the Knights? Of course, we'll get to that tomorrow. It is a big game. And funny little thing that you mentioned, right, Rob, with Boydie looking like a Marvel villain. Well, obviously Chiefs is sponsored by Marvel, so maybe Rofflcopter could be their villain.
It could well be, but I'll tell you who was the villain for the Bliss game, and in all honesty, the Order game as well. It was bouncing balls. This guy was bouncing all over the place, ripping heads off. And in all honesty, I think ever since he really came into the scene last year, he's been dominating, Vinny. I mean, as a player, is he not fearful in the server?
Yeah, he brings that kind of unpredictable play style into the games, and he's very intimidating when he's in the server. You just saw there with his 85% cost. That's super high for somebody of his kind of caliber, and he's really shown tonight that he is able to get those kills in the rounds and open up the rounds for his team.
Dev?
Yeah, Bouncing's just so mechanically gifted, and he's always, it's not just about being able to flick and all that kind of stuff, but he's always ready, always aiming down sights. And I mean, if there's a moment, like for example that right there, Nazgul kind of had a bit of a rough moment, but Bouncing just capitalized on that. Like, as soon as you give Bouncing an inch, he's gonna take a mile.
Yeah, one of those players that you really can't afford to make mistakes around. And like you were saying, Vinny, he is a highlighted player for a reason. It's because he can single-handedly open and close rounds for you. It's not even a double-edged sword. It's a double-edged sword in a good way, actually. He's quite versatile in that. So I think that most definitely he's looking quite sharp heading into tomorrow's game. But I am quite curious, Dev, to hear your final thoughts as we start to wrap things up here. Where are we sitting with Rofflcopter right now? Because they have shown us today that they're not someone to be messed with.
Yeah, look, honestly, all season I have loved Rofflcopter. From the get-go, I've been their biggest fan, especially their Twitter content. Quite funny. Hashtag fly high, hashtag not too high. But they've taken it to some of the big teams in our league already. Really strong performances, and like there are moments where they look like, they're missing a bit of experience and kind of the polish that we see from these teams that have been around for a bit longer. But I think they've well and truly proven that they have the firepower to take on these big teams. And also they actually have a lot of structure, and they can play smart Siege as well and have a lot of fun doing it, as Boydie has demonstrated. And I think that's really dangerous. So we've already seen them upset quite a few teams, and I'm ready to see them upset more.
Yeah, and Vinny, just thoughts on the whole day as it is. Obviously, this is, from what I understand, your first time on the desk. So how have you felt with the first two matches that we've seen?
I mean, I've had a lot of fun just kicking back and watching it from a kind of outsider's perspective and trying to give my analysis a little bit. As Dev said, Roffle have looked pretty incredible today. I genuinely believe they still have a lot of good Siege to play tomorrow. This rest tonight will help them a lot in just, resetting that mental and taking a good game to Chiefs tomorrow.
Yeah, it's all going to be kicking off tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen. The final 2 rounds of the Oceanic Nationals. Gauntlet, my God, I can't believe it's already here. But we are going to be finishing up for the day. We appreciate everyone tuning in. We hope you enjoy the games. It all starts at 1 p.m. tomorrow. Make sure you lock it in. We will see you there.
Specker fights another one, 3K, and the Specker with the quad. He needs to find this kill. Plant starting to go down. There's one for Campo, and that's the diffuser on the ground. Specker might clutch this again, but denied. Whoa!
Never mind that. A Rofflcopter force their ways in. And Campo, he can hold.
Winnable.
Taking down one. And he's going to get off the diffuser.
Oh my God!
Looking. How is that happening, Jack Daddy? So close. Maybe able to get this confirmed.
Perfect.
How is Nico swung again and found a double kill? He's going to find another. It's only on to
OJ wants one more. The C4 to support, but it's not enough.
Way.
OJ Copter Joker has gone down, and Nico's looking for the vertical.
Way.
OJ, 3 kills.
25 seconds from sending this to 6-3.
Oh!
And they will do just that as canister that has been deployed in a 1 versus 2, and Hotshot does not have much health. It's Hotshot at Cool Vibes who got the trade, at least by getting repics. So it's a 1-for-1 trade in the end.
OJ,
the diffuser. OJ in the 1 versus 1 stops that player swing. It's OJ who wins it though.
Oh, Boydie, can you find the pick? No, Tug survives.
Swings
Boydie
it.
swing, no, he gets denied.
Looking to find a pick, not going to get it. 1 versus 4. We're going to OT, guys. OT back in here on Coastline. What was that round?
Distant spread there for Bliss as the first of the E1Ds fly out. This is the intel they need.
I'm running out of time. I'm running out on a feeling song. I'm running out of time. Chasing the night, chasing the night. Hotel rooms and city squares, champagne bottles, drum and snare. The sights and cities seem to fall away when you stay.